Damn. Still talking back. Asking for a beating. After dealing with the three pests from the Lu family, Wei Xiang flashed a row of white teeth, grinning foolishly at the show on the screen. At the Chen residence, Chen Qingtian was lounging on the sofa watching a live stream when she gradually noticed more and more people gathering around her. She looked up. "What are you all doing?" "We're watching Little Ran's live stream." "Yeah, just because it's the weekend doesn't mean you get to hog the TV. Sweetheart, I have to say something. Why didn't you tell us your cousin was on the show today?" Chen Qingtian. "Since when do you care about entertainment news? Little Ran isn't part of the entertainment industry. He's the husband of a capital big shot." At that moment, the host's question played out on screen, and both Lin Ran and Luo Yao raised their answer boards simultaneously. Meanwhile, Su Jiangguo and Chen Xiao exchanged a glance. So Little Ran and Yao Yao have known each other since childhood. No wonder they seem so deeply in love. I used to worry a little, but now it seems that concern was unnecessary. Su Jiangguo. "Old man, make sure Little Ran comes to visit me sometime. I miss them." Chen Qingtian was equally stunned. They've known each other since they were kids? That bastard Wu Zhishang actually lied to me? Far away in a dorm at Jingda University, Wu Zhishang sneezed. Staring at his phone screen, he was just as confused. How come brother Lin and sister-in-law knew each other all along? Why didn't I know? Back at the manor, even the host was surprised by the answer. So it's childhood sweethearts, no wonder. I never expected you two to be so in sync. Well then, time for my trump card, the next question. What are Lin Ran's 3 favorite things to do in daily life? Luo Yao pondered briefly before writing. Lin Ran, however, hesitated. He wasn't even sure what his favorite activities were. As long as it involved loving Luo Yao, he enjoyed doing it. After a moment, he finally wrote and raised his board. Lin Ran, feeding my wife, doing anything that shows love for my wife. Figure out the third one yourself. Luo Yao, feeding me, telling me he loves me, sleeping. Luo Yao's answer was more direct and explosive. Little Black, oh ho ho, eating, sleeping, and lovemaking. Shameless much? Lin Ran, you've really got some issues. The entire live stream audience was force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Even the host had never encountered a couple this harmonious. She could swear there was no script today. Is sleeping the proper way to say sleeping? Who knows if it's serious, but is this show scripted? Probably not. The questions are random. I want to know how he feeds his wife. I believe it now. They're truly in love. The host blinked. This was a tough one, yet you both aced it. Last question. Who wears the pants in the family? A fatal question. Lin Ran. Luo Yao. Listen to the wife and you'll never go hungry or broke. Luo Yao, depends. Usually Ran listens to me. Finally, a slight discrepancy, but it only made netizens even more envious. What kind of wife-spoiling monster is this? No wonder he's got it made. I used to envy Lin Ran, but now I think I envy Luo Yao more. I want a husband like Lin Ran too. As the Q&A wrapped up, the fish was ready, and the soup was done. Following Lin Ran's final instructions, Luo Yao sprinkled some cilantro. See? Lin Ran's amazing. Even though Luo Yao cooked the fish, it was all under his guidance. He must cook often. The host smiled. Mr. Lin, do you cook regularly? Lin Ran. My wife's favorite meals are the ones I make. Little fairy, seriously, a man this rich still cooks for his wife? Meanwhile, my deadbeat husband acts like he's hot stuff on a measly salary. Housewife Haven. Little fairy, your man doesn't love you. Divorce him. Luo Yao hadn't cared much about the show initially. She just wanted to spend time with Lin Ran and stake her claim on him. But as it went on, she started appreciating the crew. The questions brought back beautiful memories, especially the one about their first meeting, the most magical moment of her life. And now cooking side by side with Ran at the stove. They've never done it in the kitchen before. Next time, definitely. As Luo Yao moved to plate the fish, Lin Ran quickly stopped her. Don't, you might burn yourself. Let me. He shielded her, carefully transferring the fish before signaling a servant to bring it to the table. The camera zoomed in on their dish. They even have servants serving the food. I'm so jealous. Look how protective Lin Ran is. Those worried eyes scream love. That fish looks delicious. Teacher Huang's dish looks great too. But who knows? Lin Ran politely gestured to the host. Don't be shy. Try it. And everyone else working hard over there, come taste our cooking. Uncle Fu looked constipated. Granny Wang kept her head down. Liu Meng bit back a laugh. The host admired the aromatic fish. You should eat first. It'd be rude for us to start. Lin Ran waved it off. No need. We had a big breakfast. Dig in. Seeing Luo Yao didn't object, the host obliged. Then we won't hold back. She was surprised by how kind Lin Ran and Luo Yao were. Her past impressions were clearly wrong. One bite later, wow, this is good. Lin Ran, right? You picked it. Hey guys, come try this. This fish is expensive outside, and the soup's made with air-flown specialty ingredients. Soon, the fish was devoured by a dozen crew members, and every last drop of soup was gone. Seriously tasty. Who knew CEOs could cook like this? This soup is unreal, so fresh. The only one who didn't eat was the assistant director, who sensed something off. The director frowned. What? You're turning down Lin Ran's invitation? With a sigh, the assistant director finally took a sip. After finishing the fish, the director signaled the host to proceed with the next segment. Host Liu Yisho. Since this is a couples variety show, there's one thing couples simply must do. He deliberately slowed his speech here. Is it what I'm thinking? Probably not. They're filming a show, bro. Even if they dared, would the director dare to shoot it? Even if the director dared to shoot it, would he live long enough to air it? Seeing the atmosphere sufficiently charged, Liu Yisho finally continued. That would be the heartbeat challenge. Here are 2 heart rate monitors. Please put them on. As the saying goes, the one who falls first in love is always at a disadvantage. So today we'll test which of you can make the other's heart race first. Honestly, Lin Ran was already planning his escape route. If he lost, he might get beaten. If he won, he might also get beaten. What exactly was the production team trying to do? Had he somehow offended them? Luo Yao put on the alien-looking helmet, her heart rate displaying a steady 68. Seeing Lin Ran hesitate, she frowned. Her heart rate instantly spiked. Lin Ran sighed and put on the monitor. The moment he met Luo Yao's gaze, her yellow light flashed. Her heart rate had already soared past 90. Everyone froze, including Lin Ran himself. Was his charm really that lethal? Luo Yao asked, "What were you thinking about just now, Aran?" Suddenly, Lin Ran understood her heart rate spike. She was angry. So, he unleashed the ultimate textbook answer, ensuring the entire internet would remember it. I was wondering whether winning or losing would make you happier. But then I realized it doesn't matter. What matters is that I love you, and you love me too. Ding, ding, ding. Her heart rate instantly breached 100, the red light flashing. Liu Yisho was stunned. This experiment had been conducted many times, but never had a winner been decided so quickly. Especially with long-married couples, the novelty usually fades, replaced by comfortable familiarity. Yet Lin Ran had obliterated Luo Yao's defenses with just one sentence. Is Luo Yao really this much of a romantic? I believe Luo Yao genuinely loves Lin Ran. Unbothered by the comments, Luo Yao shot Lin Ran a smoldering look, clearly signaling a reward. Lin Ran's heart rate jumped from 60 to 100, his own red light activating. Lin Ran's lit up too. One flirtatious glance from Luo Yao did it. Or maybe he's just terrified. You might be onto something. Lin Ran wasn't scared, just flustered. Host, I declare Lin Ran the provisional winner. Lin Ran. Provisional? The host gave him a sympathetic look. It means you've won on screen. What happens after the show ends, who knows? Lin Ran. Oh, so that's how you want to play. Fine, just wait till you see how my wife avenges me. Ignoring the threat, the host moved to the final segment. Now, for today's heart-to-heart session, express your deepest feelings to each other. This segment was new to Lin Ran and Luo Yao, but it wasn't hard. After a pause, Luo Yao made her declaration. Luo Yao, Iran belongs only to me. Lin Ran, I love you. Even if Lin Tianba drops dead, I'll keep loving you. LMAO Lin Ran's playing 4D chess, taking digs while confessing. World's worst dad just got obliterated. After reading Lin Ran's backstory, disgusting is the only word for Lin Tianba. Anyone else think Luo Yao's low-key yandere? Watching the live stream, Lin Tianba hurled his phone in rage. That ungrateful brat, I'll kill him. The host grinned like a proud auntie. And that concludes today's episode of The Boss and His Wife for our final game. Lin Ran interrupted. Hold up. Host. Yes, Mr. Lin. Any words for the audience? Lin Ran. Nah. Their opinions don't matter. I can't crawl through the internet to argue with them anyway. Host, then. Lin Ran. I just want to perform a magic trick. Host. What trick? Lin Ran. I bet your show's about to end early. The host smiled. Mr. Lin, we've got time left. Even if I collapse, someone else can. Suddenly she clutched her stomach. Why did it hurt so much? The cameraman wobbled, nearly cutting the feed. The director was sweating bullets, struggling to keep filming. The host frantically signaled the assistant director, only to find him squatting like a toddler, banging his head on the floor. Then the director hurled his walkie-talkie and bellowed, I am Lu Bu of Bayo Tu. All disobedient guests shall call me Daddy. The assistant director, barely conscious, lunged to cover the director's mouth. Sir, stop spewing nonsense. The host, now hallucinating, mumbled, Was the food poisoned? Lin Ran blinked innocently. No way that fish was air-flown, and the mushroom soup. Special Yunnan imports. I shared my premium stash because you all work so hard. Host, hee. Thanks, young Master Lin. How about turning the director into soup next? The cameraman spat out his water. What kind of deranged script was this? With a final burst of clarity, he yelled, Show's over, directors lost it, before killing the feed. The live stream ended in a storm of comments. Holy guacamole, did the whole crew just go feral? My theory. Lin Ran got scammed with bad ingredients. How hated is this director? Even their delirium trashes him. LMAO Lin Ran and Luo Yao. Ditch the crew, go solo. Turn on donations, I'll tip. Lin Ran. Thanks for the pocket change, peasant. My dog eats better. Luo Yao, darling, they can't afford our dog's treats. As the broadcast cut, the entire crew collapsed. And just like that, the hospital admitted a dozen new patients. Of course, the production team quickly handled the public relations. The food poisoning incident was caused by Luo Yao being scammed. She had mistakenly bought poisonous mushrooms instead of edible ones. The scammers these days are truly despicable. Thus, the hashtag Luo Yao scammed also trended on social media. Lin Ran was genuinely puzzled. Why did this keep happening? Little Black, Luo Yao's lethality remains terrifying as ever. Good thing I didn't eat any. Lin Ran, what the hell are you even trying to say? Little Black, you think a single cat like me enjoys watching you two flaunt your love. I'm just here to tell you that I've mostly recovered and can fulfill your second wish now. Let me know when you've decided. Lin Ran was startled, then instantly thrilled. Lin Ran, I knew you were the most adorable cat in the world. Don't worry, I'll find you some pretty female cats. What breed do you prefer? Little Black, I'm not into girl cats, and besides, ordinary cats aren't worthy of me. Lin Ran, Little Black, unless you can make up for it in quantity, I want a whole mountain of cats, each with 8-pack abs and a burly physique. Lin Ran, so you're just a perverted cat? Aran, who are you talking to? Lin Ran had accidentally spoken that last sentence out loud. Little Black let out a meow and promptly left. Lin Ran pointed in the direction the cat had gone. That black cat over there. Did you catch it? No. If you do, don't forget to hand it over. I'll avenge you. I'm great at neutering cats. Been doing it since I was a kid. I'll make sure it never insults you again. Got it. By the way, do we have any cats in the zoo? I want to find a few for breeding. I mean, for keeping as pets. No, but if you have a preferred breed, Uncle Fu can buy them for you. Lin Ran nodded, thinking that made sense. After all, Little Black was his savior. It was only fair to give it some perks. Wife, if you really want to help me get back at people, just serve them one of your dishes next time someone offends me. Luo Yao. They're not worthy of eating anything I make. Lin Ran broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, do you have any idea how those people ended up in the hospital today? Meanwhile, back at Capital University's girls' dormitory, something major had happened. A student had stabbed another student, sending the victim to the hospital. As expected, the culprit was Liu Ruxue, who had been brainwashed by her junior. Liu Ruxue hadn't watched the live stream because she couldn't bear to see Lin Ran appearing alongside another woman. In her foul mood, she decided to speed up the process of getting Lin Ran to forgive her. She hid a knife in her sleeve and went to confront Huo Haney, intending to give her one last chance. Huo Haney, if you apologize to me, I'll forgive you, but you have to promise never to see Lin Ran again. Huo Haney was so amused by Liu Ruxue's words that she burst out laughing and immediately cursed at her. What kind of trash bag are you to act so entitled? Lin Ran isn't your boyfriend. Why shouldn't I compete fairly? Liu Ruxue, Huo Haney, you shameless wretch. Lin Ran already has a wife, yet you still want to be the other woman. Ha ha ha. What did I just hear? Aren't you the one desperately trying to be the other woman? If you can do it, so can I. And compared to you, I actually have the advantage. At least I don't juggle multiple men. I don't have that many legs to spread. Liu Ruxue retorted. Lin Ran and I grew up together. You're just a homewrecker. Huo Haney sneered. Childhood sweethearts? You? Pff. Hao Haney had no intention of wasting more words on Liu Ruxue. After all, this woman was clearly unhinged. Bitch, move. Liu Ruxue blocked the door, her expression vicious. So you're really not going to apologize? What? Do you think you're some netizen I owe an apology to? Seeing Huo Haney's refusal to repent, Liu Ruxue finally snapped. She pulled out her weapon, and in Huo Haney's horrified gaze, she caught a glimpse of her own twisted reflection. It was her first time stabbing someone, yet she didn't hesitate at all. Once the blade sank in and Huo Haney collapsed, Liu Ruxue froze in place. A wave of fear crashed over her. And suddenly, she realized something was terribly wrong. Liu Ruxue, you... Huo Haney felt her strength rapidly draining away. An unfortunate coincidence. Stabbing someone is actually a complex skill. Knowing where to strike to cause pain, where to make blood gush dramatically but leave no real damage, or where to inflict a seemingly minor yet fatal wound. These are techniques only experts master. Few first-timers remain calm enough to pull it off. Most novice stabbers face one of two outcomes. 1. They panic immediately afterward. If the victim can't fight back, they might get away with it. But if the injury isn't serious, the victim might retaliate right then and there, especially since they'd have the moral high ground. 2. They lose all rationality, their emotions flooding their system with adrenaline until they're completely out of control, slashing over and over until the victim is beyond saving. Those who stay composed on their first attempt are one in a million. Liu Ruxue, in her debut performance, had unwittingly delivered the deadliest blow possible. Huo Haney wasn't bleeding much, but she could feel her life force slipping away. She couldn't stand, and soon, even speaking became impossible. Thinking of Lin Ran, Liu Ruxue regained her resolve. With her voice back, she snarled, "Don't blame me. This is the only way Lin Ran will forgive me." "You're insane, a complete lunatic." Huo Haney's words grew fragmented before she finally lost consciousness. Seeing Huo Haney motionless, Liu Ruxue panicked again. She hadn't wanted Huo Haney to die that would land her in prison. She'd only meant to scare her into never bothering her or approaching Lin Ran again. But now, things had spiraled far beyond her expectations. Nini, what's wrong, Nini? Terrified, Liu Ruxue DL'd 120. But Huo Haney would never stand again. As the ambulance took Huo Haney away, Liu Ruxue stood there in shock, suddenly seeing her own future unravel. If Huo Haney died, she was finished. If Huo Haney survived, her vengeful nature would ensure Liu Ruxue's downfall anyway. Finally, clarity struck. I have to do something. I need to run. But just as she prepared to flee, the police arrived and arrested her on the spot. The news spread like wildfire across Jingda University, soon flooding the internet. A campus homicide. Principal Tang was under immense pressure. In this era where a female teacher sharing a room with a student would be exposed, news spreads as if it had wings. Although the school immediately attempted to control the narrative, many still found out. Especially since Liu Ruxue and Lin Ran were intricately connected, and Lin Ran's popularity had skyrocketed after a recent live broadcast. Principal Tang was so furious he raged in his office, his heart bleeding. The school's anniversary celebration wasn't even over yet. Many of the alumni hadn't even left the capital. These past few days, Principal Tang had been busy with various tasks, but inwardly, he had been overjoyed. He had thought this would propel Jingda University toward becoming a top-tier institution. Instead, Liu Ruxue had dropped a bombshell right in the middle of campus, shattering his dreams. What school would dare enroll students after a homicide case? One bad apple truly spoiled the whole bunch. To be fair, many schools had dealt with homicide cases before. But this time, many journalists were still on campus covering the Centennial Alumni event, which led to the news reaching them. They reported it to the public immediately, which was why the school was struggling so hard to suppress the fallout. The impact was undeniably severe. As a result, Jingda University launched a relentless PR campaign, and Liu Ruxue was expelled. Not just Liu Ruxue. Lin Jian was also dismissed. Liu Ruxue's expulsion was due to criminal charges, while Lin Jian's was for tarnishing the school's reputation and corrupting social morals. Both reasons were perfectly justified. Though these measures could mitigate some damage, they couldn't solve the real problem. Principal Tang felt as if his world had collapsed. Just then, the Dean of Academics entered the office. "Principal, good news." Principal Tang glared at him, barely holding back his anger. "You'd better have real good news, or I'll show you what bad news looks like." The dean froze for a moment before speaking. "The admissions office says a lot of high school students have been browsing our official website. Many have already listed our school as their first choice for next year's college entrance exams. If this keeps up, we might see a surge in applications after the exams." "What? How is that possible? The exams are still over half a year away." The dean replied, "Principal, haven't you heard? Lin Ran participated in a show, and his popularity is through the roof. He has a massive fan base, and word has spread about our generous scholarships. Many parents have already reached out. The admissions office's phone lines are jammed, and remember, the next college entrance exams are still months away." Principal Tang was stunned. Then a wave of exhilaration rushed through him. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. Lin Ran has never let us down." "Exactly. He's our school's lucky star. Next year, the Education Bureau might even raise our admission score threshold, meaning we'll attract even more outstanding students." Yes, this is definitely good news." "Principal, there's something else I'd like to mention. Should we consider improving faculty benefits and perhaps recruiting one or two more distinguished educators?" Seizing the opportunity, the dean made his pitch. In his good mood, Principal Tang nodded eagerly. "Absolutely, you're right. Education should always be our top priority. Leave this to me, I'll handle the arrangements." Wait. Just as the dean was about to leave, Principal Tang called him back. "Principal, is there anything else? Get me a copy of that show Lin Ran appeared in." The dean grinned knowingly. "The edited rerun will air soon. You can watch it then, Just search the boss and the boss lady's affairs on AI 71. The latest episode is the one you want. After the dean left, the principal happily pulled up the show. Note: the issue regarding cross-device bookshelf syncing has been fixed. If you still can't save your bookshelf, please note down its contents. Clear your browser cookies, then log back in and re-add them. News of Liu Ruxui's homicide case naturally reached Dongtian Manor. When Lin Ran learned that Liu Ruxu had actually stabbed Huo Haney, he couldn't believe it. Liu Ruxue actually dared to stab someone? Where did she get the guts? But after a moment's thought, it made sense. In their past life, she had even pushed him off a rooftop, so stabbing someone. That was nothing. Liu Ruxue had it coming. Still, this meant he couldn't keep tormenting her anymore. Then, Lin Ran's eyes lit up. Who said he couldn't keep tormenting her even after she was locked up? Luo Yao, on the other hand, remained silent, lost in thought. Who should she send to represent Liu Ruxue in court? Any lawyer would do, really. Just as Luo Yao was lost in her musings, Lin Ran spoke up. Wife, Liu Ruxue is definitely going to prison this time. Is there any way to get her out? Luo Yao's gaze sharpened like a blade. Lin Ran quickly clarified. I want to send her to Myanmar. Only then did Luo Yao's expression soften. Coldly, she said, even in prison, she won't have it easy. Then should we find her a good lawyer? That's what I was thinking too. On Monday, Shu Kai, acting as Liu Ruxue's defense attorney, entered the detention center's holding area. When Liu Ruxue saw Shu Kai, he looked vaguely familiar. Miss Liu, hello. I'm Shu Kai, appointed by Mr. Lin Ran to represent you in this case. Tears immediately streamed down Liu Ruxue's face. Brother Lin Ran hasn't forgotten me. He's forgiven me. She was right. As long as I cut ties with Huo Haney, Brother Lin Ran would forgive me. Zhu Kai said, Ms. Liu, I need you to tell me everything in detail. Every single thing that happened. Understood? Liu Ruxui nodded tearfully. Yes, since you're sent by Brother Lin Ran, I'll do whatever you say. Zhu Kai, then let's begin. Liu Ruxue. After hearing Liu Ruxue's account, Shu Kai frowned. Ms. Liu, given the circumstances, this case is very difficult to defend, and I have to deliver some unfortunate news. Huo Haney has passed away. What? Liu Ruxue's eyes widened. How is that possible? I only stabbed her once. How could she be that fragile? Zhu Kai, you hit a vital organ. By the time she reached the hospital, it was too late. Liu Ruxue was utterly stunned. Only now did she truly understand what real fear felt like. What happens to me now? Will I get the death penalty? Yu Kai sighed softly. Given the situation, you'll need to follow my instructions carefully. Tell me. First, the fact that you killed someone is undeniable. To get a lighter sentence, we'll have to argue for involuntary manslaughter. You must also show genuine remorse. The judge will consider your attitude during sentencing. Liu Ruxue. But I'll still go to prison. Zhu Kai was outright furious. You killed someone, that's an indisputable fact. There's no room for denial, and you will be imprisoned. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Right now, you must admit to it. A sincere attitude of remorse can become a leverage point when the judge sentences you. And have you even considered Lin Ran? If you're given a heavy sentence, Lin Ran won't have much room to maneuver. Liu Ruxue shuddered at Zhu Kai's intensity, but her eyes lit up at his latter words. He was right. She still had Lin Ran. Brother Lin Ran would definitely find a way to get her out. As long as there was hope, she couldn't give up. All right, I understand. Zhu Kai added, one more thing, this must remain entirely your own doing from start to finish. That girl who supposedly gave you advice? Bury that story. If it's proven someone incited you, it becomes premeditated murder, not manslaughter. Liu Ruxue nodded, convinced. No wonder Brother Lin Ran hired you as his lawyer. You really know your stuff. I get it now. Only after securing her agreement did Zhu Kai leave. Shortly after, the guards came in and took Liu Ruxue away. Legal note: under the law, lawyers meeting with suspects or defendants cannot be monitored. Authorities are prohibited from having personnel present, eavesdropping by any means, or secretly recording these conversations. If law enforcement monitors such meetings, it constitutes a violation. Hope you never need this info. Now, all that remained was to wait for the trial. For now, the matter was settled. Lin Ran, meanwhile, was in excellent spirits. After all, he'd just eliminated an enemy, one with no chance of a comeback. Yet something felt off. Even if Liu Ruxue had cut ties with Huo Haney, would she really go so far as to kill him? Unable to make sense of it, Lin Ran chose not to dwell. Better to drive others crazy than to torment yourself. And such an entertaining spectacle would be wasted if the Liu family didn't get to experience it. So, with Luo Yao's permission, Lin Ran headed alone to Brother Dao's turf, having arranged the meeting in advance. Lin Ran called, "Come to the underground entertainment city." The underground entertainment city belonged to Brother Dao. Even Lin Ran didn't know Brother Dao answered to Luo Yao, let alone Luo Wushuang. Fine, didn't expect you to be this cautious. Luo Wushuang had to applaud Lin Ran's shrewdness. He'd initially wondered why Lin Ran insisted on him setting the meeting location. Now it made sense. Lin Ran's urgency in contacting Luo Wushuang was also preparation for his next wish with Little Black. He hadn't decided on the wish yet, but it would likely take time. Before then, he needed to root out any hidden threats. Not necessarily eliminate them, just stall the danger. Because the next time he saw Little Black, it would be to make that wish. Lin Ran had his security team, and the underground entertainment city was Brother Dao's domain. No one had dared cause trouble there in years. At the venue, Brother Dao was already waiting. Things have been lively lately. Big shots showing up one after another. Lin Ran spotted Brother Dao immediately upon arrival. Honored by young Master Lin's presence, you bring glory to this humble place. Lin Ran laughed. Me? Just a nobody. Hardly glorious. But I'm flattered by Brother Dao's personal welcome. He mimicked Brother Dao's old-school gangster cadence, leaving the man momentarily speechless before an awkward chuckle. Brother, I was just trying to match your college-educated vibe with some fancy talk. But damn, you're hot right now. That show last night had even me wanting to fall in love. Lin Ran brushed it off, genuinely amused. After all, he was about to witness just how miserable the Liu family had become. Enough with the formalities. Plain talk works fine. We're not in ancient times. Speaking of, where are the Liu family's 3 vermin? Can't find the book by title? Try searching the author, might have just been renamed. Brother Dao gestured grandly. This way. Upstairs, they found Liu's mother hunched over, serving drinks while stealing glances at the gambling tables. Sir, my son once gambled millions. Lend me some chips, and I'll have him play for you. We'll split the winnings half and half. The patron kicked her away. Ugly old hag, still begging at your age. Scram, you're ruining my luck. Yes, I'll go. Liu's mother had grown accustomed to her role after days here. She cursed her son's rotten luck that night, wiping out their family's fortune, and that fight she bet on, so close to a comeback. Just then, a few chips rolled to her feet. Bark like a dog, and these are yours. Her heart raced at the sight. This was her chance. Woof, 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 woof. Not even looking up, she crawled, barking and snatching the chips as onlookers roared with laughter. Dignity gamblers had none. Clutching the chips, she stood. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good girl. Lin Ran flashed a gleaming smile. Yes, I, huh? The voice registered. She looked up. Lin Ran? What are you doing here? Lin Ran smirked. Just here for fun. Her eyes darted. Lin Ran. Listen, this place isn't for you. You don't know how to handle it. Give me all your money as chips. I'll manage it for you. Lin Ran, are you brain damaged? He walked past her, ignoring her shouts, heading deeper to check on the rest of the Liu family. As Liu's mother turned to leave, Wei Xiang blocked her. Hand over the chips. Lin Ran gave these to me. Why should you get them? Wei Xiang slapped her. Consider it interest on your debt to us. He confiscated the chips as she wailed on her knees. This is retribution. Meanwhile, Lin Ran asked Brother Dao, "Where's Lu's father?" Brother Dao, scrubbing toilets, fitting. And Lu Ritian, him, not sure, probably recovering. Recovering? Lin Ran assumed Brother Dao's men had beaten him. Yeah. Fought an exhibition match with one of our boxers. Got wrecked. Guests love it. Old guy putting up a fight. Lin Ran smiled, thinking to himself that Brother Dao really knew how to get things done. When he reappeared, Lin Ran was intercepted by the 3 members of the Liu family. The reason was that Liu's mother had informed Liu's father and Lu Richen that Lin Ran had arrived. The trio's eyes immediately lit up, seeing this as their chance to turn their fortunes around. After all, Lin Ran had once been utterly infatuated with Lu Ruxu. Now, with Lin Ran holding vast wealth and being the boss of Suron Group, their hopes were finally within reach. "Little Ran, I'm your uncle. Remember me?" Liu Ritian shamelessly approached. Lin Ran frowned in disgust. As Liu Ritian lunged forward, Lin Ran barked, "Little Tong." Little Tong immediately rushed out. It was time to teach them the meaning of cruelty. Only when the 3 of them finally stopped their clamoring did Lin Ran speak. Well, long time no see. What are you all up to? Working hard to support the family?" Liu Ritian, bruised and battered, still wore a sycophantic grin. "Lel Lin, young Master Lin. What brings you here?" Lin Ran replied lazily, "Just here for fun. Got a problem with that?" At that moment, a bodyguard brought over a large bag of chips worth several million. The Liu family nearly drooled at the sight, but they didn't dare snatch it. This was Brother Dao's territory. "Young Master Lin, there's something I'd like to discuss," Liu Ridian said, oozing flattery. "What is it?" "We've talked it over, and since you and Ruxu grew up together, we've decided to let you have her." Lin Ran picked at his ear. "I'm already married." Liu's mother chimed in. "So what? Divorce exists for a reason. You and Ruxu are a match made in heaven. Just clear our debts here and give us 100 million as a betrothal gift, and she's yours." Lin Ran, no stranger to absurdity, was still stunned by Liu's mother's audacity. Her sheer nerve was terrifying. "So what you're saying is you want to sell Liu Ruxue to me for 100 million. Liu's mother frowned. His phrasing was crude, but she didn't dare argue. Yes, exactly." Lin Ran feigned reluctance. "Fine then. Hand over the money." The Liu family. Brother Dao. "What? What money?" Lin Ran blinked innocently. "Didn't you just say you'd give me 100 million and hand over Liu Ruxue?" "That's not what we meant." Lin Ran scoffed. "Oh, come on. Don't tell me you don't even have 100 million, and you still want to pawn Liu Ruxue off on me. What kind of delusional nonsense was this?" Lin Ran, as the man, "You should be the one paying." Lin Ran smirked. "Well, Luo Yao gave me 10 billion when she married me." The Liu family's eyes nearly popped out of their skulls. "You're full of crap." Lin Ran waved a black card in front of them. "Know what this is? A World Bank black card. Luo Yao gave it to me. I can casually spend 10 billion. It's just pocket money for me." 10 billion? What a load of nonsense. But Liu Ritian's breathing grew heavy, his mind completely consumed by the fantasy of 10 billion. 10 billion, 10 billion. Regret gnawed at him. Why hadn't he treated Lin Ran better back then? Even just 1 billion was more than an ordinary family could earn in a lifetime. What do people do when faced with something they can't accept? They choose not to believe it. "Young Master Lin, stop joking. If you were that rich, why wouldn't you spend a measly 100 million to take my daughter?" Lin Ran sneered. "Is your daughter made of diamonds? I wouldn't take her even if you paid me. Besides, Liu Ruxu doesn't even have that chance anymore." "What do you mean?" The Liu family looked bewildered. Lin Ran gazed down at them, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Oh, right. You don't know yet, do you? Liu Ruxui committed intentional homicide at school. She's currently under investigation and won't see daylight for at least a decade or two." The Liu family collectively froze. "What did you say?" Impossible, my daughter is kind-hearted. She'd never do such a thing. Lin Ran feigned shock. Seriously? You're her family, and you didn't even know. The Liu family had already lost everything. Even their phones were gone. Lin Ran had someone fetch the news on a phone and handed it to them. Their faces twisted in horror as they read. Shock, dread, despair. That ungrateful brat. What has she done? Is she trying to kill me? My granddaughter must have been framed. Watching their meltdown, Lin Ran smiled in satisfaction. Consider this payback for the torment they'd put him through in his past life. Suddenly, Liu Ritian lunged forward. Lin Ran pointed at the ground, and Liu Ritian dropped to his knees. Young Master Lin, please save Ruxu. Just get her out, and we'll only ask for 50 million as a betrothal gift. She'll be yours. We'll never bother you again. You can even beat her, and we won't say a word. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh. Ha! You're ugly, but your dreams are beautiful. Yes, we're dreaming big, but Ruxu is gorgeous. 50 million is a steal. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, it all made sense, why the Lin family and Liu Ruxu were so unhinged. It was all because of these people. Liu Yuemei came from this family, which was why her son, Lin Jian, was such a piece of work, and why Lin Tianba turned out the same way. Of course, Lin Tianba was no saint either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept a mistress for years. At the end of the day, it was true. Birds of a feather flock together. Did you see my wife on TV? What makes you think Liu Ruxue could even stand in the same room as her and claim to be beautiful? And even if Liu Ruxue were a goddess, I wouldn't spare her a glance. The Liu family had seen Lin Ran and Luo Yao's appearances on the big screen. No one in the world could deny Luo Yao's beauty. But you and Ruxue grew up together. How can you just abandon her like this? Grew up together? You've got it wrong. Liu Ruxu, just like you, is nothing more than a dog at my mercy. Lin Ran glanced at Wei Xiang, who understood immediately. Ah, 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 OHA, ah. After dealing with the three of them, Lin Ran issued his verdict. Disgusting. Send these three mutts back to scrubbing toilets. Yes, young Master Lin. Lin Ran wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he strolled over to the gambling table, placed a few casual bets, and watched the game unfold. Lin Ran wasn't much of a gambler. He was merely paying Brother Dao a small fee for his trouble while waiting for someone. Wei Sheng understood this perfectly, marveling at how generous young Master Lin was, casually tossing one chip after another to the dealer, as if they were worthless. But Brother Dao watched with growing unease. Wei Sheng, go tell the dealer to find a way to let young Master Lin win a few rounds. Wei Sheng was baffled. Young Master Lin coming here is an honor for us. What's wrong with treating him to some tea? Huh? What's wrong with that? Wei Sheng nodded. Got it. Lin Ran stared at the colorful array of chips on the table, slowly becoming entranced. He couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder so many people ruined themselves over this and still refused to repent. Gambling was truly a weapon that toyed with human emotions. The thrill of the unknown was intoxicating, impossible to resist. But Lin Ran wasn't afraid of any of it. He wouldn't get addicted, and even if he did, he had nothing to worry about. With his wealth, he could play here for a lifetime without a care. Just as Lin Ran was thoroughly enjoying himself, a man caught his attention. Friend, care to play a few rounds with me? Lin Ran glanced at the man beside him, then at the bodyguarders lurking in the shadows behind him. A faint smirk curled his lips. So, the expected guest had finally arrived. Sure, let's open a private table. And so the two sat down at a separate table. Of course, the dealer was from the casino for fairness' sake. The man placed a stack of chips on the table. Lin Ran bet on big, while he chose small. Lin Ran chuckled but said nothing, waiting calmly for the game to begin. 3, 4, 5 big. The dealer's pleasant voice announced, and a pile of chips slid toward Lin Ran. Betting on big or small was the simplest game. Any fool could play it. Round after round, the man lost until he was completely cleaned out. Fiddling with his last remaining chip, The man sighed. What a shame. No more chips left. Here, take this one too. He tossed the chip toward Lin Ran, but Lin Ran didn't catch it. Instead, his eyes gleamed with amusement. Old man, if you're out of money, you can always take out a loan. With that, he flicked the last chip back. The man froze, turning back in disbelief. I can get a loan here? Of course. After a moment of silence, seeing that Lin Ran refused his gift, the man finally headed to the loan counter. And so, Lin Ran continued fleecing him. As they played, the man began sweating. Even someone like him cared about money. But he had to lose, and that feeling disgusted him. Another loss. The man pushed his remaining chips forward, and the dealer slid them to Lin Ran, who casually plucked one out and tossed it back. For your trouble. Thank you, young master. The dealer smiled, thinking to himself how generous this young man was. The man across the table glared, his fury no longer containable. Now he finally understood. Lin Ran was doing this on purpose. Friend, what's the meaning of this? Lin Ran shrugged. What do you mean? She's working hard dealing the cards. What's wrong with tipping her? If you can't handle losing, you're free to walk away. Or if you've got the guts, go take out another loan. Suppressing his rage, the man forced a careless expression. I see. Fine, friend. Wait for me. He stormed off to borrow again, this time maxing out his entire credit line. When he returned, this is all I've got left, 2 million. If I lose this, I'm done. He then handed 2 chips to the dealer. This site uses cookies to save your reading history and bookshelf, so clearing browser cookies or reinstalling your browser will erase your progress. We recommend occasionally taking screenshots of your bookshelf to avoid losing track of your current novel. Miss Dealer, I think that chip young Master Lin gave you earlier might bring me luck. Would you mind trading it for these 2? The dealer glanced at Lin Ran, who nodded. She politely made the exchange. As the next round began, Lin Ran smiled in satisfaction. Sure, he was already rich, but that didn't mean he couldn't enjoy bankrupting the man across from him. And now an unexpected bonus. How interesting. Meanwhile, the Liu family members watching from a distance were practically salivating. Son, look at Lin Ran. He's already won tens of millions. Yeah, how is that loser so lucky? Is he cheating? He must be. Let's report him. Agreed. So Liu Ritian went to find Wei Xiang, who was overseeing the floor. What he got in return was a brutal beating. You dare accuse young Master Lin of cheating? Are you out of your damn mind? Young Master Lin, cheat? Like he needs that chump change? Liu's mother helped Liu Ritian up. Brother Dao, what's the meaning of this? Brother Dao, feeling mischievous, smirked at the 3 of them. When young Master Lin exchanged chips earlier, he used a World Bank black card. Do you know what that means? It means that card can casually withdraw 10 billion. Even trillionaires might not qualify for one. The Liu family exchanged glances, their shock greater than ever before. 10 billion? Did Lin Ran really have that kind of money? Was everything he said true? Was that really just pocket money from Luo Yao? How did he deserve that? How could a worthless guy like Lin Ran be worthy of Luo Yao's devotion? Was the heiress of the top financial empire really that blind? Back at the table, Lin Ran and the man continued their high-stakes duel. With bets never dipping below 1 million per round, the game drew every guest in the casino. But with Lin Ran's entourage of bodyguarders, no one could get too close. They could only watch from the sidelines. Now this is real high-stakes gambling. Every bet's at least 1 million. Who is this young master? And who's that guy? How have I never heard of them in the capital? You don't recognize him? Have you been living under a rock? He's Luo Yao's husband. Wait, whose husband? Even if he's Luo Yao's husband, he shouldn't be throwing around a woman's money like this. Actually, Lin Ran comes from a wealthy family himself. I'd love to snap some evidence and expose him. Are you insane? Take a photo here, and you won't leave alive. Finally, the duel reached its climax. When the man went all in with his last stack, Lin Ran matched him without hesitation. And just like that, the man was left penniless. Friend, I've lost. There's nothing left for me now. Maybe another time. Lin ran, thoroughly satisfied, pocketed the exchanged chip. Seeing this, the man finally relaxed. This bastard playing mind games like this. Once the job was done, he'd make sure Lin Ran paid back tenfold. Lin Ran smirked. Good game. A morning's work, and tens of millions effortlessly flowed into his pockets. Now that was a satisfying feeling. With that, Lin Ran cashed out his chips and left with his entourage. The man sighed and prepared to do the same. What bill? Your loan. House rules. Payment due upon leaving. The man froze, staring at them in disbelief. What kind of rule is that? Besides, I'm out of cash. Wei Xiang flashed a bright grin, though inwardly his guard was up. No problem. Real estate stocks will take anything. We're not picky. The man finally understood what Lin Ran was scheming. Fury burned within him. He truly wanted to raze this place to the ground. Since childhood, aside from that crazy girl, who else had ever made him this angry? The man glanced at the burly men gathering behind Wei Xiang, then at the cold stare of another man with a scar running diagonally across his entire face. He frowned. With just one look, he could tell that the scarred man was no ordinary thug. He might even be the boss here, the legendary kingpin of the underground world. Moreover, he could sense that this Scarface had definitely taken lives before. Weighing the pros and cons, Luo Wushuang steadied his emotions. He couldn't afford to cause a scene here. It would draw unwanted attention. Hey, so that's how it is. Paying debts is only natural. I'll settle it. He had no choice but to painfully hand over all the savings he'd accumulated over the years to clear the debt before finally walking out. Years of hard work, wiped out in a single night. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Meanwhile, outside, Lin Ran narrowed his eyes as he instructed someone to plant a tracker under a van. But then he realized, the moment he opened the app, the signal was jammed. What the hell? This piece of junk van has a signal blocker. Unbelievable. Wang Bao. Young Master Lin. What now? Find someone to tail him later. Understood. Lin Ran then left, only asking little Tong in the passenger seat once the car started moving. Is it him? Yes. Even though Luo Wushuang wasn't wearing his black outfit today, little Tong had recognized him by his mannerisms. Lin Ran closed his eyes again to rest. So, the man in black was Luo Yao's uncle. Last time, it had been too dark, and with Luo Wushuang in his stealth gear, Lin Ran hadn't seen his face clearly. Today, he'd finally seen the man's true appearance. He hadn't expected Luo Wushuang to personally show up. The man had at least a shred of courage. Interesting. You want to play then? I'll play with you. Lin Ran didn't follow personally, instead sending others to shadow him. After all, he was practically a Tang monk. Too many monsters coveted him, so he couldn't afford to charge into every situation head first. The best way to love Luo Yao was to protect himself and avoid any mishaps. If he were captured, Luo Yao would be threatened. If he died, Luo Yao would die too. Lin Ran understood this perfectly, which was why self-preservation was always his top priority. Now, no matter what he did, his thoughts always circled back to Luo Yao. And the Luo Yao he was thinking of? She was currently orchestrating a brutal, bloody massacre. Her targets, netizens, and her methods were anything but ordinary. The reason was simple. After she and Lin Ran appeared on a show, the internet had exploded with reactions. Most were congratulatory, but a small minority spewed vitriol and insults. Luo Yao hadn't cared at first. The internet was a free space, and people had the right to express themselves. Besides, she wasn't money. She couldn't expect everyone to like her, and frankly, she didn't care. In this world, as long as Lin Ran loved her, that was enough. But then, a malicious post shot to the top of the trending list, clearly manipulated by someone. Lin Ran's original lover was her, Luo Yao the homewrecker. The post claimed to expose how Lin Ran had once groveled for Liu Ruxu's affection. The caption was even more cutting, accusing Luo Yao of being the other woman, and Lin Ran of abandoning Liu Ruxue for money. The comments below were flooded with reactions. "I'm your internet voice. Is this for real?" Southern Shoutsy. "What's the meaning of this post?" Peking Yu's most wanted. As Lin Ran's former classmate, I can confirm this is true. He was obsessed with Liu Ruxue, but recently he lost interest. Oh, and the juiciest part? Liu Ruxue's in jail now. Southern Shaozi. I swear this is 100% true. Lin Ran only got with Luo Yao for her money. Not only did he dump Liu Ruxue, he framed her for murder. Who else could be this evil? Strong warmth. I refuse to believe Lin Ran is like this. Do you realize you're breaking the law? Pissing in mud. Lin Ran is disgusting. Get out of China. Luo Yao's expression darkened with every word. Luo Corporation was massive, though not publicly traded. Still, the scandal affected the stock prices of its subsidiaries, but that wasn't what bothered Luo Yao. She didn't even care that Lin Ran was being slandered. So what if he was framed? She'd stand in front of him and shield him from the storm. What infuriated her was the audacity of these people claiming Lin Ran had ever loved Liu Ruxue. Ah, Ran's heart has always been mine. Liu Meng entered the office. "President Luo, you called?" Luo Yao's voice was icy as she slid the laptop toward her. "Take note of every single one of these people. Send them legal notices, every last one." Liu Meng paled after reading. "President Luo, this post is damaging. Why hasn't PR taken it down?" Luo Yao. "I told them not to." Liu Meng. "Go, I won't repeat myself." Liu Meng hesitated. "President Luo, there are over 50,000 replies here. At least a third are spreading lies." "All of them?" "Every single one." Liu Meng took a sharp breath, suddenly realizing the company's legal team might be severely understaffed. She quickly summoned Shu Kai, who was equally stunned and immediately called in every favor he had to make it happen. Half an hour later, the first legal notice arrived. The recipient stared at it in disbelief before snapping a photo and replying to the post. "Pissing in mud. Image what the hell? Luo Corporation is suing me. Uncle Lee's dance move, quit lying. You just photoshopped that. Internet trash. I got one too." Suddenly, the gravity of the situation sank in. Comments began vanishing en masse. But what they didn't know was that Luo Corporation's AI had already archived every shred of evidence. As for the original poster, he panicked and tried to delete the thread. Delete, click. It wouldn't budge. What the hell? Why can't I delete my own post? At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. "Who is it?" "Officers from the Hat Bureau, open up." Nancy opened the door with trembling hands, only to be immediately restrained. He collapsed to the floor, his eyes vacant, like some bizarre fusion of Zhang Benjie and Lin Daiyu. To understand why he'd done all this, you'd have to know that he'd originally planned to ask Liu Ruxue out, but when he inquired, he discovered she'd been detained for a crime. After learning the details, Nancy instantly concluded that Lin Ran was behind it. So, he went to see Liu Ruxue, but she insisted it was her own decision, even declaring that she loved Lin Ran more than anything. Nancy snapped then and there, vowing to make Lin Ran pay. He tracked down an old high school classmate, gathered a stack of photos, and began flooding the internet with posts exposing Lin Ran's past as a hopeless simp. He knew the current Lin Ran was untouchable, so he aimed to weaponize online outrage against him. But he never expected Luo Corporation to retaliate so ruthlessly. That day, every hat bureau and courthouse across the nation was swamped. Luo Yao single-handedly served legal notices to over 10,000 netizens. The official Luo Corporation account issued a statement. Anyone who slandered Lin Ran would face consequences without exception. The internet lost its collective mind. Turns out, Luo Yao's public persona was just a facade. This woman was unhinged, suing the entire country over insults to her husband? What kind of madness drove her to this? I used to envy Lin Ran. Now I just pity him. With Luo Yao this domineering, it's a miracle he's survived this long. Careful what you say, buddy, unless you want a legal notice too. Am I the only one moved by this? If I were Lin Ran, Having a wife who defends me like this, I'd die happy. Exactly what's wrong with you people? A partner like her is a once-in-a-lifetime blessing. Sure, until you're the one stuck with her. As the drama escalated, Luo Yao became infamous, an untouchable force on the internet. Even when Luo Corporation was under siege by netizens before, Luo Yao hadn't uttered a word for days. Now, a few hours of gossip about Lin Ran and boom, everyone got nuked. Absurd. Beyond absurd. I hereby crown Luo Yao the ultimate husband, obsessed maniac. Even if Luo Corporation wins, we'll just pay fines or serve short sentences. But the cost to them? Massive. Just the manpower alone is staggering. Oh please, minimum wage folks worrying about $1 trillion corporation. Hilarious. Experts estimate Luo Corporation's wealth could make every citizen a millionaire. That's a stretch. From that moment on, Luo Yao cemented her title as the undisputed ultimate husband, obsessed maniac. Others might have the means, but no one would ever pour this much money, manpower, and energy into battling random netizens. Luo Yao's reputation was sealed, a terrifying showcase of a top chaebol heiress's power. Meanwhile, back in the underground entertainment district's parking lot, Lin Ran waited. Ugh, I just want to cuddle with my wife. What's taking Wang Bao so long? Little Tong, young Master Lin, Wang Bao just reported in. They lost the target. Lin Ran nodded. He'd expected this. Their mark was Luo Wushuang after all. No way he'd be easy to tail. This was just a shot in the dark. How'd they lose him? Wang Bao said the people in the van just changed mid-drive. Changed? Yeah. Turned into some random driver. Probably a decoy, switched vehicles in a blind spot, and led them on a wild goose chase. Lin Ran eyed Little Tong. You've got sharp analytical skills. Little Tong scratched his head, embarrassed. Young Master Lin, where to now? It was already afternoon. They could return to the estate or head to Luo Corporation. Since we lost him, let's go find my wife. Go, 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 go. Lin Ran had the driver detour to Luo Corporation to pick up Luo Yao after work. Unaware of the online war, he eagerly tried to recap his day the moment she got in the car. Luo Yao silenced him with a kiss. Hmm? Talk at home. Okay. Back at the estate, Luo Yao finally spoke. Ah, Ran. Remember, in this world, no one but me is worthy of your trust. Only then did Lin Ran realize why she'd stopped him in the car, to avoid eavesdroppers. Her caution sent a pang through his heart. Just how much betrayal had she endured to distrust even those closest to her? And what right did he have to be the only one she trusted? I only believe in you. Luo Yao's faith in Lin Ran was also one of a kind. Now, let's talk about what happened earlier today. Lin Ran then recounted the incident involving Luo Wushuang in detail. As Lin Ran spoke, Luo Yao couldn't help but wear an amused expression. Luo Wushuang may be part of the Luo family, but his assets aren't substantial. He used everything he had to repay his debts. This time, you really screwed him over. Well, he shouldn't have crossed you. If I didn't teach him a lesson, he'd keep thinking I'm an easy target. Luo Yao wrapped her arms around Lin Ran, her gaze lingering on his lips before she couldn't resist biting them. Tasting the metallic tang of blood, Lin Ran thought to himself, Luo Yao was still the same Luo Yao. Was there any information on that chip? Lin Ran pulled the chip from his pocket, twirling it between his fingers. I haven't examined it yet. Feels no different from a regular chip. Wait, it's too light. Luo Yao took the chip and, with a sharp twist, split it in half, revealing a hidden compartment. Lin Ran stared at her in disbelief. How was his wife so sharp? She seemed to know everything. If it were him, he'd have had to study it carefully to figure it out. Peeling the chip open, Lin Ran leaned in and saw its contents along with a few words. Chronic, water-soluble, ineffective short-term, fatal long-term, undetectable. Lin Ran sucked in a sharp breath. Luo Yao smirked. Classic move from an amateur poisoner, same old tricks. Lin Ran blinked. Huh? An amateur? Just how bad are we talking? Luo Yao pinched her fingers together, leaving barely any space between them. About this much. Lin Ran's face darkened. Yao Yao, that gesture of yours is a bit insulting. Luo Yao found it quite amusing to tease Lin Ran. Luo Wushuang specializes in using poison. Last time he controlled Little Tong too. If I'm not mistaken, what he gave you this time is a toxin called Peerless, his signature creation. Colorless, odorless, and after death, no one would detect the cause. They'd just assume it was a heart attack. Lin Ran thought to himself how ruthless Luo Wushuang was. Knowing he couldn't outsmart Luo Yao in schemes, he'd resorted to underhanded tactics. How do we break this trap? Simple. I'll pretend to be poisoned. How do you fake that? Back when we raided Luo Wushuang's home, we found traces of this poison. I had it researched, and I have the antidote. Lin Ran felt a surge of relief. As expected of Luo Yao. Was the antidote seized too? No, I had it developed. Luo Wushuang probably doesn't even have an antidote himself. Lin Ran was stunned. What do you mean? He created the poison but has no antidote. Ah, Ran, do you know why I managed to elevate Luo Corporation to the top position in just a few years? Because of your exceptional abilities. Luo Yao shook her head. No, there are countless people in this world more capable than me, ordinary passers-by, students, workers. My strength doesn't come from ability, but from my adaptability. The Luo family has deep roots, yet they've never reached the pinnacle because they cling to outdated traditions. Lin Ran clapped his hands in realization. I get it. It's like when you fought Luo Wuyo. She kept trying to duel with blades, but you just pulled out a physics-based eliminator. Luo Yao nodded. More or less. Luo Wushuang is the same. He thinks his creations are invincible, that no one can crack them. Little does he know the power of modern research. I may not have the skills to decipher it, but I have the resources. With just a fraction of my wealth, countless experts would scramble to develop an antidote for me. Lin Ran praised her without hesitation. Some are born in Rome, some are born as beasts of burden, but you're the queen of Rome. No, I'm not the queen of Rome. Then, I'm your queen. Shakespeare once said that some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. At this moment, Lin Ran deeply understood the meaning of those words, and Luo Yao was becoming more and more adorable. Ah, Ran, I can't take it anymore. What do you want to do? Luo Yao's heart wasn't just restless, it harbored a violent edge. Her yandere nature had never changed. It's been so long since you've been hurt. Lin Ran felt a chill and asked hesitantly, should I prepare something for you? No, prepare it for me. Lin Ran recalled that one time and instantly felt his nose grow warm. I should also embrace new experiences. As they embraced novelty, the two reached new heights together. Little did they know, Luo Wushuang, whom they dismissed as insignificant, would soon teach them a lesson, reminding Lin Ran never to underestimate any opponent. The next day, Lin Ran felt as though his body had been dismantled, weak and sore. This site uses cookie technology to save your reading history and bookshelf, so clearing browser cookies or reinstalling your browser may erase your progress. It's recommended to occasionally screenshot your bookshelf to avoid losing track of your current read. The phone rang. Lin Ran checked. It was Q2 Te Niang, who hadn't contacted him in ages. This person was highly capable and never required micromanagement. Under their leadership, Surin Group's real estate ventures had soared. Hello. Lin Xiao, great news. Our new project is about to top out. We'd like to invite you to a pivotal meeting. Lin Ran, when? Whenever suits you. Then later, I'll head over after breakfast. The other end of the line paused in surprise. So soon? Lin Ran. Didn't you say any time? Is there a problem? None at all. Should I send someone to pick you up? No need. I'll go myself. Qu Tenyang quickly added, Lin Xiao, since you're coming soon, there are a few things I should mention. Lately, the company has had some arrogant individuals who need to be put in their place, as well as opportunists who require an example. What do you think? Got it. I'll bring someone with me. After hanging up, Lin Ran ate breakfast and downed 3 bowls of soup. He then contacted Wu Jishang and Wu's father, instructing them to gather their people and meet him at Suran Group. Since Luo Wushuang and Lin Ran were now collaborators, Lin Ran was, for the time being, completely safe. With his convoy in motion, Lin Ran headed towards Suran Group, a place he hadn't visited in a while. Upon arrival, he spotted a commotion. Lin Ran frowned. The ringleader looked familiar. Surrounded by bodyguards, Lin Ran pulled into the executive parking spot. Just as he parked, a group of Suran Group security rushed out. At the forefront was Q Tenyang. As chairman, it was only right for him to personally welcome Lin Ran. Lin Xiao, apologies for the disturbance earlier. Some troublemakers showed up. Lin Ran nodded. It's fine. If I were them, I might have protested too. Q Tenyang, how could they compare to you? You're the chairman of Suran Group, with a wife who's a protective chaebol heiress. Who would dare cross you? Lin Ran, my wife is naturally beautiful. Just light makeup. What skincare fanatic? Careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. Kui Tenyang froze, then hurriedly clarified. Lin Xiao, you misunderstood. I meant protective like this. He handed Lin Ran his phone. Lin Ran's eyes widened. Wow. How could he not know about something this big? Over 10,000 legal notices. How much manpower and resources had that taken? He instantly felt incredibly lucky and blessed. Most of those individuals had already been cornered by Luo Corporation's PR and legal team. Their evidence irrefutable. While few faced criminal charges, administrative penalties were inevitable. The frequent commenters and those who spread posts, however, were in deep trouble. Spreading false rumors beyond a certain threshold warranted immediate detention and fines. The worst off was the original poster, Southern Little CI, who now faced astronomical compensation for defamation and emotional damages. Given Luo Corporation's influence, his rumor-mongering could cost him billions. Even if it were just millions, it'd take a lifetime to repay. In other words, even if Luo Corporation lost the lawsuit, would that person really walk away unscathed? A superficial victory, but a loss in every meaningful sense. I just want to be my wife's pampered husband? Ha ha ha. Lin Ran was growing fond of this feeling, being protected by his wife. Being a kept man was never his taboo. He wanted to make it crystal clear to the world that he was, without a doubt, the #1 gigolo of his time. However, in a way, I really was Liu Ruxui's simp before. No point denying that. Thinking of this, Lin Ran logged onto Weibo for the first time and got verified. Before Lin Ran could even post anything, Wu Jishang and Wu's father arrived, accompanied by a few assistants. Big bro, long time no see. Lin Ran looked at Shen Jingbing and said, "Don't call me big bro. Sounds like we're some kind of gangsters. Lin Gi or boss will do." "Got it, boss Lin." Lin Ran. "Uncle Wu, this is the current chairman of Su Ran, and this is the general manager of Nuanyao Real Estate. Let's get acquainted." Wu's father shook hands with Quel Tiliang. "President Q, we've met before. I was in charge of the external network construction for Linyuan Shengjing." Kui Teliang also recognized the reliable man before him and acknowledged his professional competence. President Wu has a keen eye for talent. Now that we're both working under young Master Lin, if needed later, we'll coordinate to give those people a proper warning. Lin Ran, a warning? Easy. Just follow my lead. Wu's father and Kuo Teliang responded simultaneously. Understood. Just then, the leader of the protesters spotted Lin Ran. "That kid over there is Lin Ran. Let's go talk to him." A group of about 20 people quickly surrounded them. Quote, Teliang, block them. Su Ran Group's security team was about to step in when they noticed Lin Ran's personal bodyguards had already intercepted the crowd. The leader shouted, "Boss Lin, we want to buy houses. Why won't you sell to us?" Lin Ran immediately recognized the man. He was the same guy who had led the crowd to refund their purchases before, and now he was back to buy again. Lin Ran smiled and asked, What's your name? I... I'm Zhuang Bifan. Lin Ran paused. Great name, right? My dad's surname is Zhuang, my mom's is Bai, and they just wanted me to live an ordinary life. So they named me Zhuang Bifan. But with such a great name, why can't I even buy a house? Wah! At this point, Shen Jingbing stepped forward. Honestly, that name's just okay. Mine's better. My surname is Shen. I was born in the capital, and my parents hoped I'd become a soldier, so they named me Shen Jingbing. Zhuang Bifan froze, then gave Shen Jingbing a thumbs up. Boss Lin, why won't you sell us houses? He truly regretted it now. He'd finally bought a school district home, hoping it would help him land a wife, but now he'd lost both the house and the girl. However, someone's persuasion had given him a new direction to cause trouble. The bigger the fuss, the higher the chance of getting a house. Lin ran. Bro, you were the one who refunded, and now you're back to buy. What exactly do you want? Zhuang Bifan. Boss Lin, we acted impulsively last time. Now we want to buy back. Why won't you sell? The others chimed in. Yeah. What kind of business is this? Lin Ran glanced at Quat Quat Teliang, who immediately whispered an explanation. Young Master Lin, my apologies. It was my oversight. Last time, you said not to sell to them, so I didn't. Besides, their refunded units have already been sold to others. Lin Ran wasn't bothered. He just wanted to confirm the facts before turning back to Zhuang Bifan. Last time I warned you. This is a school district property. You can refund, but buying back? No. This site uses cookie technology to save your reading history and bookshelf, so clearing browser cookies or reinstalling the browser will erase your progress. We recommend occasionally screenshotting your bookshelf to avoid losing track of your current novel. Also, from what I know, all the units you refunded have been sold out by now. Zhuang Bifan yelled, Those were our houses. How dare you sell them to others? Your houses? Where's your shame? When prices dropped, you refunded. Now that they've risen, you want to buy back. You want all the benefits. How shameless can you be? Lin Ran's words turned Zhuang Bifan's face red. There are so many of us. Aren't you afraid we'll expose you? Expose me for what? For letting you refund, or for refusing to resell houses already bought by others? Lin Ran didn't care about market backlash, nor did he fear exposure. The company could stay open or shut down. It didn't matter. He had a wife to support him. What was there to fear? That was his confidence. You're going too far. We'll expose you. Lin Ran. Go ahead, perfect timing. I still have that video from last time with nowhere to post it. Hurry up. The man froze, exchanging uneasy glances with the other buyers. Last time, they really had acted rashly. You can't do this. We've lost so much in loan penalties. Lin Ran. Did I force you to breach the contract? You lost? You caused massive losses to my company by refunding. I haven't even settled that yet. If you keep causing trouble, I'll have to calculate that debt. My wife is Luo Yao. You know the Luo family's legal team has never lost a case. Should I send you a lawyer's letter? The news of Luo Yao sending legal notices nationwide yesterday had already spread across the internet. Even if one or two hadn't heard, it was impossible for all of them to be unaware. Sure enough, some backed down. Most of them dared to follow Zhuang Bifan in making a scene, but none dared to challenge the law or risk paying compensation. But, Lin Ran, no buts. You led the refunds, not me. I gave you a chance, but you threw it away. If your girlfriend dumps you and marries someone else, can you shamelessly claim she's still your wife? What kind of logic is that? Lin Ran's words struck Zhuang Bifan's deepest wound. His girlfriend had indeed left him for lacking a house, married someone else, and he'd even been the best man at their wedding. Wah, you're too cruel. Wah. Lin Ran found it almost amusing to see a grown man cry so pitifully. Had he really hit a nerve? Crying here won't help. You want to buy houses? Fine. Su Ran Group's second phase project is almost completed. You can pre-order now. Everyone's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. But let me be clear, prices are 10% higher now. The current market isn't what it was before. Not raising prices further is already the most responsible thing I can do for buyers. Great. Thank you, Boss Lin. Thank you. Lin Yuan Shengjing's value had skyrocketed. Even with the markup, it was still a steal. Many immediately switched sides. Boss Lin is so kind. No wonder he's Luo Yao's husband. He's practically the nation's son-in-law. Lin Ran basked in their shameless flattery. Zhuang Bifan, however, was furious. Why? Why should we pay extra? We want our original price. Lin Ran, I said they could buy at a markup. As for you, no price will get you a house. Lin Ran's domineering attitude completely crushed the hesitation of the others, causing them to switch sides and abandon Zhuang Bifan. Zhuang Bifan, on what grounds? On the grounds that I feel like it. Zhuang Bifan was hopping mad, but Lin Ran casually turned to the others. Can't be bothered to waste time here, so can I go in now? The others. Of course, of course. Our apologies for the rudeness. Please, go right ahead. Zhuang Bifan, get lost already. If young Master Lin won't sell to you, why are you still shamelessly clinging on? The people Zhuang Bifan had brought with him now blocked him from entering. Zhuang Bifan. Lin Ran, you're nothing but a capitalist who doesn't care about consumers. If you don't solve my problem today, I'll die right here. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. So that's how you want to play? Shen Jingbing. Shen Jingbing. Leave it to me, boss. Lin Ran entered the Saran Group office building and said to little Tong beside him, Look into that Zhuang Bifan. Got it. Lin Ran's earlier words outside were just to placate potential future consumers. This Zhuang Bifan, there was definitely something off about him. What kind of person backs out of a property purchase only to try buying it again later? That makes no sense. If it were him, he'd at least have some pride. But now, he wasn't some nobody anymore. The only thing that could make him shameless was Luo Yao. Krit Chuk Tetenyang was currently riding high on success. The chairman of Suran Group, if he appeared before Lin Tianba like this, wouldn't it infuriate the old man? All of this was thanks to Lin Ran, who had given him this opportunity. And now, Suran Group's real estate sales were booming. Ever since the school district housing policy was confirmed, deals were being closed daily. The pace wasn't lightning fast, but it was steady. Then, just 2 days ago, after Lin Ran was exposed as Luo Yao's husband, Suran Group's reputation skyrocketed. In just a few days, their doors were practically trampled by crowds, some arriving with one clear goal: view the property, sign the contract, pay the deposit. Everyone was thinking, what if I end up living in the same neighborhood as the son-in-law of the top financial dynasty? How incredible would that be? It'd even make for great bragging rights. I live in the same neighborhood as the first son-in-law. As a result, properties in Linyuan Shengjing became instantly oversubscribed. The second phase construction was now being rushed day and night, just waiting for the final touches before pre-sales. Old Kut, I'm just here for a casual look. No need to be so tense. Kuten Yang whispered a reminder. Young Master Lin, you can't just casually look. As the hidden boss of Suran Group, this time you should project dominance and put them in their place. Lin Ran, why can't you keep them in line? I'm starting to doubt your competence. Young Master Lin, Suran isn't what it used to be. We've practically sold out all available properties. Now the shareholders are getting cocky. They know me too well, they don't fear me. But you're different. If you can assert your authority, no one in the company will dare step out of line. Lin Ran nodded. So, we've made a lot of money, right? Quote Tenyang. Quite a bit. But does young Master Lin even care about that? Lin Ran nodded again. Of course I care. How much I get in the next dividend payout determines what kind of gift I can buy for my wife. Note: this site uses cookies to save your reading progress and bookshelf. Clearing browser cookies or reinstalling the browser may erase your progress. We recommend occasionally screenshotting your bookshelf to avoid losing track of your current novel. Quote, Tenyang suspected Lin Ran was force-feeding him dog food, but he had no proof. Right, understood. Lin Ran and QH Tenyang entered Suran Group's conference room, once Lin Tianba's domain, now Lin Ran's. Young Master Lin, you're here. The shareholders all greeted him with smiles, knowing Suran's success was entirely his doing. You don't mind me joining the meeting, do you? Of course not. You're the boss. We all eat because of you. Your presence is an honor. Lin Ran waved a hand. All right, I'm just here to check on the company's progress. A massive portrait of Lin Ran hung on the backdrop. Before the meeting, everyone bowed 3 times to it. Lin Ran's face darkened. We live in a socialist society. No feudal hierarchy nonsense. Stop bowing to my picture from now on. But how can we not? Young Master Lin, you've given us new life and hope. You're a great man. Expressionless. Lin Ran took his seat, and only then did the others sit. Today's meeting was about raising prices for the second phase properties. 3 options. 1. Increase by 8%. 2. Increase by 10%. 3. Increase by 20%. Debate erupted, with Lin Ran silently observing the chaos. Just as Kwaju Taniang prepared to call a vote, he glanced at Lin Ran. Young Master Lin, any suggestions? Lin Ran, my suggestion is no price hike. The shareholders' eyes nearly popped out. What? The market's this hot, and we don't raise prices? What are we waiting for? Let me be blunt. I've already arranged a meeting with pricing bureau officials. No price hike? Young Master Lin, are you joking? Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. Kuo Niang was right. He was new to this role and couldn't control these people, especially since Kuite Niang used to be their equal as a fellow shareholder. Now that he'd suddenly become their superior, the old brothers naturally resented it. It was like those grassroots emperors who purged their ministers. Back when you were a beggar, I was doing better than you. Now you're emperor, and I'm supposed to bow. With these guys colluding, and Lin Ran rarely around, Q Niang had it tough. Only now did Lin Ran realize Kuo Niang had manipulated him into asserting dominance for his own convenience. This guy even schemed against him. Do I look like I'm joking? But, slam. Lin Ran slammed the table. As Suran's owner and majority shareholder, do I not even have this authority? A price hike? Look at who's buying our properties, people who've worked their whole lives to afford a down payment, and you want to price them out to make room for speculators? What kind of logic is that? One shareholder protested, but young Master Lin, we're businessmen. Shouldn't profit come before sentiment? Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Exactly. I am profit-driven. I've already made a fortune from Suran Group. Everyone stared in shock, as if the world had turned upside down. Sure, you, Lin Ran, made bank by screwing over your own father. But what about the rest of us? Watching their stunned faces, Lin Ran spoke coldly. If you think I'll compromise just because of your words, let me make one thing clear. I dragged Lin Tianba down and turned him into a beggar. Do you really believe I can't toss someone else into the crematory furnace? The moment Lin Ran spoke these words, the entire room froze in terror. Suran Group is just a small legacy my mother left behind. Meaningless to me, really. If I wanted it to collapse, it wouldn't last till tomorrow, because my wife is Luo Yao. The sheer audacity of that statement. Arrogant, absolutely. But he had every right to be. Everyone. Since when could someone be this shameless about riding on their spouse's coattails? And then it hit them. This young student had once orchestrated his own father's downfall, leaving him with nothing. The memory of that scene was still fresh in their minds. Lin Ran's icy gaze swept across the room. No price hikes. Who agrees? Who objects? Gulps were heard all around as hands shot up in unison. I support keeping prices stable. Exactly. Ordinary people already struggle to afford homes. Raising prices would push them over the edge. Young Master Lin's foresight is truly remarkable. Amid the flattery, the matter was settled. Lin Ran then called Wu's father forward and announced to the rest, Next order of business. This gentleman is the general manager of Nuanyao Real Estate. Any future projects can be coordinated through them. His second statement was a killing blow. Many shareholders could no longer stay seated. Blocking price hikes was a shared loss they could tolerate. But collaborating with Nuanyao Real Estate cut into their personal profits, those lucrative backdoor deals on projects, procurement, and contracts. Lin Ran ignored their discomfort. I know what you're thinking. Forget about leeching off the group from now on. A young shareholder hesitantly raised his hand. Young Master Lin, isn't this a bit extreme? Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. Finally, a sacrificial lamb. You're expelled from the board. What? Lin Ran stood. I said you're out. Do I need to repeat it? His voice was calm, but the other shareholders bowed their heads, terrified of being next. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. And take down that damn portrait on the wall. I'm not dead yet. No need for memorials, damn it. With a flick of his sleeve, Lin Ran stormed out of Suran Group. His arrogance, dominance, and ruthlessness left the room in stunned silence. One shareholder whispered, "Since when did young Master Lin become like this?" Another sighed, "He's like a monk holding an umbrella, utterly lawless." Kuch Teniang shot him a look. Obviously, even Lin Tianba only lasted 2 rounds against him before ending up penniless. We're no match for young Master Lin's methods. The shareholders fell quiet. Suran Group's waters ran too deep to navigate safely. Downstairs, Lin Ran exhaled heavily. Damn, acting all high and mighty is exhausting. Old Wu, you'll handle things from here. Wu's father shook his head. No trouble at all. I'm just here to follow your lead. Lin Ran, look over there. Lin Ran turned. What a sight. Shen Jingbing was sprawled on the ground, twitching dramatically, holding up 5 fingers to the police. 50 grand, he beat me up. Everyone here saw it. No money, I'll keep convulsing. Zhuang Bifan protested. I didn't. I never touched him. Shen Jingbing glanced at the crowd, who all nodded in unison. Yes, you did. And just like that, Zhuang Bifan was hauled away for questioning. Gotta admit, Shen Jingbing's got skills. Who could argue? Oh, right. Lin Ran suddenly remembered something and pulled out his phone, logging into various platforms. His official verification was complete, so he went ahead and verified his accounts on Douyin, Weibo, and others. He selected a few flattering photos, added a caption, and posted, Photo, 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 another day being pampered by my CEO wife. The internet instantly erupted in collective despair. Can you stop flexing already? Look at you, getting all worked up. Is it just me, or does Lin Ran have zero shame? The domineering CEO Luo Yao, plus the shamelessly doting Lin Ran. What a power couple. Wait, this is Lin Ran's real account? Holy hell, he's actually this good-looking? Who called Lin Ran shameless? He's a gem. Lin Ran, if you don't go live soon, I'm gonna curse you out. Try it. Enjoy your lawsuit. Start streaming. I'll donate. I'll be your sugar mama. Meanwhile, Luo Yao personally visited Luo Corporation's PR department. Beyond legal affairs, there was a small but formidable team dedicated to controlling online narratives, monitoring trends, and suppressing unfavorable coverage. Her visit stemmed from yesterday's online backlash. After her decisive victory, no one dared accuse Lin Ran of abandonment anymore. But the debate over whether Liu Ruxue was framed still simmered. Thanks to Luo Corporation's aggressive PR, open discussion was stifled, though whispers persisted. CEO Luo, the situation is under control. Young Master Lin just posted updates across platforms. Luo Yao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What did he say? The staff member replied, on Douyin, he shared a daily life post captioned, Loving Luo Yao. On Weibo, he posted 3 photos with the text, Another day under my wife's protection. Luo Yao's smile widened, her heart fluttering like a hooked fish. Liu Ruxue's mentions have nearly vanished. The focus is entirely on you and Lin Ran now, though some netizens are demanding he start live streaming. Luo Yao couldn't care less. All she wanted was to rush to Lin Ran and cling to him. The longing was unbearable, as if she'd die without seeing him immediately. So, once again, she left Luo Corporation during work hours. In the car, Liu Meng turned to her. CEO Luo, we've confirmed that strong warmth is Zhang Xiaonuan. How should we handle her? Luo Yao's closed eyes snapped open. Interesting. She rarely targeted ordinary people. But when it came to Lin Ran, rationality often took a back seat. Zhang Xiaonuan stood out among the women around Lin Ran. Unlike Liu Ruxue's materialism, Huo Haney's hypocrisy, Chen Qingtian's emotional games, or Zhang Xinyan's naivety, she was resilient, kind-hearted, and principled. Perhaps even more so than Luo Yao herself. That kind of woman was dangerously appealing to men. Give her a warning. If she dares approach Lin Ran again, eliminate her. Liu Meng shuddered, feeling the murderous intent. Moral of the story: never cross Luo Yao, and never ever fall for Lin Ran. These are all vivid examples. Take Huo Haney and Liu Ruxue. President Luo only made one small move, and Huo Haney vanished while Liu Ruxue ended up behind bars. For Luo Yao, killing two birds with one stone was as easy as breathing. Outside the Surin Group building, Lin Ran watched with immense satisfaction as Shen Jingbing was hauled away by an ambulance and Zhuang Bifan was taken by the police. When dealing with scoundrels, sometimes you have to fight fire with fire. Wu Zhishang remarked, ever since Liu Ruxue's downfall, Shen Jingbing hasn't had much to do. I was even considering sending him back to being a valet, but who knew he'd still come in handy? Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. In this world, there's more than just Liu Ruxue who's detestable. Wu Zhishang asked, who else then? You'll find out in time. Keep Shen Jingbing around, he's a rare talent. Extraordinary tasks require extraordinary people. Ran. Lin Ran paused, looking up to see Luo Yao and Liu Meng standing there. Little troublemaker, what brings you here? Luo Yao threw herself into Lin Ran's arms, clinging to him like she never wanted to let go. I missed you. Lin Ran scooped her up. Everyone, close your eyes. Without hesitation, every employee from both Suran Group and Nuanyao Group shut their eyes. Lin Ran carried Luo Yao to the car and sped off toward the place they called home. Yao Yao, you've done so much for me, and I only just found out. I'm such an idiot. Lin Ran was referring to Luo Yao's all-out war against netizens on his behalf. Something only she would dare to do. They dared to slander you by linking you to Liu Ruxue. That made me furious, so they got what they deserved. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh. Luo Yao was still the same Luo Yao. Her anger stemmed from people associating him with Liu Ruxue. Her possessiveness over him was almost unbelievable. Yet Lin Ran didn't mind this obsessive devotion at all. Exactly. They had the nerve to smear me like that. A lawyer's letter would have been you showing mercy. Suddenly Lin Ran smirked. I saw the comments online. They're begging me to go live. Should I indulge them? That's such a trivial matter, you decide. Ran. A sly grin curled on Lin Ran's lips. Then I'll give them a little taste. Maybe it'll shut them up for good, crushing their fantasies before they even take flight. Luo Yao gently bit his shoulder, leaving faint teeth marks. Ran. Will you love me like this forever? Even now it felt like a dream to her. Lin Ran's recent transformation had been so drastic it almost seemed unreal. Lin Ran replied, of course I'll always love you. And you're only allowed to love me. Luo Yao's eyes brimmed with affection. Naturally. The air you exhale is the only thing keeping me alive. Lin Ran froze. It seemed Luo Yao had undergone a dramatic change too. Yao Yao wasn't cold. She could whisper sweet nothings too. Ran. Today we're doing it in the kitchen. Time flew by. The next day Lin Ran dropped by Nuanyao Media for a quick inspection, but found no lurking threats. Afterward, he returned to Capital University to check on the library project. The foundation was nearly complete. Interestingly, his presence on campus once again drew a crowd. Nowadays, whenever he set foot in Capital University, hordes of admirers would swarm him like paparazzi. It got so bad he started considering early graduation. After all, attending classes made no difference. It was utterly pointless. When he brought this up to Principal Tang, the man immediately refused, listing a dozen reasons while secretly feeling relieved. Thank goodness it was Lin Ran making the request. If Luo Yao had come in person, he wouldn't have dared say no. Lin Ran was furious, genuinely furious. After everything I've done for this school, you can't even grant me this tiny request. Do you even want to keep your job? My wife is Luo Yao. My grandfather is Chen Xiao. My grandmother is Su Jiangguo. Should I call them in for a chat? Principal Tang wiped his sweat. Lin Ran, even if you don't graduate, the school has no demands on you. You don't even have to attend classes. I already processed your exemption. Lin Ran paused. That actually made sense. Fine, but you'd better talk to those students. I'm not some zoo exhibit for them to gawk at every time I show up. Understood, Lin Ran. They just admire you, that's all. Oh, they admire me? Great. Tomorrow I'm going live. They can watch me there. Principal Tang blinked. Live stream? Yep. Since they love staring at me so much, I'll give them an eyeful. Excellent. I'll even organize a faculty viewing session. Lin Ran's face darkened. So he really was being treated like a circus act. Do what you want. Oh, and Nuanyao Group is expanding again. If the university needs anything, contact Wu Zhishang. Principal Tang nodded eagerly. Wonderful. You're all exemplary students of Capital University. After leaving campus, Lin Ran visited Linyuan Scenic Spot and the adjacent Capital University Elementary School. Surveying for the elementary school had already begun. This wasn't a quick project. There'd be reviews, revisions, and only then could construction start. Only after ensuring all his ventures were problem-free did Lin Ran finally relax. These past few days had been his busiest since his rebirth. Now, with no loose ends left tomorrow, Friday he'd go live, spend the weekend with Luo Yao, and wait for Little Black to come find him. Online, demands for Lin Ran to stream grew louder, and his silence only fueled netizens' frustration. But he understood their psychology perfectly. Initially, he had no intention of going live, but considering Nuanyao Media's short drama, filmed there and about to premiere, he figured he might as well promote it. Besides, Little Black hadn't shown up yet. One live session might finally shut these netizens up. And honestly, it sounded like a decent way to kill time. So, early Friday morning after Luo Yao left for work, Lin Ran casually opened his Douyin live stream, completely unprepared. No one lifts me to the clouds, so I tread snow to the summit. If fate denies me the sky, I'll climb Kunlun alone. Well, hello there. Heard you all wanted to see me live? In an instant, the live stream viewership surged past 10,000 and continued to rise at an astonishing rate. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? Lin Ran is live. Hurry up and open the donation channel. I want to send you gifts. That's right, donations. I need to hear young Master Lin shout, "Cheers, bros 666. Lin Ran. All right, I'll open the donation channel now. Bros, feel free to donate, no amount is too big or too small. Everyone was stunned. No one expected Lin Ran to break the usual script. Are you even the so-called young master of a wealthy family? Lin Ran. See, when I actually let you donate, you suddenly don't want to. Just then, a special super chat popped up. Immediately afterward, a frenzy of gifts flooded the screen, and Lin Ran instantly turned into a money-grubbing fiend. Lin Ran. Thank you to Zhao Tongxiansen, Dreaming of a Little Hurt, 50 Jia Tian Bang, Twin Stars Fan Meng Jing Nian, Candy Chestnut, Blus V for the secret recipe of delicious Krabby Patties, sent to the depths of the clouds, user 38310085, Tide Starfall, and others for the donations. Streamer, do you really have the nerve to take our gifts? You're already this rich. Why do you even care about our measly donations? Lin Ran. Your willingness to donate shows your recognition of me. And when you think about it, those who donate are practically gods of wealth. You're all bound to strike it rich, So of course you're not short on cash, right? I thought the streamer was gonna say, thanks to this broke ass for the peanuts. Look behind the streamer. This isn't just luxury, it's outright extravagance. Streamer, show us more of the place. We'll never live like this, but at least let us feast our eyes. Lin Ran, since we're all friends here, I'll indulge you. First let me show you Villa #1, where I live. As Lin Ran turned his phone camera, the live chat erupted in gasps. This is insane. I work in interior design. The genuine fur rug under the streamer's feet costs more than half my life savings. Villa #1. Does that mean there's a #2? Lin Ran walked while explaining, of course, Villa #2 is my walk-in closet, prepared by my wife. Want to see it? Yes. Show us, show us. Lin Ran, not gonna happen. The chat exploded with WTF. Lin Ran stepped out of Villa #1 and headed to the parking lot. See these? All gifts from my wife. Now let's pick a car at random and head to the estate's crocodile pond to check out the gators. Holy crap, Porsche, Koenigsegg, McLaren, and the Lambo's the cheapest here. Crocodile pond? Keeping crocs at home? What kind of dystopian joke is this? Lin Ran climbed into a Lamborghini Aventador, the roar of the engine piercing the air. Soon he arrived at the so-called crocodile pond. It wasn't far from the private zoo. But Lin Ran had no plans to show that. At the pond, Lin Ran nodded at the crocodile keeper, then pointed the camera at him and gestured toward the water. Bro's 1 rocket donation gets the keeper to bonk a croc on the head. 3 rockets, and I'll do it myself. Damn, this guy embodies the capitalist spirit to the max. Tom has no fur, sent 3 rockets. Tom has no fur. Streamer, bonk the biggest one for me. Without hesitation, Lin Ran grabbed a shovel and marched over. The crocodile, basking motionless in the sun, was suddenly whacked on the head, looking utterly bewildered before twisting its tail and fleeing into the water. Holy shit, he actually did it. This streamer's legit. Poor croc. Hope it doesn't death roll the streamer. Why hurt the crocodile? They're so cute. This streamer's just flexing and cashing in on cheap thrills. Lin Ran. Oh ho, starting to resent the rich now. If you've got the guts, come try it yourself. For the next 10 minutes, the keeper became an overworked laborer, sweating profusely as he bonked crocodiles until they all fled into the water. Seeing the empty shore, Lin Ran flashed a sinister grin. Know why I keep crocodiles? Because they love meat. Any kind of meat. What's the streamer implying? Probably exactly what it sounds like. Lin Ran then strolled around the estate, streaming whatever he passed by, until the viewers finally snapped. Streamer, is flexing like this really okay? Lin Ran, you knew I was rich, yet you begged me to stream. Isn't that just asking for pain? You wanted to see this, didn't you? Now that I'm showing you, you're complaining. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Let me flex something even bigger. Lin Ran arrived at the Sky Garden. This is where I usually watch the stars with Luo Yao. How's that? Is this a sky garden? No, this is a floating castle. Holy crap, this is next level rich. Gold diggers don't deserve houses. Stargazing bastard. Once the mood was right, Lin Ran finally spoke up. All right, you've seen enough. Time to end the stream. Just to clarify, I'm not an entertainment streamer, and I won't be going live again. Today was just to satisfy your curiosity. No way, my dream's only half fulfilled. Lin Ran. Time to wake up. When you do, you'll realize dreams are just that, unattainable. Damn it, I'll fight you, streamer. Let me see the supercars one more time. I've never driven one. Just let me look. Lin Ran. Go to sleep. In your dreams, you can drive anything. Lin Ran showed zero sympathy for the viewers' pleas. Just as the chat drowned in despair, he tossed them a sliver of hope. Today you saw a glimpse of the estate. If you want the full tour, follow Nuan Yao Media and check out our first short drama. This is the filming location. Including the full panorama you're all dying to see. Remember to like. Our new drama's title is already confirmed. After 99,999 failed confessions, I finally fell into another woman's arms. After this shameless plug, Lin Ran prepared to end the stream, sparking a chorus of wails. What kind of dumb title is that? I'll be a dog if I watch it. Streamer, if you end now, you'll lose your mum. Streeper, if you dare log off, I'll eat. Sorry, I've got no parents, no attachments, just a wife who loves me more than life and a fortune you'll never earn. As for the trolls begging for attention, eat up. You can recycle that crap infinitely. Later, losers. With that, Lin Ran ended the stream. Why act like this? Because he was burning bridges on purpose. Lin Ran never needed this many people to like him. He only needed Luo Yao's love. As Lin Ran logged off, Luo Yao was busy going all out against Liu Ruxue. Luo Yao had a violent altercation with someone on the street today. The other party was injured and called the police. When the officers from the Municipal Police Bureau arrived, Luo Yao offered no excuses and openly admitted to assaulting the person. As a result, she was taken in for questioning. The detention center of the police bureau was like a dark, filthy corner, housing all sorts of people. An oppressive, chaotic atmosphere hung in the air, as if every inch of space whispered of the sins of those locked inside. Some were there for brawling, others for gambling, theft, or even prostitution. Those confined here were either awaiting trial or temporarily held for various reasons, all crammed into this cramped space, waiting for judgment. Liu Ruxue, however, was placed in the cell for serious offenders. When she entered, 5 or 6 people were already inside, eyeing her with scrutiny and curiosity. The moment Liu Ruxue stepped into the cell, the ringleader, surrounded by her followers, asked in a raspy voice why she was there. Liu Ruxue feigned calm and answered truthfully, having already learned about the darkness of this place online. I killed someone. That's why I'm here. The moment the others heard Liu Ruxue's admission, they froze as if struck by a spell. No one expected this young, pretty-faced girl to be so ruthless. For a moment, the cell fell into deathly silence. Perhaps out of fear or respect for a murderer, no one dared to bully her. Instead, after a brief pause, they elected her as the cell's new leader. Today, another unexpected guest arrived. A police officer led a girl in a baseball cap slowly toward the cell. With an expressionless face, the officer pointed inside and said, "The brawlers section is full. You'll stay here for the next few hours." Without hesitation, the girl strode in with firm steps. Once the officer left, a rough-looking girl barked in a menacing tone. "Newbie, squat by the toilet and introduce yourself. Then tell our boss Liu why you're here." At that moment, Liu Ruxue was lounging lazily on the leader's recliner, while the others sat on the cold floor. The girl in the baseball cap slowly raised her head and glanced at them. Then, Liu Ruxue's face twisted in terror, as if she had seen the most horrifying thing in the world. She slid off the recliner and collapsed onto the floor. Her eyes widened, her lips trembled, and she stammered, "LLL Luo." The others were baffled, unable to understand why their boss was so frightened. "Boss Liu, what's wrong?" They crowded around her. But Luo Yao ignored their reactions. Step by step, she approached Liu Ruxue, her eyes filled with mockery. Surprised, confused, touched. Luo Yao's 3 questions hit like a chilling combo, sending shivers down their spines. Then, with a vicious kick, she sent Liu Ruxue stumbling backward. Liu Ruxue crashed to the ground, grimacing in pain. Luo Yao, meanwhile, sprawled arrogantly onto the leader's seat like a triumphant general, exuding an unshakable authority. She pointed at Liu Ruxue. "Go to the toilet, lick the bowl clean, then slap yourself 10,000 times. With every slap, say, 'I'm trash.'" Her voice was icy, like a sentence from hell itself. Liu Ruxue panted heavily, her eyes burning with fear and rage. In that moment, the seed of vengeance flared violently in her heart. From the first time she met Luo Yao, she had always been the one bullied, powerless to fight back. But now, Luo Yao was alone, while she had 5 or 6 lackeys. Finally, she saw a chance for revenge. Liu Ruxiu suddenly roared. "What are you all staring at? Pin her down." The others, energized by the command, swaggered toward Luo Yao, their faces twisted with arrogance as if victory was already in their grasp. But Luo Yao only scoffed in disdain. Dealing with them would be as easy as taking a piss. Ah, ah, ah. Within a minute, the cell echoed with screams. The once ferocious gangsters now lay sprawled on the floor, some clutching their stomachs, others cradling their heads, utterly defeated. Strangely, despite the commotion, no guards came to investigate, as if this place had been forgotten by the world. We were wrong. Please have mercy on us. The gangsters begged for forgiveness, their voices trembling with fear. Luo Yao ignored their pleas for mercy. She simply walked over to Liu Ruxue, nudged her lifeless body with her foot, and asked coldly, "Ready to go now?" At these words, everyone seemed to see a glimmer of hope and frantically rushed toward the restroom, Liu Ruxue included. She couldn't understand how Luo Yao, just a woman, possessed such formidable combat skills. How had she taken on 6 people without a single scratch? A sudden image of Lin Ran flashed through her mind. No wonder her dear Lin Ran was so afraid of her. This woman must be a real tyrant at home. Thinking of the suffering Lin Ran had endured, Liu Ruxui's tears spilled uncontrollably. Yet, amid the pain, she found herself feeling strangely less miserable. The thought, "At least I'm suffering with Lin Ran," took root in her heart, morphing into an odd kind of sweetness. Luo Yao sat there, silently watching them. This was the first time she had personally dealt with Liu Ruxue. The sensation made her eyes darken, tinged with crimson, as if stained by blood. Her mood grew restless, agitated. Deep inside, a thrill spread, the release of long-suppressed emotions. "I'm trash. I'm trash. I'm trash." With each of Liu Ruxue's cries, the atmosphere in the room grew more eerie. Suddenly, a chill ran down Liu Ruxue's spine. Before she could react, an icy hand seized her hair and slammed her face down. "I told you to lick it clean, not scrub it." Luo Yao's frigid voice whispered in her ear. Liu Ruxue's nose was smashed, blood gushing out and dripping into the toilet bowl, leaving stark red streaks against the pristine white porcelain. The pain made her want to struggle, but as she braced her hands against the floor, Luo Yao pressed down with her high heel, grinding it into Liu Ruxue's hand until the skin tore and flesh blurred. The excruciating agony nearly made her pass out. "Ah, I'll lick it, I'll lick it." Liu Ruxue had completely lost the will to resist and could only obey Luo Yao's demand. The other women in the restroom lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. It was clear to them now, this deranged woman had a vendetta against Liu Ruxue. She was here specifically to torment her. And she wasn't just some ordinary woman. The fact that no guards had come to check on them after all this time suggested there was something more sinister at play. Most importantly, her combat skills were off the charts. She was not someone to mess with. Afraid of drawing her wrath, the women stayed silent, quietly going about their tasks, praying this demon would leave them alone soon. Watching Liu Ruxu slowly lick the toilet, Luo Yao finally cracked a twisted smile, her expression terrifying under the dim light. Then, she turned to the rough-looking woman who had earlier tried to act tough alongside her. "You. Squat over there and recite the stops of bus route 983, all 87 stations from Wangyu bus station to Jiao village. Miss one, and you'll slap yourself 10 times. The woman's face went blank. This was hell-level difficulty. Huh? She stared at Luo Yao in disbelief. "You don't want to?" Luo Yao's gaze turned even fiercer. No, I'll do it right now." With a look of utter despair, the woman hurriedly squatted in the corner and began. "First stop, Wangyu bus station, second." Before she could finish, Luo Yao slapped her hard across the face, the sound echoing through the cell. "Wrong. You're supposed to say, 'Welcome aboard bus 983. Next stop, XXX.'" Tears streamed down the woman's face. What kind of devil had she crossed paths with? "Welcome aboard bus 983. Next stop." She trembled as she spoke, while Luo Yao corrected her mistakes, kept an eye on Lu Ruxue to ensure she didn't slack off, and occasionally ordered the other women to slap each other. These women had all been ready to bully her earlier. What kind of decent people were they? Luo Yao had learned from a young age. The weaker you are, the more others will trample over you. When you stand your ground, they hesitate. When you're ruthless, they fear you. That was the law of survival. Whether in school where innocence and cruelty intertwined, in the unpredictable outside world, or even in this tiny detention room. Take bullied kids, for example. Often it was because they were too soft. If they told a teacher, the teacher might say, "Why does he only pick on you and not others?" If they told their parents, the parents might scold, "Why didn't you fight back?" Then the bullies would mock them for running to mommy and teacher, making the torment even worse. But if you were vicious enough, none of that would matter. By the time Luo Yao was done, the women's faces were swollen, and Lu Ruxue was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Checking the time, Luo Yao decided she'd had enough. Before leaving, she cast a cold, warning look at them. If Lu Ruxue has even a single good day here, you know what'll happen. She didn't specify the consequences, but her gaze conveyed the worst possible punishment. Liu Ruxue shuddered, as if glimpsing the darkness awaiting her. Soon, a guard arrived to open the door. "Miss Luo, the other party has clarified it was a misunderstanding. You're free to go." Luo Yao said nothing, only giving Lu Ruxue one last icy glare. "Aran always told me you're nothing but trash. Now I see you're better suited to eat it." Liu Ruxu sobbed quietly, not daring to fight back. Brother Lin Ran would never say that. He loves me the most. Once Luo Yao was gone, the women exhaled in relief, as if they'd just escaped hell. Then, one woman suddenly gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Luo Yao, the heiress of the first financial group. Her voice cut through the silence like a blade. The others froze, their expressions turning to stone. Then, terror washed over them like a tidal wave. All eyes turned to Liu Ruxue, who felt a chill crawl up her spine. A sense of impending doom settled over her. "What? What are you going to do?" she stammered in fear. The rough-looking woman grinned, her smile now grotesque. "You pissed off Miss Luo and dragged us into it. Of course, we'll follow her orders and teach you a lesson. A woman like you, ending up in a place like this, needs a proper blood baptism." Liu Ruxue screamed in despair, "Stay away from me." They still had some restraint after all. She was due in court soon, and they couldn't leave her too battered. But once she was sentenced, her real suffering would begin. After spending a few hours inside, Luo Yao emerged feeling refreshed, some of her pent-up aggression finally released. There were two reasons she'd gone after Lu Ruxue today. First, she'd needed an outlet for her rage. Second, she'd seen rumors online claiming Lin Ran had feelings for Lu Ruxue. The thought infuriated her. Like a lioness provoked, her protective instincts had flared. She couldn't tolerate anyone tarnishing Lin Ran's name, even with baseless gossip. Hold it in and your breasts grow knots. Take a step back and your uterus sprouts tumors. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more unhinged she became. But she could never take it out on Lin Ran, so Liu Ruxue became her target. Before the trial, she'd give her a taste of what was coming. With that in mind, Luo Yao made a trip to the women's prison on the outskirts, handpicking a few reliable inmates. Finally, she returned to the estate, just as Lin Ran finished his live stream. "Aran." Her voice softened, a tenderness reserved only for him. "Yao Yao, you're back. How was your day?" Lin Ran smiled, his warmth dispelling the shadows in her heart. Luo Yao nodded. "It was good. What were you up to?" Luo Yao was well aware that Lin Ran had just finished her live stream. She had even watched it on her way back. "I just finished the live stream and was about to make dinner for you." Lately, due to various trivial matters, Lin Ran hadn't cooked for Luo Yao in several days. In the past, Luo Yao never liked Lin Ran doing these things. She felt her A-Ran should remain in her gilded cage, like a precious piece of art, meant only for her admiration. But now, she found herself drawn to this version of Lin Ran, bustling about for her sake. This affection was like a seed, slowly sprouting and growing in her heart. "All right then, I'll help you." Luo Yao made a move toward the kitchen, but Lin Ran quickly stopped her, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "Darling, if I've done something wrong, you can hit or scold me. Just don't cook for me to eat." Even someone as emotionally reserved as Luo Yao couldn't help but blush at his words. Her cheeks flushed faintly, like peach blossoms in full bloom. "Then I'll go upstairs to change first," Luo Yao said before turning away. Lin Ran watched her retreating figure, a soft smile playing on his lips, then set to work preparing their meal. Soon, Lin Ran had finished cooking the carefully planned dishes. For him, these tasks were second nature. He moved like an elegant artist in the kitchen, wielding utensils to create culinary masterpieces. But because this was for Luo Yao, he worked with both speed and meticulous care, pouring his love into every step. "Dinner's ready," Lin Ran called from the dining room. "I want my husband to feed me." Luo Yao's timid voice sent a shiver down Lin Ran's spine. She usually called him Aran, rarely using terms like husband. The sudden endearment left him momentarily dazed. "Of course, at your service," Lin Ran replied, walking over to her. As he fed her, he couldn't help but admire her slightly puffed cheeks, utterly adorable. "Oh, nom nom, Aran, your cooking is so good. Nom nom nom." Uncle Fu had once mentioned that Luo Yao suffered from anorexia. She would only eat food prepared by Lin Ran, even if it were, well, poison. The thought filled Lin Ran's heart with sweetness. As she enjoyed being fed, Luo Yao suddenly asked, "When I'm old and can't move anymore, will you still feed me like this?" Lin Ran burst into laughter, and Luo Yao's expression instantly turned icy. She thought he was mocking her. Lin Ran hurriedly explained, "Of course I will. I just pictured us both old, sitting in rocking chairs with no teeth left, still feeding each other bite by bite. It's such a funny and heartwarming image." Luo Yao imagined the scene, as if glimpsing a future filled with warmth and love. "Aran, tonight I'm going to reward you." A mysterious glint flickered in Luo Yao's eyes. Lin Ran instinctively touched his waist. It didn't feel too sore anymore. So he grinned. Okay. Nights were always magical. In the profound mysteries of the universe, humans could best express their true nature. In this cozy bedroom, Luo Yao and Lin Ran seemed like two souls intertwined. Regarding the issue of cross-device bookshelf synchronization for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If the problem persists, please note down your bookshelf contents, clear your browser cookies, then log back in and re-add them. "Yao Yao, tomorrow's our couple's day again," Lin Ran murmured. Luo Yao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She found herself longing more and more for the weekends, time reserved exclusively for her and Aran. In the past, Mondays and weekends felt no different to her. Each day was bland and monotonous, even tedious. But now, she wanted nothing more than to cling to Lin Ran every day, as if he were the very meaning of her existence. "Where are we going this weekend?" Luo Yao asked. "Is there anything you'd like to do?" Lin Ran countered. He wanted the weekend to unfold entirely according to her wishes. "As long as I'm with Aran, I'll be happy. Anything? Well, I do have plans. I want to do everything couples can do together." Truthfully, Lin Ran was just an ordinary man, yearning for an ordinary yet sweet love, no different from anyone else. All he wanted was a home of his own, someone to love him, someone to stay by his side when he was sick, to feed him meals, and to hold him close in the quiet of the night. "I'll follow your lead. But Aran, you've been busy with your own things these past few days. Did you forget about me?" Luo Yao wasn't pretending to be upset. She genuinely was. Lin Ran had been pushing his luck lately. Lin Ran quickly denied it, taking her hand and meeting her gaze. "You are wrong, darling. I've just been inspecting my businesses these days. The moment I have free time, I think of you. You know that." Lin Ran was making preparations for his next meeting with Little Black. Though his absence might not be long, he wanted to account for any unpredictable factors. He didn't want anything to interfere with his time with Luo Yao. Luo Yao nestled into Lin Ran's embrace, adoring how clingy he had become lately. It made her feel deeply cherished. Did you know? You didn't know? Instead of nodding or shaking her head, Luo Yao simply leaned against Lin Ran and slowly drifted off to sleep. She was exhausted. Her usual sleep had been poor, but Lin Ran had gradually helped her return to a normal routine. The ability to sleep peacefully was something she hadn't dared dream of for over 20 years. Only those who've suffered from insomnia understand the torment of lying awake, desperate and hopeless, especially when watching others sleep soundly beside you, so much so that you could strangle them out of envy. Lin Ran gently tapped Luo Yao's forehead, handling her as if she were a rare treasure. Softly, he whispered, "How about we go to the movies tomorrow morning and the amusement park in the afternoon?" His voice was as light as a breeze skimming the surface of a lake, sending ripples of warmth through the air. Luo Yao was already asleep, but she instinctively scratched her cheek, looking utterly adorable as she murmured, okay." Her voice carried a sweet, drowsy softness, as if even in her dreams she was savoring the anticipation of something wonderful. Watching Luo Yao sleep was like observing a kitten. Lin Ran's heart melted at the sight. Her slightly pouted lips resembled tender flower buds on the verge of blooming, delicate and inviting. Her long lashes cast fan-shaped shadows beneath her eyelids, fluttering faintly like butterfly wings. Her serene face radiated a mesmerizing glow, making Lin Ran wish he could freeze this perfect moment forever. It was hard to imagine that this sweet, delicate woman was the same ruthless business tycoon who struck fear into people's hearts when awake. In the corporate world, she was decisive and sharp-eyed as a hawk, her judgment as swift and unyielding as an axe. Those who dared oppose her trembled in her presence. This stark contrast was something only Lin Ran could fully appreciate. Beneath that icy exterior lay a heart that softened only for him. "Good night, may the rest of your days be peaceful." Lin Ran gently pressed another kiss onto Luo Yao's forehead, his eyes brimming with tenderness. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden veil over the room. Just after breakfast, Luo Yao asked like an eager child anticipating a gift, "Didn't you say you'd take me to see a movie? And to the amusement park too?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Ran looked bewildered. "You weren't asleep last night." He scratched his head, studying Luo Yao with confusion. "I was asleep. I heard you say it in my dream," Luo Yao replied with a slightly mischievous smile. Lin Ran pressed on, puzzled. "Did I say anything else in your dream? You also said you'd make me the happiest woman in the world, that you'd cherish me for the rest of your life, and never let me get hurt." Luo Yao tilted her head, as if genuinely recalling. "Lin Ran, did I really say all that?" He was surprised, but seeing Luo Yao's blissful expression, his heart swelled with sweetness. "Yes, that's exactly what I told you. I dreamed it too. But do you remember how you replied to me in the dream?" Luo Yao frowned, eyeing Lin Ran suspiciously. "You're not just making this up, are you?" Lin Ran was at a loss for words. Wasn't she the one spinning tales first? He gazed at her, a teasing glint in his eyes. "Of course not." Luo Yao nodded seriously. "Then I don't remember how I answered. Help me recall." A faint smirk tugged at Lin Ran's lips. "You said that if I ever dared to lie to you, you'd make me bite the edge of a table and then pound my head until all my teeth fell out, so I'd never dare deceive you again." Lin Ran chuckled as he spoke. Luo Yao nodded again, remembering she had indeed threatened Lin Ran like that once. "Right, that's what I said. So you'd better not lie to me." Her eyes held a hint of warning. Lin Ran took Luo Yao's hand, soft and warm, and grinned. "Let's go watch a movie." Luo Yao looked puzzled. "The manor has a cinema. Where are you taking me?" She blinked, staring at Lin Ran in confusion. "Lin Ran, the manor has a cinema? Well, that's perfect." A flicker of delight crossed his eyes. "Uncle Fu, could you prepare some soup and bring it to the cinema?" He called out toward the door. "Of course, young Master Lin." Uncle Fu's voice echoed from a distance. Hmm? Lin Ran glanced at Uncle Fu. Why did he seem so worn out lately? Uncle Fu's once upright posture now carried a slight hunch. His handsome face lined with fatigue, and his bright eyes had dulled, as if veiled in a faint gray haze. The once dashing man was starting to look weathered. Was it just age? Uncle Fu not only prepared the soup, but also thoughtfully secured the screening rights for an upcoming blockbuster. In the plush seats of the private cinema, the lights dimmed as the movie flickered across the screen. Yet, Lin Ran and Luo Yao paid no attention to the film. Regarding the issue of cross-device bookshelf synchronization for logged-in users, it has been resolved. If the problem persists, please note down your bookshelf contents, clear your browser cookies, then log back in and re-add them. They chose to improvise their own drama instead. Why aren't the performances described in detail anymore? Because it's honestly too exhausting to revise. For someone like Tomato, a nickname, there's truly a 1.5 language barrier. Their combos are something us hardworking folks can hardly keep up with. Mushroom. Sob, sob. When Lin Ran stepped out of the private theater, he felt as though he'd been through some kind of spiritual cleansing. Still, despite his exhaustion, he dragged himself to prepare a lovingly made lunch. When there was nothing else demanding his attention, he had to make sure his wife's stomach was taken care of. After all, Luo Yao had a sensitive stomach, and he didn't want Uncle Fu showing up one day with her medical report saying, "Happy now? Because you didn't cook? The young mistress has a stomach ulcer." Watching Lin Ran bustle around, Luo Yao felt a little guilty, but didn't stop him. Eating his food had always been one of her favorite things. The aroma of the meal filled the air, each dish like a work of art, vibrant in color and mouth-watering in scent. Of course, imported ingredients always tasted better. In the afternoon, the two finally left the estate. "There's no amusement park on the estate," Lin Ran said with a laugh. "Uncle Fu, arrange for one to be built right away, next to the estate," Luo Yao replied nonchalantly, as if constructing an amusement park was no different from putting up a bathroom. "I was just joking. I don't actually need one." Lin Ran quickly waved his hands. "Do I look like I'm joking? Get on it already." Uncle Fu. "Right away, young mistress." Sigh. These two are impossible to please. Young Master Lin, you know how much the young mistress loves spoiling you. Why even bring it up? Show off. Seriously, what a show off. Given Lin Ran and Luo Yao's status, visiting an amusement park would definitely get them recognized, so they disguised themselves a little. Lin Ran wore a black baseball cap, the brim pulled low, along with a black face mask. Luo Yao, on the other hand, sported oversized sunglasses that covered half her face, paired with a stylish hat adorned with subtle, shimmering details under the sunlight. With VIP access skipping all lines, they moved through the crowd like privileged royalty, heading straight for the rides. The divide between the wealthy and ordinary people was crystal clear in that moment, with onlookers casting envious glances their way. On the giant swing ride, Lin Ran's face gradually paled as the machine started up, his screams growing increasingly frantic. His shrieks echoed across the park like a symphony of terror. He clung tightly to Luo Yao's hand, his body swaying violently with the ride, feeling as though his soul might be flung out at any second. Luo Yao, however, stayed silent, simply watching him. There wasn't a trace of mockery in her gaze, only affection and a hint of concern. "Ah, Ran looks so adorable when he's scared," Luo Yao thought. "Ah, Ran looks so happy. I just want to squish him." Even with his face twisted in fear, she found him unbearably cute. When the ride finally stopped, Lin Ran stumbled off and immediately started vomiting. "Ah, Ran throwing up like this. It really hurts my heart." Gosh, why is Ah Ran so full of surprises? Luo Yao sighed inwardly. Once Lin Ran had emptied most of his lunch, Luo Yao asked, "Want to go on another ride?" Lin Ran quickly waved his hands. "Yao Yao, this isn't something meant for humans. Anyone who enjoys playing with this isn't human. I really can't take it anymore." His face was still slightly pale, his lips trembling faintly. As for Lin Ran's timid demeanor, Luo Yao didn't show the slightest disdain. As the saying goes, love sees no flaws. In her eyes, everything about Lin Ran was utterly endearing, whether it was his bravery or his fear. Lin Ran, from beginning to end, was never the protagonist of this world. He didn't possess extraordinary combat skills, no cheat-like abilities or systems, nor a razor-sharp mind. He was just a somewhat useless freeloader. Devoid of the halo typical of protagonists in novels, he couldn't turn the tide at critical moments, nor did he have any earth-shattering talents. He was just an ordinary person in an ordinary world, with all the joys and sorrows of an average man. Could someone like this really be a protagonist? Yet in Luo Yao's world, he was the one and only lead. Just then, an unexpected figure appeared. It was Zhang Xiaolong, who had brought his younger sister here. The siblings didn't try any of the thrilling rides because Zhang Xiaonuan wasn't in the best health. Dressed in denim, her face was slightly pale, but her eyes sparkled with curiosity about everything around her. They had come simply to enjoy the lively atmosphere, and Zhang Xiaonuan found that watching others scream was far more entertaining than experiencing it herself. When Lin Ran had been screaming earlier, she had stared unblinkingly, her eyes alight with excitement. Senior Lin Ran, her voice clear and bright, stood out sharply amid the noisy amusement park. Zhang Xiaolong froze, then took a closer look. It really was his boss. He turned to Zhang Xiaonuan in surprise. "You could recognize him from this far? That's impressive, little sis." He gazed at her admiringly, thinking he hadn't even noticed. "Of course. Maybe I wouldn't recognize others, but Senior Lin Ran is too dazzling. Anyone who isn't blind could spot him," Zhang Xiaonuan declared proudly, her eyes brimming with adoration for Lin Ran. "Zhang Xiaolong, so, am I blind? I didn't even recognize my own boss." He shook his head helplessly. Besides, Lin Ran was wearing a mask and a hat. How could she have identified him? Lin Ran, still dizzy, rested for a while before faintly hearing someone call his name. Puzzled, he lifted his head and glanced around. Luo Yao frowned and shot a look at Uncle Fu, who immediately understood and sent someone over. "Zhang Zhounuan, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me?" She glared angrily at the person blocking her path, sparks of fury flashing in her eyes. "Little Tong, apologies, miss. Young Master Lin and President Luo don't wish to see anyone right now." His expression remained stoic. His duty was to protect Lin Ran and Luo Yao's privacy. Zhang Zhaonuan stiffened. "Luo Yao is here too." A complicated mix of emotions flickered in her eyes. Surprise, disappointment. Zhang Xiaolong's eyes widened, and he quickly covered Zhang Xiaonuan's mouth. "Sorry, sir. I'll take my sister away now." He knew things had taken a bad turn. Offending Luo Yao would bring no good. Once he had dragged Zhang Xiaonuan away, Zhang Xiaolong stared at her incredulously. "Little sis, you're not in love with Lin Ran, are you? He's Luo Yao's husband, and how could you just call Luo Yao by her name like that?" His voice carried both worry and reproach. Zhang Xiaonuan tilted her head in confusion. "Aren't names meant to be called? As for whether I like Senior Lin Ran, of course I do. I've never thought loving him was something to be ashamed of." Her gaze was unwavering, refusing to back down. Zhang Xiaolong gaped at her. "Little sis, you." He was stunned by her boldness and determination. "Of course I know Senior Lin Ran is married. I don't plan to be a homewrecker. I just want to talk to him after all. He saved my life once. I would never interfere in their relationship, so you really don't need to worry, brother." Tears welled in her eyes, her voice thick with grievance. Zhang Xiaolong was completely dumbfounded. "But if you really don't want to ruin his relationship, shouldn't you stay away from him?" He tried to reason, not wanting his sister trapped in a hopeless infatuation. Zhang Xiaonuan fell silent for a moment, before tears suddenly spilled down her cheeks like broken strings of pearls. "Brother, do you know? When I found out Senior Lin Ran was with Luo Yao, it felt like my world collapsed. I truly want him to be happy, but I can't stop thinking about him. I don't even understand what's wrong with me." Her voice trembled with sobs, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Zhang Xiaolong hurriedly wiped her tears, heart aching for her. He didn't know how to comfort her, resorting to empty platitudes. "Little sis, don't cry. Everything will get better." It sounded no different from the hopeless words of unrequited lovers. He didn't understand this kind of love. He had never even been in a relationship himself. So all he could offer were these hollow words to ease her pain. Back at the amusement park, Lin Ran frowned. "Did someone just call me? I thought I heard my name." He rubbed his temples, trying to clear his head. Luo Yao replied coldly, "No one. You misheard." A trace of icy detachment flickered in her eyes, barely noticeable. "Maybe, even if someone did, I wouldn't bother. The most important thing right now is being with my wife." Lin Ran grinned, oblivious to Luo Yao's shift in mood, simply tightening his grip on her hand. He was used to her sudden coldness. His wife's expressions changed as swiftly as the weather. But he knew that saying the right thing would bring her smile back. Sure enough, Luo Yao soon returned to her usual self, looping her arm through his as they left the amusement park. From a distance, Zhang Xiaonuan could only watch their happiness with sorrowful eyes, tears brimming with reluctance. "What's wrong? Done already?" Lin Ran asked, glancing at Luo Yao. Luo Yao wrinkled her nose. "I'm done. Too many people. I don't like it." Disdain flashed in her eyes. She hated noisy, crowded places. Lin Ran felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what. Still, if his wife didn't want to stay, he had to listen. As the saying went, "Listen to your wife, and you'll have smokes, drinks, and money to spare." Chuckling, he shook his head and followed Luo Yao out. Seated in the luxury van, his dizziness hadn't fully subsided. So Lin Ran rested his head on Luo Yao's lap. Her legs were soft and comfortable, like the world's best pillow. As her unique fragrance enveloped him, he slowly closed his eyes. When he woke again, they were still in the same position. "How long was I out?" he mumbled groggily. 2 hours and 21 minutes, Luo Yao answered, watching him. Lin Ran immediately sat up, his first concern evident. "Have I been asleep for that long? Are your legs numb?" He looked at Luo Yao with a hint of guilt. Luo Yao shook her head. "You can sleep here forever, and I won't feel a thing." Lin Ran was deeply moved. After spending a little more time in the car with Luo Yao, he got out and returned to the villa. The dizziness had finally subsided, and Lin Ran was back to his lively self. In his mind, he thought, "I'll spend the weekend with my wife, and then just wait for Little Black to come find me." His eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was both nervous and excited about Little Black's arrival. The next day, Lin Ran was about to head out, but Luo Yao stopped him. "Ran, as long as I'm with you, it doesn't matter where we are. Why don't you go fishing with me today?" "You know how to fish?" He looked at Luo Yao in surprise. In his impression, Luo Yao had never fished before. "I don't, but I can learn." Luo Yao didn't dislike the outdoors. She disliked the women outside who coveted Lin Ran, and all the men besides Lin Ran. So, in summary, Luo Yao disliked people. There was a fish pond in the estate, a large one, with a surface shimmering under the sunlight. Lin Ran and Luo Yao sat by the edge and began to fish, but after a long time, they still hadn't caught anything. Lin Ran said with some confusion, "Are there any fish here at all?" He frowned, looking at the calm water. Luo Yao said, "There were, but when you fed the alligators with pesticides, the chemicals flowed in here. So there aren't any now." She said it with a straight face. Lin Ran was taken aback. "Then, even if there were fish here, we couldn't eat them, right?" He looked at Luo Yao in surprise, thinking this was quite a blunder. "Don't worry, the water's been changed a long time ago. There just aren't any fish." Lin Ran pulled out his fishing rod and said, "Then what are we fishing for here?" He looked helplessly at the empty hook. "Weren't you going to keep me company? Does it matter what we're fishing for?" Luo Yao asked, looking at him with confusion. Lin Ran sat back down and cast his line again. "It doesn't matter. Let's continue then," he said with a smile, realizing he was being too serious. As long as he was with his wife, it didn't matter if they caught any fish. "Do you want fish?" "Honey, it's a relaxing activity. Catching fish makes us happy." That's easy, she smiled mysteriously. Lin ran. He looked at Luo Yao, puzzled about what she was up to. 10 minutes later, several divers were underwater, hooking fish onto their lines one by one. Lin Ran watched in amazement. Ran, how about it? Plenty of fish, right? Luo Yao blinked her bright eyes, looking like a little wife waiting for praise. Lin Ran was amused by Luo Yao's unique thinking and burst into laughter. Honey, you're unbeatable, really. I admire you, he said, laughing, his eyes full of deep affection for Luo Yao. To him, Luo Yao was like a treasure, always bringing unexpected surprises. Luo Yao saw the joyful smile blooming on Lin Ran's face, and suddenly she understood. Indeed, this project needs fish to make people happy. Yes, Lin Ran agreed. So, one fish after another was caught until the fish cage couldn't hold any more. The fish squeezed together in the small space, their scales rubbing against each other, making a rustling sound. Lin Ran released some of the smaller ones back into the water, when suddenly Luo Yao asked, Ran, do you want to go see Lu Ruxue tomorrow? Luo Yao's sudden change of topic caught Lin Ran off guard. Why bring her up out of the blue? Every time Lin Ran thought of Lu Ruxue, a wave of disgust surged in his heart. Luo Yao's lips curled slightly, her smile carrying a hint of coldness. Tomorrow is the day Lu Ruxue is being sentenced. Her voice was calm, yet there was a sense of schadenfreude. Lin Ran was taken aback. So soon, he was a bit surprised. Liu Ruxue's case was not complicated, and under Shukai's management, the trial process was expedited. Shukai, being an experienced lawyer, navigated the legal field with ease, organizing all the evidence meticulously, ensuring the trial proceeded without any delay. Can I attend the hearing? I want to see her being sentenced with my own eyes. Lin Ran wanted to witness the arrival of justice firsthand. Of course, I'll have Uncle Fu accompany you. Lin Ran took the fish he had just caught off the hook and put them in the bucket, asking, Aren't you coming with me? He looked at Luo Yao, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Logically, Luo Yao should be eager to see Lu Ruxue go to jail. I'm not going. I'm afraid I won't be able to restrain myself from confronting her. Luo Yao squinted her eyes, deciding to let Lu Ruxue face legal punishment for now, with plans to make her suffer more in her own way later. If Lin Ran remembered correctly, this was the first time Luo Yao was allowing him to go see Liu Ruxue alone. In the past, Luo Yao was always wary of Liu Ruxue, afraid she might do something harmful to Lin Ran, or more accurately, afraid Lin Ran might have special feelings for her. But this time, she was willing to let Lin Ran go alone, which was a sign of trust. All right, I'll go see her final fate. Lin Ran was prepared to face the person who had brought him endless suffering. Ran, I caught a fish, help me. Soon a diver was pulled up. Miss, young Master Lin, I'm sorry I made a mistake. You pulled too hard, and I couldn't break free. This weekend, the two had a great time. As Monday arrived, Lin Ran went to the courthouse and met Shukai there. The solemn building of the courthouse stood there, with white marble columns looking particularly dignified, and the national emblem at the entrance gleamed in the sunlight, giving a sense of solemnity. Lawyer Shu, long time no see. Lin Ran smiled as he greeted Shukai, who looked particularly spirited in a well-tailored suit. Long time no see, Lin. How come you're here on your own today? Shukai asked, looking at Lin Ran with a hint of curiosity. He was also puzzled as to why Luo Yao would be comfortable with Lin Ran meeting Lu Ruxue here. In his impression, Luo Yao's protection of Lin Ran was almost meticulous. Lin Ran flashed a natural smile. Oh, nothing much. My wife has work to attend to. Then let's head in, Shukai said, leading Lin Ran into the courthouse. As they entered the courtroom, rows of seats were neatly arranged, and some people were already seated in the gallery. Lin Ran found a seat and sat down, waiting for the trial to begin. The courtroom was filled with a solemn atmosphere, with everyone speaking in hushed tones, as if afraid to disturb the gravity of the setting. It wasn't long before Liu Ruxue's case commenced. As Liu Ruxue appeared, All eyes in the courtroom were drawn to her. Dressed in prison garb, her hair slightly disheveled, she still carried traces of her former beauty. The moment she saw Lin Ran, a flicker of delight flashed in her eyes, followed by a shy, coquettish smile, one that mirrored the playful, ambiguous expressions she used to give him back in their school days. Lin Ran shuddered, a wave of disgust rising in his chest. How can you still smile when you're about to be locked away, he thought. And why the hell are you smiling at me? Do you actually think I'd still have feelings for you? Unable to hold back, Lin Ran stood up and shouted, Lu Ruksue, just go back to Gotham. Batman says he won't arrest you anymore. Everyone, court staff, all observers, please remain orderly. Young Master Lin, please sit down. Phew. Thank goodness I recognized his face in time. My job is safe. Liu Ruksue froze momentarily but then relaxed. Lin Ran must be acting this way to avoid arousing suspicion from Luo Yao's people. He still loves me. Seeing him so upset, it breaks my heart. During the trial, Liu Ruksue admitted to all the criminal charges brought by the prosecution. Her head hung low, her voice soft, yet every word echoed through the courtroom. Huo Hainie's parents sat in the plaintiff's seats. Upon hearing Liu Ruxue's confession, they wailed in anguish, their grief threatening to drown out the entire proceedings. Their eyes burned with hatred and pain. They looked ready to lunge at Liu Ruxue and tear her apart on the spot. To them, she was a demon who had stolen their child's life. No matter how despicable a person may be, in their parents' eyes, they will always be a good child. The loss was unbearable, and having the murderer standing before them only deepened their agony. In the end, thanks to Shukai's vigorous defense, Liu Ruxue was sentenced to 16 years in prison, effective immediately. She accepted the verdict without appeal. Lin Ran exhaled in relief, his body relaxing slightly as a glint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Seeing his expression, Liu Ruxue misinterpreted it as confidence that he would save her. Reassured, she smiled at him again. But after days of suffering in detention, her face was bruised and pale, making her grin appear ghastly, more unsettling than a grimace. Lin Ran was baffled. What the hell is wrong with you? Why do you keep smiling at me? He cursed under his breath, his disdain for her growing even stronger. Once Liu Ruxue was taken away, Shu Kai approached Lin Ran with the sentencing documents. Mr. Lin, Liu Ruxue is finished. 16 years, her youth will be spent behind bars. Lin Ran sighed, his gaze lingering in the direction she had been led. A storm of emotions churned within him. Liu Ruxue, you brought this upon yourself. He remembered how deeply he had once loved her, how he would have given everything for her, and what had she done in return? She manipulated him, toyed with his emotions, keeping him dangling between love and hatred. But worst of all, she had conspired with Liu Yimei and Lin Jian to kill him, a pain he could never forget. Your suffering now is just the karma for your sins. It seemed fate could indeed be rewritten, and justice would always prevail. Lin Ran felt no sympathy for Liu Ruxue's fate, only a righteous sense of vindication. If I pitied my own enemy, wouldn't that make me a saint? Still, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Her punishment wasn't as severe as it had been in his past life. When she's finally released, I'll make sure she gets sent somewhere even more entertaining. She'll pay a heavier price for what she's done, but that's a matter for another day. As Lin Ran left the courthouse, Liu Ruxue was transported to the first women's prison on the outskirts of the city. The police van sped down the highway, the scenery outside blurring past like the freedom she had lost. When the vehicle finally came to a stop, Liu Ruxue arrived at the place every woman feared, a cage of concrete and steel. The prison's towering walls loomed ominously under the sunlight, its black iron gates shut tight, like a gaping maw ready to swallow all who entered. Staring at the imposing structure, Liu Ruxue finally felt fear. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes wide with terror. It was as if stepping through those gates meant she would never come out again. Escorted by the officers behind her, she trudged forward, her legs heavy as lead. Every step was a struggle, her knees nearly buckling beneath her. Lin Ran will find a way. Stay strong, Lu Ruxue. As long as you're alive, there's still hope. She repeated the words in her mind, trying to steel herself. But the overwhelming dread still crashed over her like a tidal wave. Once inside, she was handed over to the prison guards. From this moment on, she would face the darkest chapter of her life. After collecting her assigned belongings, Lu Ruxue carried a basin down the prison corridor. Lu Ruxue, a guard barked, the sharp command reverberating off the walls. Here. She stood rigidly at attention, clutching her meager possessions, forcing herself to appear composed. Her delicate beauty stood out starkly in the grim surroundings, like a flower blooming in hell. Meanwhile, inmates pressed their faces against the bars, scrutinizing the newcomer. Their eyes brimmed with curiosity and malice, like wolves eyeing fresh prey. What kind of murderer could someone this beautiful be? They speculated about her story while already plotting how to welcome her. Before her arrival, the prison's top dog had already given orders. This Liu Ruxiu needed to be educated. And in this place, everyone knew what education meant. It was brutal torment, a merciless assault on both body and dignity. Greedy eyes followed her, some filled with pity, though that pity was laced with schadenfreude. They all knew, starting tonight, this woman's suffering would begin. "This is your spot," the guard said, gesturing to a cell. "Rules are posted on the wall. Follow them? Understood?" "Yes." Liu Ruxue stepped inside, her every movement still carrying an air of her former nobility. She tried to maintain her dignity, unwilling to show weakness in front of these people. "Who the hell said you could walk in?" The prison guard lifted his foot and kicked her squarely in the backside. Liu Ruxue, caught off guard, fell face first onto the ground, her personal belongings scattering everywhere. This was an initiation, something almost every newcomer had to endure. The guard's face showed no trace of guilt. He had seen scenes like this far too many times. The entire prison erupted in raucous laughter, the sound echoing through the cell block like a mocking verdict against Liu Ruxue. She stood up expressionlessly, a flicker of humiliation flashing in her eyes before she quickly masked it. She surveyed her surroundings. The cramped space reeked of a foul odor. The walls were stained and peeling, and the bunk was dilapidated. To her shock, the other inmates were staring at her with sinister grins. Their gazes felt like knives stabbing into her heart. A sinking feeling gripped her. Something terrible was about to happen. The guard snorted loudly before slamming the heavy cell door shut behind him. The sound reverberated in Liu Ruxui's ears like a death sentence for her freedom. One door separated heaven from hell. Even he knew this woman was in for a world of suffering. But to him, it was just another ordinary day. Once the guard left, Liu Ruxue bowed slightly. "I'm new here. Please go easy on me." She hoped politeness might soften their hostility, but she didn't realize that here, courtesy was utterly useless. "Go easy on you, no problem." A woman with a hardened face stood up from the corner. Tall, muscular, and radiating menace, she barely resembled a woman at all. She strode up to Liu Ruxue and, without warning, slapped her hard across the face. The force left Liu Ruxue's cheeks swollen and burning. The woman chuckled darkly. "Capital University's campus belle?" Her voice dripped with mockery. Hearing this, Liu Ruxue straightened her back and replied with pride, "That's me." She refused to show weakness, even if it meant inviting more trouble. The woman responded by driving her fist into Liu Ruxue's nose, sending her flying backward onto the concrete floor. Blood gushed from her nostrils, the pain nearly knocking her unconscious. "Here, you're nothing." The woman stripped off her prison uniform and pointed. "Be obedient, and I'll take good care of you. Now, let's see what you're capable of." Her eyes gleamed with perverse excitement as the other women closed in. Their faces twisted into grotesque smiles like a pack of demons. Liu Ruxue lay on the ground, her breaths ragged, like a wounded animal. Despair filled her heart, but she kept repeating to herself, "Lin Ran will come for me. I can't give up here. You still think you're above this? This isn't the outside world. At those words, the other women rose like a dark cloud, descending upon her. Fists and feet rained down on Liu Ruxue's body. She gritted her teeth, refusing to cry out. She couldn't collapse. She had to endure, waiting for a rescue that might never come. If you don't want to be beaten to death, you'll do as I say. The woman dragged her rough palm across Liu Ruxue's face, sending a wave of revulsion through her. Gentleness didn't exist in a place like this. This was where humanity's darkest instincts thrived, a breeding ground for violence and cruelty. A nauseating stench hit Liu Ruxue, and she vomited violently. The stink of bile filled the cramped cell, making the air even more unbearable. Disgusting bitch. Never seen anyone this pathetic. The woman casually pointed at another inmate. You, give our little campus belle a proper welcome. The chosen woman grinned eagerly, with pleasure. Then came Liu Ruxue's blood-curdling screams, echoing through the prison like karmic retribution for her past sins. From the neighboring cell, a voice called out, "How's it going, Sister Shah?" "Not bad. Just the kind of entertainment we like," Sister Shah replied, her voice thick with wicked satisfaction, as if savoring a fine performance. A guard arrived at the commotion. Sister Shah reported, "The new girl started it." The guard shot Liu Ruxu a disdainful look. "Already causing trouble? You're coming with me, solitary confinement." Sister Shah chimed in, "Let me come too, boss. I'll make sure the newbie gets proper care." Fine. Liu Ruxu was put under confinement. At Dongtian Manor, after Lin Ran returned from the court, he lay on the comfortable sofa, with a hint of anxiety and anticipation in his eyes, just like a child waiting for a gift. However, as time ticked by, what he wanted didn't appear. It was as if there was a void in his heart that could never be filled. In a fit of anger, he said, "Uncle Fu, prepare a pet locator for me." Uncle Fu was shocked, as if he had heard the most incredible thing in the world. "Young Master Lin, you actually want to do this to the young lady?" His voice trembled slightly, and his eyes were full of panic. He never thought that Lin Ran would say such a thing. Wasn't this courting death? Lin Ran quickly interrupted him. "What are you thinking? I just want to put it on my kitten. It's really hard to find sometimes." He shook his head helplessly, feeling a bit amused in his heart. He didn't expect Uncle Fu to react like this. Uncle Fu looked puzzled, and there was a crack in his originally serious face. "Did you keep a cat, young Master Lin? Why don't I know about it?" He scratched his head. Lin Ran replied, "I took in a stray cat, but I don't know where it has run off to now." "Shall I send someone to look for it?" Uncle Fu asked. "No need. You won't be able to find it. Just get the locator ready. I must put it on the next time I see it." Lin Ran waved his hand. He knew the cat's habits. It was as elusive as the wind and hard to catch. Lin Ran was really angry. He had almost made all the preparations, so why hadn't Xiao He shown up yet? He paced back and forth in the room, full of irritation. It could come and go as it pleased, and when it didn't want to show up, he couldn't find it. How unfair the world was. In his eyes, Xiao He was like a naughty elf, always disappearing when he was most looking forward to seeing it. Uncle Fu sent someone to prepare the locator, and then practice Tai Chi in the manor. His movements were smooth and flowing, with each posture full of strength and charm, fully showing the mature and handsome look of an uncle. His steady steps and stretched-out figure seemed to blend in with the surrounding environment. Just then, Granny Wang appeared every day at this time. She needed to clean the mirrors here to ensure there were no fingerprints or dust on them. She walked over lightly with the cleaning tools in her hand. Uncle Fu stole a glance at Granny Wang and then continued to practice Tai Chi seriously. However, a complex look still flashed across his eyes, because Granny Wang didn't even look at him from beginning to end. "Granny Wang, are you settling in well here?" This was the first time Lin Ran had asked about Granny Wang's work at the estate. He looked at her with a hint of warmth in his eyes. Granny Wang gave a kind smile and nodded. "Quite well. I'll do my best to satisfy the butler." Her voice was gentle, But her words made both Lin Ran and Uncle Fu pause. Shouldn't she have said satisfy the master of the house? A flicker of doubt rose in Lin Ran's heart. He sensed there was more to her words. He shot Uncle Fu a strange glance, while the older man awkwardly scratched his head, inwardly cursing, "Damn old schemer." He knew Granny Wang's remark was deliberately aimed at him, hinting at some hidden conflict between them. Lin Ran didn't press further. Working at the estate meant abiding by Uncle Fu's approval. That was the rule. He was aware there was history between Uncle Fu and Granny Wang, but since neither spoke of it, he wouldn't pry. He wasn't the type to force gossip, respecting everyone's privacy. He preferred not to meddle in the estate's delicate dynamics. "All right, if you need anything, just talk to Uncle Fu. Don't let his stern face fool you. He's actually a decent man," Lin Ran said with a smile, hoping to maintain harmony in the household. Uncle Fu's expression softened with emotion. So, in young Master Lin's eyes, he was a good person. Warmth surged in his chest, and his gaze toward Lin Ran grew even more affectionate. Granny Wang replied flatly, "I know, Uncle Fu is a good man." Her tone was neutral, but a faint, unreadable glint flashed in her eyes. Uncle Fu, he was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. "Enough talk, it's almost time to prepare dinner," Lin Ran said, heading toward the kitchen. He believed good food could soothe tensions, and he wanted to cook Luo Yao a delicious meal. Uncle Fu nearly stopped him. After all, the estate's chefs were practically gathering dust. But remembering how Lin Ran's cooking always satisfied Luo Yao, he held his tongue. A while later, Luo Yao returned. Her figure appeared at the estate gates like a picturesque scene. Seeing Lin Ran busy in the kitchen, an inexplicable happiness welled up inside her, a sense of home. "Ran," she called softly. "Yao, you're back. Just wait a bit, dinner's almost ready." Lin Ran turned with a warm smile. This simple, blissful routine was everything Luo Yao dreamed of. She worked to support them, while Lin Ran fed her with his cooking. To her, it was an achievable fantasy. Wrapping her arms around him from behind, she rested against his warmth. "Ran, how did you feel seeing Lu Ruxui today?" she asked quietly, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Lin Ran frowned, like I'd stepped on shit. "I'm somewhat satisfied with her fate, but not entirely." Disgust flashed in his gaze. The mere thought of Lu Ruxu sickened him, yet her prison sentence didn't feel like enough justice. Luo Yao hesitated before speaking again. "Actually, I arranged for someone to deal with her in prison. You won't blame me, will you?" She watched him nervously, not wanting this to taint his opinion of her. Lin Ran's eyes widened in delight. "Blame you? You're the worm in my gut, doing what I wanted but couldn't." His excitement was palpable, wholly approving of her actions. Pleased, Luo Yao rewarded him with a passionate kiss, so fervent it seemed to freeze time. Since his rebirth, Lin Ran had noticed Luo Yao had changed. The difference lay in her personality. The old Luo Yao was ruthless, cold, unhinged. Every descriptor for a heartless person fit her. She'd been a rose with thorns, beautiful yet untouchable. Now she carried hints of playfulness, gentleness, and care. "Do you like this side of me, Ran?" "Of course, Yao. I wish you could stay exactly like this forever." His gaze brimmed with love, and if I change again, Lin Ran met her eyes solemnly. "No matter what, I'll never leave you." His voice was steady, his vow unshakable. What truly melts hearts are other hearts. Money and power can do it too, but not as enduringly. In this world of materialism and desire, genuine affection is the rarest treasure. That night, Lin Ran never heard the cat's meow. Tossing in bed, he couldn't stop worrying about Little Black. Sometimes he really wanted to call the police, if only the officers would help him find a missing cat. The next morning, still half asleep, his phone rang. Bleary-eyed, he checked the caller and frowned. "Young Master Lin, it's bad. Lin Tianba is causing trouble at Suran Group. He's live streaming, claiming our real estate projects are shoddy." The voice on the line was frantic, as if the sky were falling. Lin Ran scowled. He'd prepared for everything, only for this to happen when he was about to see Little Black. Irritation flared. Well, is it true? Rest assured, young Master Lin, our Linuan scenic project was always meant to be Saran Group's flagship. Every material used is top grade. The explanation came in a rush. Lin Ran relaxed slightly. Seems it's time to teach Lin Tianba a lesson. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Lin Tianba had crossed a line. Fine. I'm on my way. Wait for me. He hung up. Uncle Fu, young Master Lin, heading out. One look at Lin Ran's face told him something was wrong. Yes. Gather all the estate's bodyguards, they're coming with me. Lin Ran knew he lacked combat skills, so he relied on others. Leverage was key in moments like this. Not that a scumbag like Lin Tianba posed any real threat. The motorcade drove out of the manor. Those luxurious cars glistened in the sunlight as they headed towards the Suran Group. When they arrived, Lin Tianba was doing a live stream on his phone and was dressed very appropriately. He was wearing an expensive suit. His hair was neatly combed, and there was a fake smile on his face as he tried to create an image of righteousness. I'm the former chairman of the Suran Group. The Suran Group has kicked me out now. It's because I wanted them to build the Linuan Shengjing more sturdily. As a result, my own son joined forces with other shareholders to oust me. Lin Ran may seem kind, but in fact, he's just a heartless capitalist. His voice was loud and spread through the live stream into the ears of countless people. There was a glint of triumph in his eyes, as if he had already seen Lin Ran's downfall. Lin Ran let out a scoff. Lin Tianba really had the nerve to say such things. Actually, Lin Tianba himself knew that this wouldn't pose any real threat to Lin Ran. After all, he was just spouting off casually. His goal was still to lure Lin Ran out. He hoped that Lin Ran would be afraid of him causing trouble for the Suran Group and help him pay off his debts. He was taking a gamble, betting that Lin Ran would compromise for the sake of the group's reputation. Suddenly, a super handsome face appeared on the screen of his phone. Lin Tianba leaned closer to the phone and was instantly shocked. He didn't expect Lin Ran to show up so soon, and he looked completely unfazed. He turned around and said, "Son, you're here. I've told you that we must have a conscience when doing business." Lin Tianba pretended to be a kind-hearted father. Lin Ran immediately had someone control Lin Tianba, and then looked at the live stream comments himself. Sure enough, the comments were unbearable. There were all kinds of insults. Lin Ran showed his big white teeth. "Hey, sorry, you can't watch the live stream anymore because the next scene is going to be quite terrifying." His tone was a bit teasing, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. As for your question about whether our property is a shoddy project, I can responsibly answer you. Even if it is a shoddy project, you don't have to foot the bill. So just go to bed. I'll call the police later. If it really is a shoddy project, I'll naturally go to jail. If not, you know what will happen. His voice was steady and powerful, and it was transmitted through the live stream. The comments on the live stream instantly went silent. Those who had been frantically insulting were stunned by Lin Ran's words. They began to think about the meaning behind Lin Ran's words, and the atmosphere in the entire online live stream room became a bit eerie. The incident when netizens slandered Lin Ran last time, and Luo Yao sent out lawyers' letters one by one, instantly popped into everyone's minds. That scene seemed to be right in front of their eyes. Luo Yao was like an enraged lioness. Those who received the lawyers' letters were all terrified, and the entire online world was awed by this powerful aura. So, a large number of viewers in the live stream room left in an instant. They were like a flock of frightened birds, scattering in all directions. The once bustling live stream room suddenly became deserted, leaving only Lin Tianba in front of the camera, looking a bit at a loss. Lin Ran turned off the live stream and stared at Lin Tianba expressionlessly. His eyes were like cold blades, piercing straight into Lin Tianba, making people shudder. "Old brute, are you itching for a beating again recently?" Lin Tianba's heart ached as he watched Lin Ran's arrogant demeanor. There were complex emotions in his eyes, including surprise, anger, and a hint of barely perceptible sadness. He didn't understand why his well-behaved son had suddenly become so rebellious. In his memory, Lin Ran used to be so obedient, like a docile lamb, always following his words. But now, the Lin Ran standing in front of him was like a stranger who made him feel scared. Sharan, don't you have any father-son affection at all? Aren't you really going to kowtow to me and admit your mistakes? Lin Tianba tried to appeal to Lin Ran with family affection. His voice was a bit shaky, and there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes, hoping that Lin Ran would change his mind. No, I'm really angry now, so I'm going to beat you. Literally. Lin Ran was resolute and didn't hesitate at all. Lin Tianba instantly became nervous. Are you trying to finish me off? His body trembled slightly, and there was a flash of panic in his eyes. Whether you live or die doesn't really matter to anyone. But considering our father-son relationship as your father, I won't really beat you to death. After all, killing is against the law. Lin Ran's words were like a cold death sentence, and there was no trace of mercy in his eyes. Then, Lin Ran once again transformed into a strict father and started to discipline Lin Tianba, right in front of all the employees of the Suran group. His actions were forceful and decisive, and each blow carried his love for his son. He didn't care about the looks from the people around him, nor did he care if someone would film it and post it online. In his opinion, having been reborn, if he couldn't live a straightforward and carefree life, then he would have lived in vain. Internal strife would only drive himself crazy. It was better to drive others crazy instead. Ah, brute, you little brute. Lin Tianba's screams echoed in the air, and his body trembled continuously under Lin Ran's beating. As Lin Ran beat him, he scolded, still daring to scold, huh? Little brute, right? I think you're really like a walnut. You never get enough of being beaten. He didn't stop his actions for a moment. After the exercise, Lin Ran rubbed his slightly sore arm and suddenly frowned. Something's not right. Why are you still in the mood to be here? He looked at Lin Tianba with a puzzled look in his eyes. Lin Tianba didn't understand what Lin Ran meant. He was lying on the ground, in a sorry state, with fear and confusion in his eyes. Lin Ran said, "Don't you realize what a cheap and despicable woman Lu Yomei is?" There was a flash of disgust in his eyes. Lin Tianba instantly got angry. "I won't allow you to insult your mother." He tried to get up from the ground to defend Lu Yumei. There was determination in his eyes. In his heart, Lu Yumei was the woman he loved the most, and he wouldn't allow anyone to slander her. Lin Ran rolled his eyes. He really began to wonder how Lin Tianba had managed to live to such an old age with such low intelligence. Maybe Liu Yemei had really stayed with Lin Tianba out of love. Fine, then I'll show you something. Lin Ran took out his phone, pulled up an edited video, and showed it to Lin Tianba. Lin Tianba stared at the content on the phone and instantly widened his eyes. There was shock and disbelief in his eyes, and his body began to tremble violently. Impossible. Yumei can't be such a woman. His voice was a bit hoarse, as if he had used up all his strength. Seems like you really trust her. Well, now you can go back and confront her. I'm giving you this chance. Lin Ran's lips curled slightly into a mocking smile. Lin Tianba stood up, about to leave when Lin Ran stopped him. I'm not done yet. Who said you could go? His eyes carried an air of authority, leaving no room for defiance. Lin Tianba. Huh? But you've been at it for a while now? He stared at Lin Ran in fear, unsure of what else he had in store. Lin Ran signaled for his men to hold Lin Tianba down, continuing his violent display without a hint of emotion. Even the battle-hardened bodyguards around him began to lower their heads. Watching Lin Ran's actions, they couldn't help but feel startled. It seemed like young Master Lin had been changing more and more lately. At this rate, wouldn't he soon become a little demon everyone feared? Only after Lin Ran finished did he let Lin Tianba scram. At that moment, Qiu Tenniang asked Lin Ran, "Young Master Lin, what about the things Lin Tianba posted online?" His voice carried a trace of concern as he looked at Lin Ran. Lin Ran replied indifferently, "Don't bother, just issue a statement telling everyone that Suran Real Estate's properties are flawless. If they don't believe it, they shouldn't buy, and if they do, they shouldn't regret it." His tone was calm, as if the matter meant nothing to him. Kwa Tenyang couldn't make sense of Lin Ran's attitude. Why was the young master so indifferent to such a lucrative opportunity? Though puzzled, he still answered, understood. In a shabby house on the outskirts of the capital, the walls bore the marks of time, their peeling paint telling stories of years gone by. Lin Tianba staggered back, covered in wounds. A belt might not be deadly, but the pain was excruciating, each lash leaving a deep, burning imprint. At his age, this was practically a severe injury. He dragged his battered and aching body forward, step by agonizing step. The apartment he had rented had already been forcibly taken back by the landlord. His money had been seized by the bank, and the debt remained unpaid. Now, Lin Tianba was truly at the end of his rope. His world had collapsed overnight. The wealth and glory he once knew were gone, leaving only endless pain and despair. With no money left for the hospital, he had no choice but to endure the pain and return to this miserable shelter. He had hoped to lure Lin Ran out today and squeeze some benefits from him. Who would have thought he'd end up getting beaten by that unfilial brat instead? As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lin Jian lying on the bed, his eyes vacant and lifeless. Lin Jian wasn't doing well either. He had been expelled from Jingda University, once his pride, his bragging right. Now it was all gone. Even if he hadn't been expelled, Lin Jian wouldn't dare go back. The scandal with Lu Ruxue had spread nationwide, turning him into a laughingstock. Netizens had crowned him the nation's top orthopedic expert, a title that weighed on him like a suffocating burden. Wherever he went, people pointed and whispered. Their judgmental stares felt like knives stabbing into his heart. Lin Jian hated it, so he stayed home, pretending nothing was wrong. Xiao Jian, go out for a walk. Life must go on. At least our family is still together, isn't that enough? Lin Tianba's heart ached seeing his son so broken. He wanted Lin Jian to pull himself together. Lin Jian stood up listlessly, walked out the door, and returned 10 seconds later to collapse back onto the bed. Done walking. His voice was flat, devoid of any emotion, as if he had already given up on the world. Seeing his son's apathy, Lin Tianba finally snapped. With a loud smack, he slapped Lin Jian across the face. You ungrateful brat. Are you trying to kill me? You and Lu Ruxue brought this on yourselves. Stop acting like the victim. His eyes burned with fury. He couldn't take Lin Jian's attitude any longer. Lin Jian stared at his father in disbelief. This was the first time Lin Tianba had ever hit him. Shock and hurt flashed in his eyes. He couldn't believe his father would raise a hand against him. Dad, you hit me? His voice trembled, tears welling up. Lin Tianba was stunned too, staring at his own hand. He had struck his beloved son, even cursed at him. Regret flooded his heart. Xiao Jian, he wanted to apologize, but as the head of the family, he couldn't bring himself to lose face. Lin Jian sobbed and ran out, unable to stay a second longer. Pain and anger consumed him. He felt abandoned by the world. Once outside, he called Lu Yeme. The voice on the other end sounded different. The background noise was chaotic, as if she were somewhere lively. Lin Jian wasn't naive. He knew exactly what it meant. Mom, where are you? His voice was urgent, desperate for comfort. Xiao Jian, I'm busy. Lu Yueme's voice was flustered, as if she didn't want him to know. Lin Jian silently hung up, his eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't accept it. His mother was out there fooling around with multiple people. Sometime later, Liu Yueme finally found him. Xiao Jian, what's wrong? She looked at him, puzzled. Lin Jian's heart twisted at the sight of her. What were you doing earlier? His voice was low, heavy. I went to get my hair done. She avoided his gaze, her answer unnatural. Lin Jian closed his eyes, struggling to steady himself. At a time like this, his mother had left him and his father behind to go out and enjoy herself. Disappointment and anguish overwhelmed him. His family had shattered beyond repair. Yao Jian, what's gotten into you? You're scaring me. Liu Yamei grew nervous, sensing his turmoil. Lin Jian, Dad hit me. His voice cracked, tears threatening to spill. What? He dared lay a hand on you. Let's go. I'll give him a piece of my mind. Anger flashed in her eyes as she grabbed Lin Jian's arm. He stopped her. Mom, is there nothing you want to tell me? His gaze was pleading, begging for an explanation. Liu Yumei frowned. What do you mean? She looked nervously at Lin Jian, unsure how much he already knew. Do you even love Dad? And where exactly were you just now? Lin Jian's gaze bore into Liu Yumei, scrutinizing every flicker of her expression. Liu Yumei took a deep breath and glanced around. Xiao Jian, there's something I must tell you now. The truth is, you're not your father's son. Her voice trembled, as if uttering those words had drained every ounce of her strength. Lin Jian's eyes widened. What did you say? Shock and disbelief flooded his gaze, his body beginning to shake violently. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. You're not your father's son. He doesn't know, because I've kept it hidden from everyone. Liu Yumei watched him, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions, guilt, resignation. What? Lin Jian's pupils dilated like copper bells, brimming with horror and incredulity, as if he'd just heard the most absurd thing in the world. He staggered back slightly, as though struck by the sudden revelation, his face instantly turning ghostly pale. I said you're not your father's son. He doesn't know because I've kept it hidden all these years. But now, you have to know the truth. Lin Tianba might become a deadbeat. His debts can't fall on you anymore. Or me. Liu Yumei bit her lip and continued. Son, I owe a lot of money out there. I need to repay it, but I can't give you the life you deserve anymore. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. Tears welled in her eyes, her face etched with helplessness and sorrow. For years, Lin Jian had lived as the pampered young master, basking in privilege and adoration, his every whim indulged. He had once dreamed of wielding his status like a weapon, conquering the world to amass wealth and power. Now, Liu Yumei had shattered that illusion with a single sentence. He wasn't Lin Tianba's son. It was a bolt from the blue, an unbearable blow. His world crumbled in an instant, every belief and hope dissolving into nothingness. What tormented him even more was the realization that his mother had stooped so low for money. The image of her in his mind, gentle, loving, noble, was obliterated, replaced by a selfish, fallen woman. Disgusting, he cursed silently, his eyes brimming with revulsion. Heh, ha ha ha, I see. Lin Jian laughed, a hollow, broken sound that seemed to rise from the depths of his soul. Bitter, self-mocking, and utterly desolate, that laughter echoed through the room like an indictment of this cruel world. Son, you can't tell your father about this yet, Liu Yumei urged anxiously. Why not? Isn't this the perfect time? If he's not my father, I have no obligation to suffer alongside him. Lin Jian roared, fury blazing in his eyes, his hatred for everything before him unbearable. Liu Yumei sighed, because I don't know if Lin Ran will agree to bail out Lin Tianba. If Lin Ran pays up, then Lin Tianba never has to know. A glint of calculation flickered in her eyes. To her, Lin Ran was their last lifeline. If they could squeeze money out of him, all problems would vanish. Lin Jian froze, staring at his mother. For the first time, he realized how little he truly knew her. She had always been an enigma to him, but now, the truth left him terrified and alienated. I understand, he said coldly, though ice filled his heart. With reluctant acceptance, Lin Jian followed Liu Yumei back to their rented apartment. The entire way he remained silent, walking stiffly, his disdain for his mother now matched only by his contempt for Lin Tianba. In his eyes, they were both failures, pitiful, wretched souls. When they arrived, Lin Tianba was already dead drunk, slumped on the floor amidst a sea of empty bottles. His gaze was unfocused, his muttering incoherent. Liu Yumei marched up to him and demanded, Why did you hit my son? Lin Tianba glared at her, then lurched to his feet and slapped her across the face. I'll hit you too, he snarled, his eyes burning with rage and resentment. You dare hit me! Liu Yumei clutched her cheek, shock and indignation flashing in her eyes. Why wouldn't I? You whore, riding anyone who will have you. He struck her again, his words like daggers plunging into her heart. Have you lost your mind? Her voice quivered, fear and fury warring in her expression. She had never imagined Lin Tianba could be so violent. Lin Tianba threw his head back and laughed a wild, broken sound. Ha ha ha, yes. I've lost my mind. Lost it the moment I fell for a bitch like you. His manic laughter filled the cramped apartment, dripping with agony and despair. Just as Liu Yuemei tried to fight back, Lin Tianba shoved his phone in her face, forcing her to watch the video Lin Ran had sent him. The footage was graphic, each frame a detonation in Liu Yuemei's heart. Her face drained of color as she stared in disbelief. The woman in the video was unmistakably her, but the men kept changing. Her entire body trembled violently. Husband, let me explain. It's not what you think. She scrambled for excuses, panic flooding her eyes. Lin Tianba wasn't listening. No excuse could justify her betrayal. Explain your ass, he bellowed, disgust twisting his features. Lin Jian cowered nearby too, petrified to intervene. The scene before him was terrifying. Lin Tianba was a ticking bomb, volatile and dangerous. He didn't know what to do except shrink into himself, shaking uncontrollably. Only when Lin Tianba had exhausted his fury did Liu Yumei finally speak, dabbing at her bleeding lip. Lin Tianba, after everything I've sacrificed for you, this is how you treat me. He stiffened. You dare say that? Sacrificed for me? Liu Yumei burst into tears. Do you know why I did this? Because I borrowed 50 million from Brother Dao to help you. But the Liu family swindled me out of it. I was left with nothing. This was the only way I could repay the debt. Her voice trembled with emotion, her eyes brimming with grievance and helplessness. And yet you, a man, hit me. Doesn't your conscience ache? Liu Yumei sobbed dramatically, her acting skills nothing short of masterful, as if she were truly the victim. Lin Tianba froze. Lin Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. His mother was simply incredible. How could she come up with such an excuse? Yet, to everyone's surprise, Lin Tianba numbly walked over to Liu Yumei and helped her up. Yumei, I'm so sorry. Woo, woo, woo. Tears welled in his eyes. His love for Liu Yumei had ultimately triumphed over his anger, and he chose to believe her words. After a long silence, the three members of the Lin family embraced each other, weeping uncontrollably, swearing they were a loving family. The scene was so touching that even the King of Hell would have shed a tear before leaving. A loving family. Yumei, it's my fault. Don't worry, I'll make sure Lin Ran pays to save you. He has no choice but to hand over the money. Lin Tianba held Liu Yuemei tightly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. In his heart, Lin Ran was his last hope. He had to get the money from him to save this family on the brink of collapse. Liu Yumei sobbed uncontrollably, though inwardly, she sighed in relief. Her plan had succeeded. Lin Tianba was back under her control. At the same time, she silently vowed to make Lin Ran pay. Once Lin Ran coughed up the money to resolve the Lin family's crisis, she would ensure he died without a grave to bury him. The seed of hatred had fully sprouted, and now it was growing. Beneath her seemingly fragile exterior lay a heart of pure venom. Lin Jian spoke up, feigning maturity. Mom, Dad, starting today, I'll save money for the family. I'll only eat 1 meal a day. A sly glint flickered in his eyes. He knew he had to play along to achieve their goals. Lin Tianba hugged his son and wept. My poor boy. It's all my fault. Guilt filled his gaze, all because of that ungrateful Lin Ran. The Lin family had to suffer like this. Dad, it's not your fault. It's just that brother refuses to help us. If leaving would bring him back to you, I'd go without hesitation. Lin Jian's words, spoken with feigned obedience and sorrow, were like daggers stabbing into Lin Tianba's heart, deepening his resentment toward Lin Ran. I won't allow you to say such things. Lin Ran isn't even fit to compare to your little finger. He clutched Lin Jian tightly, flames of anger burning in his eyes. After returning to the estate, Lin Ran still hadn't found Little Black. The last time he parted with little Luo Yao, he hadn't had time to say much. There were so many things he wanted to tell her, and the regret gnawed at him. His mind kept replaying little Luo Yao's adorable yet resilient face. He wanted her to see the beauty and hope in life, to be a ray of light in her difficult childhood. But now, he couldn't even find Little Black. The helplessness only fueled his frustration. His phone rang again. It was Luo Yao. He answered immediately. "Ran, I have to go on a sudden business trip. It might be 1 or 2 days." Her voice carried a hint of apology. Lin Ran paused. This was only the second time since his rebirth that Luo Yao had gone on a trip. A pang of disappointment hit him. They had just enjoyed a beautiful time together, and now they had to part again. "Can't whatever it is wait? I don't want to be apart from you." On the other end, Luo Yao's lips curled into a faint smile. She could feel her hardened heart slowly changing. She wanted to stay with Lin Ran, but reality wouldn't allow it. "Ran." Her voice was laced with resignation. Lin Ran's heart stirred. He hated how careful Luo Yao always had to be. "Don't apologize. I'll miss you," he said softly. "I'll miss you too," Luo Yao replied. After hanging up, the warmth in Luo Yao's eyes faded, replaced by icy detachment. A cold glint flashed in her gaze. She was once again the ruthless businesswoman of the corporate world. Just who is it? With Lu Meng as her only companion, Luo Yao boarded a car leaving the city. Rewind to that morning at the Luo family's ancestral home. A shadow appeared before Old Master Luo with the cry of an eagle. The figure was ghostly, materializing without a sound, sending chills down the spine. Of course, Old Master Luo couldn't see, but he still spoke. "Woo woo wah wah woo woo wah." His words were garbled, an attempt to ask who had come. "Who would have thought your eyes are useless, but your ears are sharp as ever?" came the voice of an elderly woman, cold as a winter wind, piercing Old Master Luo's heart. Old Master Luo was in a pitiful state, blind, mute, and bedridden. His body was frail, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to snuff out at any moment. In truth, he had recognized the scent on the visitor, familiar yet foreign, filling him with dread. "Brother, look how much you're suffering. Why don't I put you out of your misery?" The old woman's voice dripped with mockery and cruelty. She felt no pity as she observed Old Master Luo's condition. A chill ran down Old Master Luo's spine. He sensed the same murderous aura that Luo Yao sometimes carried. He knew his life was nearing its end, yet he was powerless to stop it. "You couldn't even protect your own daughter. What's the point of living? Wu Yu was the result of my years of painstaking training, and now she's just gone." The old woman lit a stick of incense and left silently, as if she had never been there. The incense emitted an eerie fragrance, permeating the air like a mournful dirge for Old Master Luo's death. By the time Luo Yao arrived at the old mansion, Old Master Luo had already been dead for hours. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. She hadn't expected Old Master Luo to die, and not by her hand, no less. But dead was dead. It didn't matter. I, Luo Yao, can lose a father, a mother, or even a grandfather, but never a husband. In the past, he had always kept to his room. Yet by afternoon, the door remained shut. Finally, a servant couldn't take it anymore. At the very least, he had to eat. But when the door was opened, they found Old Master Luo lying on the bed, breathless. The matter was immediately reported to Luo Yao. Without hesitation, she chose to return to the old mansion to investigate the cause of Old Master Luo's death. A flicker of complex emotion passed through her eyes. She knew this was anything but simple. Suddenly, Luo Yao lightly sniffed the faint trace of fragrance lingering in the air. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, yet carried an eerie undertone. She instantly sensed something amiss, her brows furrowing slightly as an ominous premonition rose in her heart. Just then, a bodyguard reported something unusual. "Miss, there were bird calls in the courtyard this morning." "So she's back. Interesting. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Luo Yao's lips. She knew those weren't bird calls. They were the cries of an eagle. And the owner of that eagle must be nearby, lurking in the shadows like a ghost, watching everything unfold. Luo Yao decided to stay the night at the Luo family old mansion. That evening, the mansion was unusually quiet, so quiet it felt unsettling. Luo Yao lay in bed, her senses on high alert. The night passed without incident until the next morning, when the piercing cry of an eagle shattered the silence. The sound echoed through the air, almost like a taunt. Without hesitation, she followed the sound, slipping into the mountains behind the mansion. Luo Yao moved like a phantom through the dense forest, her footsteps light and soundless. She traced the eagle's cries deeper into the woods, the foliage growing thicker around her. Thorns snagged her clothes, but she paid them no mind. Nearly half an hour passed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet her gaze remained resolute. The Luo family old mansion was built against the mountain, and most believed it followed the principles of feng shui, nestled between the mountain and water with a sturdy backing. The lush trees on the mountain seemed like a natural barrier erected by nature itself to shield the Luo family. But only the direct descendants of the Luo family knew the mountain held their greatest secret, the so-called treasure. In Luo family lore, this treasure was shrouded in mystery, an enigma wrapped in legend. No one knew what it truly was or even its exact location. It was like a forgotten corner of time waiting for the right person to unveil its secrets. As Luo Yao trekked deeper, she suddenly looked up. Above her, the eagle circled, its massive wings casting a shadow under the sunlight. "If you're here, why not show yourself?" Luo Yao called out, her voice reverberating through the valley. Suddenly, as if understanding her words, the eagle dove downward with astonishing speed, a black streak slicing through the air. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes, her hand instinctively moving to the weapon at her waist. Her expression turned icy, ready to strike the creature down if necessary. She crouched slightly, poised like a predator about to pounce. But the eagle abruptly plunged into a mountain crevice. Luo Yao's sharp eyes followed its path, realization dawning. Below her feet lay a pool of stagnant water, dark and foreboding, exuding an air of mystery. Without hesitation, she leaped in. The frigid water enveloped her, its cold biting into her bones as she sank deeper. She glimpsed an underground spring, but the buoyancy was too strong. Like a helpless leaf, she was pushed back to the surface, gasping for air on the shore. Her first attempt had failed. Frustration flickered in her eyes as she scanned the area, spotting a large, heavy rock nearby. Without hesitation, she lifted it and jumped in again. This time, the rock's weight dragged her swiftly downward. 10 minutes later, Luo Yao emerged into a place she had never seen before. The walls were lined with crystal stones, refracting light into dazzling, dreamlike colors. Sunlight streamed through cracks in the mountain above, casting golden rays across the ground like a gilded carpet. No one would ever find this place without careful observation. It was already November, and the chill from the water clung to her. "So you finally found this place." A voice suddenly broke the silence. The words echoed through the cavern, carrying a weight of age and mystery. Startled, Luo Yao looked up and met a pair of deep, fathomless eyes, eyes that seemed to hold countless secrets. "How did you get here?" Luo Yao asked. Before her stood a woman in her 60s, her gaze weathered by time. She wore ancient-style robes, intricately patterned, yet faded with age. This was Luo Tongji, Luo Yao's mentor and teacher, the last surviving guardian of the Luo family. But with age, she had been cast aside by the family, left to teach in the wilderness. She was like a relic of a forgotten era, guarding the old traditions and secrets alone. "I stumbled upon it," Luo Tongji said, holding up a stone-like key. It looked ordinary, but in this hidden realm it seemed anything but. "Pity. My dear brother only left this one behind." A flicker of regret passed through her eyes. Luo Yao's voice was guarded. "You came back just for the treasure?" Her eyes darted to the key, suspicion gnawing at her. Luo Tongji's gaze burned with curiosity. I've always wondered, what is it that our family has guarded for generations, yet no one has ever seen? Luo Yao's attention shifted to a stone wall nearby. Though unremarkable, it seemed to pull at her. You've noticed it too? This is the Luo family's dragon vein, but it won't open without the second key. Luo Tongji's voice softened. Luo Yao, you're my granddaughter and my disciple. Help me retrieve the key from your second uncle. Let's see what's inside together. Her tone was hopeful, but Luo Yao remained silent, her eyes locked onto the older woman. Trust had never come easily to Luo Yao. In her harsh upbringing, it was a luxury she couldn't afford, except with Lin Ran. Do you really think I'd agree? Luo Yao finally said. Luo Tangji smiled, confidence unwavering. Oh, I know you will. What if I refuse? Luo Yao's voice turned icy, her fists clenching tightly. Aren't you curious why I lured you to the old house? A flicker of cunning flashed in Luo Tangji's eyes. She was like a seasoned hunter, having laid an elaborate trap. Luo Yao's gaze wavered as a chilling realization crept up her spine. You, what have you done to Ran? Luo Tangji curled her lips into a smirk, one eerily similar to Luo Yao's. I'm not a fool like your second uncle. I don't act without absolute certainty. Her smile carried a hint of triumph. Your estate isn't easy to infiltrate, I'll admit. Those bodyguards are formidable, and the firepower is impressive. But tell me, what if the attackers were those who came from that place? Could they breach it by force? Who would have thought you'd dismiss my warnings so easily, even daring to seek love? The women of the Luo family truly are sentimental fools. Back then, I forced Luo Wuyo to kill the man she loved with her own hands. What about you? Do you want to follow in your aunt's footsteps? Luo Tangji's eyes brimmed with provocation, as if she held all the cards. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. If you dare lay a finger on Ran, I swear you won't live to see tomorrow. The fire of fury burned in her gaze, scorching everything in its path. She was ready for Lin Ran. She would defy the entire world. A trace of melancholy flickered in Luo Tangji's eyes. Luo Yao, your second uncle was right about one thing. You truly have no familial warmth. She seemed disappointed yet oddly understanding. To her, Luo Yao's ruthlessness was the result of her own teachings. But then, why did someone devoid of affection find love? What kind of magic did that Lin Ran possess? Luo Yao scoffed, her voice devoid of emotion. Thanks to you. You taught me this yourself. Luo Tangji finally confirmed it. Lin Ran held the highest place in Luo Yao's heart. A mix of bitterness and envy stirred within her. Since you refuse to cooperate, I have no choice. Today, I'll personally deal with this ungrateful disciple of mine. Without hesitation, Luo Tangji struck. Her figure blurred as her weapon lunged toward Luo Yao. Swift, precise, without a single wasted motion. Luo Yao didn't falter either, charging forward to meet her. The two clashed instantly, each strike lethal, with no regard for their past as master and disciple. Their identical daggers gleamed coldly under the sunlight, every slash carrying a deadly edge. The blades collided, ringing out sharply, the sound echoing like a symphony of death. Then, Luo Tangji left an opening. Luo Yao seized it, her attack so fast it sent a chill down Luo Tangji's spine. Fear flashed in her eyes. She hadn't expected Luo Yao to be this quick. But just as Luo Yao was about to land the blow, a hawk's screech tore through the air. Diving from above, the bird of prey aimed straight for Luo Yao, its talons like scythes of death. Luo Tangji smirked. I forgot to teach you this. A lone fighter always faces uncertainty, and you, my dear, lack an ally. Her voice dripped with smugness as she used the hawk's assault to turn the tide. Luo Tangji surged forward, deliberately letting Luo Yao's dagger pierce her abdomen, but in doing so, she trapped her opponent. She knew Luo Yao wouldn't go down easily, so she opted for a brutal trade. Pain twisted her face, but her resolve never wavered. Luo Yao blocked Luo Tangji's dagger with one hand while wrenching her own blade free, her other hand darting to her waist. She tried to break free, but it was too late. The hawk loomed large in her vision. Rip! Talons sank into Luo Yao's flesh. A grunt escaped her lips as blood bloomed across her clothes. Before she could react, Luo Tongji's dagger thrust toward her vitals. Luo Yao, die in peace. The Luo family will no longer have you as its head. Her whisper was a demon's taunt. Luo Yao felt no fear, only regret. Lin Ran's smiling face flashed before her eyes, their shared memories playing like a film reel. I never got to enjoy retirement with Ran. A single tear traced her cheek, her silent farewell. Ran, I'm sorry I broke my promise, she thought, her gaze filled with longing. Then, meow! A cat's cry shattered the tension. A black shadow shot like a cannonball straight at Luo Tangji's head. Her eyes widened in shock. Luo Yao had an ally too. The shadow moved like a phantom, swift and lethal, throwing Luo Tangji off balance. It darted like black lightning, disrupting her strike and veering her dagger off course. By the time Luo Tangji regained her bearings, cold steel pressed against her throat. The blade's glint mirrored the terror in her eyes. She was cornered. Simultaneously, bang! Luo Yao's hidden firearm roared to life, its muzzle flash illuminating the dim space. The bullet struck true, sending the hawk plummeting to the ground in a lifeless heap. She had saved this last resort for Luo Tangji, but the hawk had forced her hand. But now it didn't matter anymore. Luo Tangji was already her defeated opponent, no longer a threat. Luo Tangji, from this moment on, there's no place for you in the Luo family. Luo Yao's voice was icy and authoritative, like a judge delivering a death sentence. There was not a trace of pity in her eyes, only the cold ruthlessness reserved for enemies. Luo Yao, you actually used BBQ. That's so dishonorable. You didn't win fairly. Luo Tangji roared in indignation. In her eyes, Luo Yao's use of such an unexpected tactic violated the principles of fair combat. Luo Yao scoffed, your biggest weakness is clinging to the old ways. She looked at Luo Tangji with mockery, twirling the dagger in her hand as it glinted coldly under the sunlight. In this ever-changing world, Luo Tangji was still shackled by outdated combat methods and beliefs, and that sealed her fate. With a swift motion of the dagger, Luo Tangji followed in Wolf Fang's footsteps. Her body slowly collapsed, the light in her eyes fading, as if the flame of life had been snuffed out in that instant. Watching her own mentor fall to the ground, Luo Yao bent down to pick up the keys. Then, she tore open Luo Tangji's clothes and lifted her severed head. The scene was bloody and horrifying, yet Luo Yao's face showed no fear. She stared at the empty battleground, lost in thought, her mind swirling with countless reflections. That shadow just now, was it the one I killed when I was little? She pondered silently, a flicker of doubt flashing in her eyes. But she had no time to dwell on it. She needed to leave immediately. Without another thought or hesitation, she walked away from this place drenched in blood and secrets. Returning to the old mansion, Luo Yao changed into fresh clothes. Every movement tugged at her wounds, making her wince, but she gritted her teeth through the pain and hurried toward the estate. At the same time, she pulled out her phone and called Lin Ran. She desperately wanted to hear his voice, to know if he was safe. But the response was a robotic message. The number was out of service. Her heart sank. A sense of foreboding washed over her. She glanced at her phone again and froze. Lin Ran's location had disappeared. Her hands trembled slightly, her chest tight with worry and fear. She had no idea what had happened to him, and for a moment she was even afraid to call the estate for answers. But in the end, she dialed the estate's number anyway. 10 hours earlier at Sky Garden Estate, Lin Ran was sitting in the living room. Meow. Suddenly, he heard a familiar, long-absent meow. The sound was crisp and unmistakable, cutting through the silence of the estate. Finally, you're here. A faint smile of relief crossed Lin Ran's face as he stood up and turned toward the source of the sound. Little Black had arrived. If you hadn't shown up soon, I was going to put out a bounty for you, Lin Ran teased. Little Black, you think you're funny? The cat's disdainful thoughts echoed in Lin Ran's mind as it sauntered in with graceful steps, its sleek black fur shimmering under the light like fine satin. Its eyes brimmed with arrogance, looking at Lin Ran as if he were a naive child. Lin Ran, all right, you're as sharp-tongued as ever. What took you so long? Little Black shot him a sidelong glance, and Lin Ran instantly felt scolded. That look seemed to say, since when do I answer to you about my schedule? Actually, I've already decided on my wish, and you've got good timing. Luo Yao won't be back today, Lin Ran said with a grin, knowing this was a rare opportunity. Little Black, or maybe I came because I knew Luo Yao wasn't here. The cat's voice echoed again in his mind as it leaped onto the sofa, sitting elegantly with its tail flicking lazily. Lin Ran nodded. I was just being polite, and you're already acting all high and mighty. Don't think I don't know how you curse me out in your head. Little Black, are you gonna spit out your damn wish or not? Huh? Of course. I've had it planned for a while. Then, stop wasting time. Where are we going this time? Little Black sounded impatient, its gaze urging him to hurry up. Lin Ran leisurely raised a finger. First, you owe me a compensation wish. I'll start with that one. A sly smile played on his lips. Little Black. Its eyes filled with confusion. Don't tell me you forgot. Last time you said you'd owe me an extra wish. You're not trying to weasel out of it, are you? Little Black, who said I'm backing out. Fine, go ahead. It refused to let Lin Ran accuse it of being an untrustworthy cat. Only then did Lin Ran's face light up with triumph as he pulled out a collar from behind his back and dangled it in front of the black cat. Put this on. The collar was specially made, adorned with intricate patterns and a tiny, nearly invisible tracker. Meow. Little Black's pupils dilated instantly, followed by its furious mental protest. What the hell? You've been corrupted by Luo Yao, haven't you? I'm not your pet. No way in hell am I wearing that. A cat with dignity would rather die than be humiliated. Its body tensed, arching like a miniature lion ready to fight. Lin Ran, this is for your own good. It's too much trouble tracking you down every time. You're not going to break your word, are you? He tried to reason with it, his eyes hopeful. Little Black's expression turned utterly defeated, a look one wouldn't expect from a cat, as if it were the feline equivalent of Lin Dayu or the Zhang Benzihe of the ping-pong world. I'd rather die than wear it. Pick another wish. It refused firmly, unwilling to surrender its freedom. Fine. I'll change it. Lin Ran shrugged helplessly. Little Black exhaled in relief, grateful that Lin Ran was finally acting human again. It settled back down, though its eyes remained wary. Lin Ran's voice turned serious. I need an immunity token. All traces of teasing were gone from his expression. Little Black, what the hell? Why don't you just fly to the moon? Little Black stared at Lin Ran in shock, never expecting him to make such a request. Lin Ran. Hold on, hear me out. You can rewind time, right? Little Black, that's right. Such a trivial thing is well within this cat's expertise. Little Black lifted its head proudly, brimming with confidence in its abilities. Lin Ran nodded. Exactly. This get-out-of-death-free card isn't for me. It's for Luo Yao. His gaze softened at the mention of Luo Yao, his heart swelling with affection. Little Black, what do you mean? Lin Ran looked at Little Black with solemnity. If one day in the future, Luo Yao is in danger, or if something happens to her, if she dies, Lin Ran's heart ached at the mere mention of the word D's. Even imagining Luo Yao losing her breath was unbearable for him. The image of Luo Yao lying lifeless in a crystal coffin from his past life was forever etched into his mind. It was a pain he could never forget, a suffering he never wanted to relive. If she dies, you'll save her life. For someone like you, the creator, that shouldn't be too difficult, right? His eyes were filled with pleading, hoping Little Black would agree. Little Black fell silent for a moment. I can't promise you that right away. The last major reversal drained too much of my power. But I can assure you, if that day comes, and I still have the ability, I will. A flicker of hesitation passed through Little Black's eyes, But seeing the anguish in Lin Ran's gaze, it softened. Lin Ran smiled warmly, his gratitude genuine. "That's enough, thank you." His smile was as bright as sunlight, radiating heartfelt appreciation. Little Black sprawled on the carpet, its inner voice incredulous. "A miracle, you actually said thank you?" It stared at Lin Ran in surprise. In its memory, Lin Ran rarely expressed thanks so sincerely. Lin Ran's face darkened. He was a civilized person after all. He gave Little Black a helpless look, torn between amusement and exasperation at its teasing. Before Lin Ran could respond, Little Black's voice chimed in again. "But verbal thanks aren't enough. What I need right now is some fish." Little Black licked its paw, eyes gleaming with hunger. Lin Ran immediately replied, "No problem. I've already prepared some, and I make sure to replace them with fresh ones every day, just waiting for you." He walked to the kitchen and brought out a plate of golden fried fish, its aroma irresistible. "Now we're talking. Meow. Nom nom nom." Little Black pounced on the fish, devouring it with relish. As it ate, completely absorbed in its feast, Lin Ran felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He knew that if Little Black accepted his offering, it meant the promise was real. It brought him immense relief. At least Luo Yao had one more layer of protection. Little Black. "All right, what's your wish this time? Where do you want to go?" After finishing its meal, Little Black licked its lips and turned to Lin Ran. Lin Ran had already made up his mind. "I want to see Luo Yao at her loneliest, most desperate moment." He wanted to understand her past, to know the pain she had endured. Little Black. "That's a tough one. I can't read her mind. How would I know when she felt the loneliest? But I'll try. Let me see. Ah, found it. Around this time. Get ready. We're leaving now." Little Black closed its eyes, summoning its power. Wait. Lin Ran stopped it, suddenly remembering something. He dashed to the closet. "Little Black, what now? You're slower than a snail." Little Black grumbled impatiently. A moment later, Lin Ran returned with a simple backpack. "I'm bringing some things along." "Little Black, hurry up already." A flash of light enveloped Lin Ran, the familiar sensation of time travel washing over him. Time rewound at breakneck speed. Lin Ran felt as though he'd traversed a tunnel in an instant, its walls lined with shimmering, multicolored cubes like stars in the cosmos. From one of these cubes, Little Black tossed him out. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a familiar primeval forest. Every plant and tree seemed imbued with mystery. Pale golden sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns like freckles on the earth. But the forest had changed since his last visit. Back then, it had been late autumn, crisp leaves carpeting the ground, the air tinged with cold. Now it was summer. Lush greenery surrounded him, the humid air thick as steam. Lin Ran's heavy clothing made him break into a sweat instantly. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. His back was drenched, his shirt clinging uncomfortably to his skin. He stripped off his jacket, then wrapped it around his waist before slinging the backpack over his shoulders. "Little Black," Lin Ran called softly. "Little Black, I'm here. What's with the whispering?" Its annoyed voice echoed in Lin Ran's mind. Lin Ran glanced down but saw no sign of Little Black. He scanned the area, nothing but trees, bushes, and the occasional flitting insect. "Where are you?" he asked, growing anxious. "Little Black, in your backpack. It's safer here, in case of danger." Its tone was smug, as if hiding in the backpack was a stroke of genius. Can you believe it? A so-called creator who's as cowardly as a mouse. Lin Ran couldn't resist teasing. Can you believe it? A reborn man who owes me his life, yet dares to mock me?" Little Black shot back, its mental voice dripping with indignation. Lin Ran's expression darkened. He hadn't expected a cat to outsass him. And ever since Little Black appeared, it had insulted and mocked him more times than he could count. "Fine, fine. Oh, mighty creator, I surrender. Now tell me where Luo Yao is." Lin Ran sighed. Arguing wasn't his priority. Finding Luo Yao was. "Little Black, are you stupid? How would I know where she is? The reply left Lin Ran speechless. Oh, by the way, I think your farm just sent a notification. Little Black, your crops are dead. After a pause, Little Black's voice returned. Well, your farm sent one too. Lin Ran, I know my cow died. Little Black. Lin Ran trudged through the forest, retracing paths from memory. The terrain was rough. Thorny bushes snagged at him. Vines tripped him at every turn. Finally, he found the cave. It was daytime now, sunlight illuminating the area around the cave, which wasn't particularly hidden. The outline of its entrance was clearly visible. Lin Ran's heart leaped with joy, thinking Luo Yao might be inside, so he walked straight in. At a glance, there was no one inside. The cave was dim, with only the faint light from the entrance barely illuminating part of it. Lin Ran grew anxious. Did I come all this way just to miss Luo Yao? Little Black. These things depend on fate. If you don't see her, you don't see her. Let's just go back. Little Black spoke carelessly, not wanting to waste any more time here. Lin Ran exited the cave, unaware that two pairs of eyes were silently watching him. They were eyes filled with wariness and curiosity, like phantoms lurking in the darkness, hidden behind the grass and trees. Just as Lin Ran reached a certain spot, his foot suddenly jerked tight, and he was instantly hoisted into the air. Ah, what the hell? Lin Ran let out a startled cry, thrown into panic by the sudden turn of events. Hanging upside down, blood rushed to his head, making him dizzy. Little Black, meanwhile, tumbled inside the backpack, eyes darting around. It, too, was flustered by the unexpected situation. Little Black, why is it that every time I go out with you, we end up in danger? Are you cursed or something? Lin Ran, it's not like I planned this. Lin Ran replied helplessly, stuck in an awkward predicament, unsure what awaited him next. For a moment he thought the trap might have been set by Luo Yao, and a flicker of hope stirred in his heart. But then from the shadows emerged two boys who looked about 10 years old, twins with nearly identical appearances. They wore tattered clothes, their faces smudged with dirt, but their eyes were sharp, like those of young wolves. Who are you? Why are you here? One of the boys demanded, his voice still childlike but his tone stern. I'm just a villager from nearby. I got lost, Lin Ran said, realizing neither of them was Luo Yao. He didn't dare say more, afraid of causing trouble for her. He tried to keep his voice calm, though his mind raced for a way out of this mess. The other boy frowned. Liar. There's no one around here. His eyes burned with suspicion, as if he'd already seen through Lin Ran's lie. Lin Ran retorted, Then do you count as people? If you don't, then neither do I. But if you do, then sorry, I'm just lost. He tried to confuse the boys with his roundabout logic. The brothers seemed to short-circuit for a moment, their little brains struggling to process his words. It was as if two tiny figures were wrestling inside their heads, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Hey, can you at least put me down before we keep talking? Lin Ran's head was throbbing from the blood rush. All he wanted was to get out of this upside-down position. The boy shook his head. No, strangers who come here never leave alive. His gaze turned fierce, as if he'd already sentenced Lin Ran to death. Lin Ran gasped. Damn, how can words so cold come from a body at 37 degrees? He hadn't expected these two boys to be so ruthless. Then the other boy spoke up. Stop wasting time with him. Let's just kill him. He might be a spy from the other side. A guy this big should last us a few days. His calm tone sent chills down Lin Ran's spine. The casual cruelty in his words made him sound like a demon. Last a few days? Lin Ran shuddered. This kid looked innocent, but his words were even more horrifying than the first ones. Heh. The world always had unexpected surprises waiting for him, though this one was downright terrifying. Hey, listen, little guys. I'm a scholar, my meat's sour. If you want something tasty, my backpack's got food. Lin Ran desperately tried to divert their attention. The last thing he wanted was to end up as these two little demons' dinner. The boys noticed the backpack and approached, curiosity flickering in their eyes as they wondered what treats it might hold. Little Black, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Lin ran, I had no choice. Gotta think of something. Little Black. Then think fast. They're coming. Little Black grew frantic, not wanting to be discovered. Lin ran. The only idea I have is for you to come up with one. Lin ran tossed the problem back to Little Black. Little Black, you mother. Damn it, fine. Let's just go back. Little Black cursed under its breath, ready to abandon the mission and escape this dangerous place. Lin ran panicked. No! The boys blinked in confusion. No what? They didn't understand why he'd suddenly become so agitated. Lin Ran's eyes darted as he scrambled for an explanation. I'll tell you a secret. I'm actually Ultraman. He hoped the legendary hero's name would intimidate them. Little Black, you're hopeless. What kind of garbage excuse is that? Little Black scoffed at the ridiculous idea. But the twins exchanged glances, then scowled in unison. We hate anything Japanese. Their eyes burned with anger, their hatred for Ultraman, a Japanese icon, undeniable. Lin Ran paled and quickly backtracked. Wait, I wasn't finished. I'm Ultraman's arch-nemesis, China's son Wukong. He prayed this new identity would change their minds. The boys looked at each other again. Since arriving in this forest, they hadn't seen any cartoons. Sun Wukong was one of the few animated characters they remembered. But life here had been brutal, a constant struggle for survival that had nearly erased those childhood memories. You're really Sun Wukong? Is Sun Wukong enemies with Ultraman? They eyed him skeptically, a glimmer of curiosity breaking through. Lin Ran's eyes lit up. Yes, exactly. I am Sun Wukong. Hanging me up like this doesn't hurt me at all. I'm just giving you a chance to redeem yourselves. He tried to make his words more convincing, mimicking Sun Wukong's tone as he spoke. You're lying. You're not Sun Wukong at all. The little boys still didn't quite believe him, their eyes filled with skepticism. Lin Ran. Believe it or not, I know magic. He decided to prove his identity further. What kind of magic? The boys were intrigued, eager to see if Lin Ran was telling the truth. My backpack can do backflips. Little Black inside the backpack. Lin Ran flipped upside down, took off his backpack, and tossed it to the ground. Watch this. His movements were a bit comical, but he didn't care at this point. Lin Ran formed hand seals and began chanting a spell. The longer he hung upside down, the redder his face grew from the blood rushing to his head. I am the great sage. Flip now. He chanted loudly, looking utterly serious. As soon as the incantation left his lips, the backpack actually jumped up. The two boys watched in amazement as the backpack somersaulted. It was as if the backpack had come to life, flipping over and over on the ground. Their eyes widened with shock and curiosity. Backpack backflips. As the backpack flipped faster and faster, it eventually tumbled into the bushes and disappeared. Lin ran. He hadn't expected this outcome. He'd only meant to stall for time. But now his backpack was gone. Suddenly, he felt inspired to compose a poem. 1 flip, 2 flips, 3 flips more, 2 hour and 5 and 6 galore. 2 even, 8, 9. Oh, what a sight! 2 leapt into the bush, now out of sight. Lin Ran silently recited it in his mind, quite pleased with his creativity. Good poem. Great poem. We believe your son Wukong now. We were wrong, we'll let you down. The boys were thoroughly convinced by Lin Ran's magic, now certain he was the legendary Monkey King. Little Black, these kids are hopeless. They actually bought that ridiculous excuse. Little Black grumbled from the bushes, utterly unimpressed with the boy's intelligence. Soon Lin Ran was freed. He retrieved his backpack from the bushes and dusted it off. Little Black, I was just checking if there were any ambushers hiding in there. Lin Ran, think you're funny. Little Black, aren't I? You made this adorable little cat do backflips like some circus act. What were you thinking? Lin Ran, gotta admit though, you're pretty quick when it comes to running away. Lin Ran teased. Little Black, I was this close to leaving you here to fend for yourself. Just then, one of the boys spoke up. Sun Wukong, can you help us win this training match? His eyes sparkled with hope. Lin Ran thumped his chest confidently. No problem. What are the rules? Right now, he just wanted to wrap this up and find Luo Yao. 3 versus 3. Fight until one side surrenders or dies. The winners get trained by a really powerful master. The boy's tone was eerily casual, as if life and death battles were an everyday affair. Lin Ran's expression turned to shock. He couldn't believe children were involved in something so brutal. Little Black. Dumbfounded, huh? It cursed in Lin Ran's mind. Lin Ran suddenly noticed something odd. 3 versus 3, but there are only 2 of you. He glanced at the boys, puzzled. Our teammate hasn't come back yet, so we're waiting for her. You just hide, and when the fight starts, use your magic to defeat the other side. Lin Ran nodded. Finding Luo Yao was his priority. He'd already wasted too much time with these kids. He just wanted this over with so he could continue his search. Who's your teammate? White-eyed Wolf. She's not the nicest, but she's strong. Lin Ran immediately realized White-eyed Wolf must be Luo Yao. While most kids their age were still under their parents' care, growing up safe and sound, these children were already facing life and death battles, the harshest of realities. Now that he knew Luo Yao would show up soon, Lin Ran wasn't in a hurry anymore. What are your names? I'm Luo Shuigo, and this is my brother Luo Shuimao. One of the boys blinked his big bright eyes and answered in a sweet, childish voice. His youthful face bore a hint of pride, and he looked at his brother with utter reliance. The Luo family, a renowned and powerful clan, its members as numerous as stars in the sky. Even after sending so many children out for training, they could still fill their ancestral home to the brim. Truly a flourishing lineage. For such a massive family to eventually fall under his wife's control, just how formidable was Luo Yao. All right, since your names are so creative, I'll reluctantly help you out. Great. Find a hiding spot. We'll go get White-eyed Wolf and be back soon. Luo Shuigo spoke with utmost seriousness, his little face stern like a miniature adult, which was both amusing and endearing. Lin Ran gave a slight nod, scanning the area for a good place to hide. The 2 boys darted off like agile fawns, vanishing into the dense woods in no time, leaving Lin Ran alone. Knowing they'd return, Lin Ran pondered where to conceal himself. A cave? No, too obvious. Maybe the bushes, thick foliage could serve as a natural shield, hiding him perfectly. Then, his gaze landed on an enormous withered tree near the cave. The tree grew against the mountainside, its trunk astonishingly thick, nearly 2 meters in diameter. Its rough bark bore the marks of time, whispering tales of ancient days. This was no ordinary pine. The mottled patterns and twisted branches suggested an ancient, nameless tree, exuding an air of mystery. Lin Ran initially intended to hide behind the tree, but as he approached, he suddenly noticed a tangle of wild weeds blocking the base. The unruly plants sprawled and twisted together like a knotted mess. A surge of curiosity welled up in Lin Ran's heart. He crouched down and carefully pushed aside the overgrowth. There's actually a hole here? Lin Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. The opening was neither too large nor too small, just enough for a person to squeeze through. The dark, gaping mouth of the cave exuded an irresistible allure, as if beckoning him forward. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ran bent down and crawled inside. The moment he entered, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. Inside, there was actually a sealed space, so quiet that only the sound of his own heartbeat could be heard. Lin Ran slowly raised his head and noticed an opening above, through which the light revealed the dazzling crimson clouds of dusk. Those clouds resembled a raging fire, or perhaps a painting drawn with the most vibrant colors, unfurling above him like a dream. Turning his gaze to the dim walls, he noticed faint carvings etched into them. Lin Ran frowned, a flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes. He quickly pulled a flashlight from his bag, its beam slicing through the darkness like a sharp blade. As he directed the light toward the stone wall, he saw a carving of a rock with 2 indistinct figures gazing upward. The blurred outlines seemed to carry a mysterious power, drawing Lin Ran's attention. One appeared to be an adult, while the other was a child, small and exuding an air of innocence. This is a strange sense of familiarity washed over Lin Ran, his mind swirling with thoughts. Little Black, damn, I gotta say, pure love really is unbeatable. Little Black's exaggerated voice echoed in Lin Ran's mind, laced with playful mockery. Lin Ran recognized it now. This was the scene from that night when he and Luo Yao had stargazed together. Back then, just like the figures in the carving, they had looked up at the stars, as if the world existed only for the two of them. This place was likely Luo Yao's secret hideout, and the realization made his heart race. Just then, a sound came from outside. Ungrateful brat, we're not lying. We really found Sun Wukong, but he disappeared somewhere. The voice carried a mix of urgency and excitement, reverberating through the trees. Lin Ran's pulse quickened. Luo Yao must have returned. Without hesitation, he dropped to the ground and peered through the opening. Sure enough, he spotted the Luo Shuigo brothers and the person who had haunted his thoughts, little Luo Yao. Luo Yao had grown since he last saw her, taller now, her once short black hair now cascading past her shoulders. She stood there, posture straight, already exuding the aura of a leader, though her tattered clothes made her look like a wildflower stubbornly blooming in the storm. There's no Sun Wukong in this world. Luo Yao frowned slightly, her bright eyes tinged with skepticism. Just as she was about to speak, a sharp screech pierced the sky, an eagle's cry, and the three of them fell silent. Their expressions instantly turned wary, as if sensing an unseen threat. The drill has started. Let's set up our ambush first. We'll talk after it's over. Luo Shuimao's voice was low and steady, his gaze firm. They all knew the risks of this exercise and couldn't afford to be careless. With a shared glance, the three of them dashed toward a pine tree, scaling it with the agility of monkeys. Lin Ran's eyes widened in disbelief before he could even crawl out of the opening. Seriously, are these three-part monkey? Lin Ran marveled inwardly. That tree was tall, its bark rough and scaly. The branches tangled, yet they climbed it effortlessly. Anyone who's climbed a tree knows pines are among the hardest to scale, requiring immense skill and strength. Lin Ran had planned to greet them, but realizing they were in the middle of a tense drill, he held back, not wanting to disrupt their plans. Before long, another figure emerged in the woods. A girl, slightly older than the rest, strode toward the opening with deliberate steps. Her eyes were sharp and ruthless, like a prowling leopard, scanning everything with piercing intensity. After circling the cave and finding no one, she stepped back out, her expression unchanged, cold and calculating. Then she began inspecting the surroundings. When she reached a tree root, she suddenly froze. Her gaze locked onto a rope half hidden in the grass, her keen eyes missing nothing. Above her, Luo Shuimao, perched on a branch, tensed up. He cursed inwardly. He'd forgotten to reset the trap. His palms grew clammy, his breath held as he watched the girl below. The girl smirked but didn't look up. Instead, she stared into the distance, as if plotting something. Lin Ran followed her line of sight and broke into a cold sweat. Hidden in the grass was a sniper, completely concealed except for a pair of sharp, sinister eyes. Worse, he already had an arrow nocked, aimed directly at Luo Shuimao in the tree, the bowstring taut, ready to release at any moment. Lin Ran. Holy crap, how did you miss this sniper in the grass earlier? Lin Ran's mind screamed in panic. Little Black, he just got here, okay? Little Black's exasperated voice echoed back. Lin Ran was about to warn them, but Luo Yao acted faster. Idiot, you're being targeted. Luo Yao's voice cut through the air. Though quiet, it carried undeniable force. About 10 meters away, Luo Yao leaped down, her movements as graceful as a swallow's. She landed in a crouch, then shot forward like an arrow, charging toward the sniper. The girl on the ground scowled, irritation flashing in her eyes. She hurled a throwing dagger at Luo Yao, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight, swift as lightning. Luo Yao's eyes narrowed as she tilted her head slightly, effortlessly dodging the deadly strike. The momentum sent the girl stumbling forward a step. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Shuigo grabbed one end of the rope and jumped down. His movements were swift and precise, yanking the girl off her feet. Yet even as she was hoisted into the air, her composure didn't waver. Mid-swing, she flung another dagger at Luo Shuigu from an impossible angle, its trajectory vicious, like a beast lunging for the kill. Lin Ran watched from the cave, utterly stunned, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of his throat. Though he had known these kids were formidable, he now felt absolutely certain of his own inadequacy. In a face-to-face rules-based competition, he might have stood a chance. But when it came to life-and-death combat, he was convinced any one of these children could obliterate him in an instant. Luo Shuigo's palm was suddenly pierced by the girl's thrown dart, the sharp point embedding deep into his flesh. Blood gushed out instantly. The searing pain forced a muffled groan from him, and in his agony, his grip on the rope loosened reflexively, sending the girl plummeting downward. At the same time, Luo Shuimao had already leaped from the tree. Landing steadily on the ground, his gaze cold and calculating as he waited for the falling girl. Mid-air and having already used her dart, she had no chance of countering. The moment she hit the ground, Luo Shuimao didn't hesitate. He drew a steel needle from his waist and drove it straight into her abdomen. Ah! The girl's shrill scream echoed through the woods, a sound saturated with unbearable agony. Meanwhile, the enemy sniper had been subdued by Luo Yao. A long-range attacker by nature, he stood little chance against an assassin like her once she closed the distance. Luo Yao moved like a shadow, sticking to him relentlessly, leaving him no room to retaliate. Do you surrender, or do you wait for death? Luo Shuigo demanded through gritted teeth, his voice trembling slightly but laced with the relief of impending victory. Yet the two opponents remained silent, their eyes filled with venomous hatred, as if they wanted to tear them apart limb by limb. Luo Yao felt no such relief. The rules of this skirmish were clear, 3 against 3. Only 2 enemies had shown themselves. Where was the third? A sudden unease gripped her. Realization struck, and she jerked her head up, her eyes widening in alarm. "Move," she shouted. But it was too late. 3 branches shot toward them like arrows, too fast to evade. One pierced clean through Luo Shumao's chest, the sheer force sending his body flying backward, along with the girl he had pinned. Blood sprayed from their wounds, staining the grass crimson. Without hesitation, Luo Yao yanked the sniper in front of her as a shield. Traitor. Now we've each lost one. Shall we continue? From the shadows, a figure emerged slowly. Luo Shuigo stared at his brother, and the girl skewered together like kebabs. His eyes burned red, flames of fury igniting within them. "Brother," his voice cracked, his body trembling with grief and rage. But Luo Shuimao, impaled through the chest, was already as pale as death, his lips quivering faintly. There was no saving him. In this merciless world, the brothers had endured 2 years of hardship side by side. They had faced countless dangers, teetering on the edge of life and death each time. Though they knew the odds were against them both surviving, they had clung to a sliver of hope that somehow a miracle might come. And now, in an instant, his brother was gone. The sight was a nightmare, carving into Luo Shuigo's heart like a blade. Madness overtook him. Reason shattered. He charged forward like an enraged bull, his mind consumed by vengeance. The enemy's makeshift super crossbow was a single-use weapon, now useless. With no other option, he braced himself for Luo Shuigo's onslaught. Luo Yao's eyes narrowed, her gaze turning icy as winter frost. One thought anchored her: she had to survive. Not just for herself, but for the promise she had made to that older brother. Luo Shuimao had been no weakling. His fight had been fierce, evenly matched. Then Luo Yao moved. Like lightning, she darted forward, a weapon flashing in her hand with lethal precision. It sliced through the enemy's vitals like a scythe of death. The man's eyes bulged with terror and disbelief, He opened his mouth, but only a choked, gurgling sound escaped as blood filled his throat. Then he collapsed, limp as a rag doll, his lifeblood spreading across the ground like a cursed flower blooming in hell. Together, Luo Yao and Luo Shuigo turned on the last enemy. Exhaustion weighed on him, and under their relentless assault, he too fell. Originally more graphic, but censored. His body hit the dirt with a heavy thud, blood seeping from multiple wounds, painting the earth a vivid red. They had won. Yet there was no cheering, no celebration. Their faces held no triumph, only sorrow and exhaustion. They stood there, silent as statues drained of life, staring at the corpses of Luo Shuimao and the others. 6 had fought, only 2 remained. Such was the cruelty of Luo Yao's world. Here, there was no mercy, no compassion, only the brutal calculus of survival. Every battle was a nightmare, and this nightmare was all too real. Back in the cave, Lin Ran's eyes were red-rimmed. Tears welled up, threatening to spill over. His fists clenched so tightly, his knuckles turned white. His heart ached as if crushed by an invisible hand, the pain stealing his breath. He wanted to rush out, to comfort Luo Yao, to change this merciless reality. But Zhao He held him back. Lin Ran, think carefully. If others discover you, what will happen to Luo Yao? At least wait until you're alone with her. Acting recklessly could doom her. Remember, never interfere lightly with fate here. The consequences could be dire. Lin Ran, if you say one more word, I'll kill you. Little Black. Lin Ran was about to charge forward. Get the hell back here. Someone's coming. Don't get them killed because of your recklessness. Little Black's voice rang urgently in Lin Ran's mind, stopping him in his tracks. A closer look confirmed it. Someone had indeed arrived. Deep down, Lin Ran knew Little Black was right. His body trembled faintly, his eyes filled with agony and helplessness, like a beast trapped in a cage, forced to watch its kin suffer beyond reach. Luo Yao's small figure stood alone, radiating profound loneliness. Was this the moment of her deepest despair? A sharp eagle's cry pierced the silent air, echoing through the woods with an imperious authority. You've won. One of you may follow me and learn. A woman's voice cut through, cold, detached, as if stripped of all human emotion. She appeared without warning, a hawk circling above her head, its gaze razor-sharp, scrutinizing everything below. One? Luo Yao lifted her head, her voice hoarse from prolonged combat. Correct. Just one. Today's trial dictates I take only 1 disciple per group. In other words, out of your 6, only 1 will live. The woman's expression remained icy, her eyes like abyssal voids, unreadable. Luo Shuigo, still reeling from his brother's death, choked back sobs. But we're teammates. Wasn't this a 3-on-3? Tears streaked his face, his eyes pleading against the brutality of the rule. The woman's eyes narrowed, a flicker of impatience flashing through them. Without warning, she struck, too fast to evade. A glint of steel, and Luo Shuigo crumpled like a fallen leaf. Blood gushed from his severed artery, splattering the ground in a macabre rhythm, each drop a tick of death's clock. You don't belong here. Emotion has no place in this world. Her voice was a frigid gust from hell itself, chilling to the bone. Luo Shuimao collapsed next, his eyes wide with terror and defiance. Death found him mid-glare. His gaze locked onto Lin Ran's direction, as if silently screaming his anguish. His lips trembled, a whisper escaping. Sun, Wu, Kong, why didn't you save me? The frail words hung in the air, crushing Lin Ran's heart like a sledgehammer. The pain was visceral. Lin Ran had known Luo Yao's world was harsh, but never this merciless. Here, life was disposable as ants, and emotion a fatal luxury. What kind of world was this? Why did it feel so alien? Would that woman harm Luo Yao? He could abandon the brothers, but not her. Lin Ran was no saint, but he was human. Logic screamed that intervening meant suicide, yet how could he stay idle? He had to fight for Luo Yao's sliver of hope. Little Black's lazy voice chimed in, "Don't be rash. If Luo Yao dies here, she wouldn't exist in the future. Basic logic, no? But if you alter the past now, who knows if she'll even make it to tomorrow?" Lin Ran froze. "Luo Yao, remember, from today I am your mentor. Incidentally, we're closely related. I'm your grandfather's sister. You may call me Grandaunt." The woman studied Luo Yao, a trace of approval flickering in her eyes. Luo Yao stared at Luo Shuimao's corpse. No tears, no outburst. Only a cold question. "This place forbids emotion?" Her quiet voice carried a defiance that prickled the skin, a challenge hurled at the world's cruelty. Luo Tongji nodded, her face unreadable. "Emotion is weakness. Only by shedding it can you survive here." Suddenly Luo Yao moved. A dagger flashed in her grip, resolve burning in her eyes. She lunged at Luo Tongji, so fast it startled even the seasoned warrior. Like lightning, her blade arced through the air, a symbol of rage and rebellion. Yet Luo Tongji merely sidestepped, amused. "Impressive, attacking your own grandaunt? Exactly the ruthlessness I seek. You might surpass even your aunt, Luo Wuyo. Remember, only one survives." She released Luo Yao, almost pleased. This defiance was rare. Potential. Luo Yao knew resistance was futile for now. Patience, too, was power. She stilled, meeting Luo Tongji's gaze with icy calm. As Luo Tongji vanished into the woods, her parting words lingered. "These 5 corpses will feed my hawk." A fitting end. The hawk screeched overhead, eager. Alone, Luo Yao sank to her knees on blood-soaked earth, her eyes hollow, fixed on the stains left by fallen comrades. A laugh escaped her. Chilling, broken. No emotion. No family. Heh, how perfect. The sound was a dirge for a world that had shattered her. "Are you okay?" A voice came from the darkness behind, tinged with concern. Luo Yao, who had been lying on the ground, instantly reacted like a startled beast. Her body jerked upright, a flash of ferocity in her eyes. In one swift motion, she drew a dagger and lunged toward the source of the voice in the shadows. Her speed was terrifying, as if she had transformed into an avenging Grim Reaper. Lin Ran paled in shock. He hadn't expected such a reaction from Luo Yao. "I'm Lin Ran," he shouted immediately. His voice echoed in the darkness, laced with urgency and fear. Luo Yao froze for a split second, but then her eyes burned even brighter, a crimson hue of utter madness. Her gaze was like flickering flames, fueled by boundless rage and killing intent. Lin Ran knew this state all too well. Luo Yao had descended into a dangerously unhinged frenzy. "I will kill you," Luo Yao enunciated each word slowly. Her voice was like a curse from the depths of hell, every syllable dripping with bone-chilling malice. She raised her dagger and thrust it toward Lin Ran with lethal force. The blade's cold glint shimmered in the dark, as if summoning death itself. "Luo Yao, don't you recognize me?" Lin Ran pleaded, his voice trembling as he tried to snap her out of it. But Luo Yao was too far gone. Consumed by grief and fury, she couldn't hear him. All she wanted was to slaughter Lin Ran, preserve his body, and carry him with her forever, wherever she went. "You are mine." In her twisted mind, Lin Ran was the only thing she could cling to, even if it meant doing so in the most extreme way. Lin Ran's heart sank as he dodged her frenzied attacks. The Luo Yao before him was unrecognizable from the girl he once knew. She was no longer the innocent-eyed child, but a shadow-devoured assassin. A deep sorrow welled up inside him. He didn't want to hurt her, yet he had no choice but to evade her relentless strikes. At the last possible moment, Lin Ran grabbed the blade with his bare hand. Drip, drip. Blood trickled from his palm, splattering onto the ground. The sound was unnervingly loud in the silence. At least I reacted fast enough, Lin Ran thought grimly. He'd narrowly avoided a fatal blow. If Luo Yao had been even a fraction quicker, he'd be dead. "Little Black, you're hurt." Lin Ran. On purpose. Maybe only blood can bring her back. Little Black, bullshit. Just admit you got your ass handed to you. Lin Ran couldn't believe it. Even at this stage, Luo Yao had the power to kill him instantly, and yet she was still just a kid. Luo Yao, I can't die. Because if I do, you'll regret it. Lin Ran said through gritted teeth, locking eyes with her, willing her to snap out of it. Little Black. Oh, spare me the dramatics. The young Luo Yao didn't seem to understand his words. Seeing Lin Ran injured only made her agitation grow. A strange sensation churned inside her, as if something within was fighting to break free from her madness. Suddenly, Lin Ran pulled her into a tight embrace, holding her as if trying to drag her back from the abyss. Luo Yao's eyes cleared in an instant, then dulled. The dagger slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. Her body trembled slightly, confusion flickering across her face, like she'd just woken from a nightmare. Wait, this isn't a dream? Her gaze slowly focused on the familiar face before her, and a storm of emotions surged in her chest. Luo Yao, I came to find you. Lin Ran's voice was soft yet firm, like winter sunlight piercing through her icy heart. Luo Yao felt something stir inside her, a craving she hadn't known in years. It took root in her chest, thawing the numbness she'd grown accustomed to. 2 years ago, she'd tasted this warmth, only to lose it. The pain had haunted her ever since. You came for me? Her voice wavered, a fragile hope flickering in her eyes, like a candle in the dark, faint but precious. Of course, I wouldn't be here otherwise, Lin Ran said with a smile, warm as spring breeze, dispelling the shadows in her heart. The scent of him was familiar, something she'd known 2 years ago. It was the smell of safety, the one she'd longed for in countless nightmares. It's really you? A spark of joy lit up her gaze. It's me. I'm sorry I took so long. Lin Ran clasped her hand tightly, as if pouring his strength into her. The sun had fully set now, leaving only the faintest glow on the horizon, a thin thread of light draping over them. In that fading glow, Luo Yao finally saw his face clearly. Her breath hitched, and she threw herself into his arms. You jerk. Why did you take so long? Her voice was half complaint, half relief, as she clung to him, terrified he'd vanish again. Lin Ran held her close, the familiarity of it almost surreal. He gently stroked her hair, his eyes overflowing with tenderness. Whether now or in the past, Luo Yao had always been by his side, and that realization made him cherish this moment all the more. I'm sorry I'm late, he whispered into her ear, guilt lacing his words. Little Black. Oh, boo-hoo. Sorry I'm late. Done with the theatrics yet? The teasing voice echoed in Lin Ran's mind. Lin Ran, want me to let Luo Yao slit your throat? Little Black fell silent, like he'd just walked into a morgue. Lin Ran had meant it as a joke, but soon, it wouldn't be funny anymore. As Luo Yao's features sharpened in his vision, he took in how much she'd changed. Her hair was still short, but it framed her face differently now, more mature, slightly disheveled against her cheeks. Her eyes weren't as cold as they would become. Instead, they shimmered like stars. She'd grown taller too, her figure slender and poised, like a rare bud on the verge of blooming. Suddenly, an eagle's cry pierced the sky, shattering the warm atmosphere. Luo Yao shuddered, her body trembling slightly as a flicker of fear flashed in her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she quickly grabbed Lin Ran's hand and hurried toward their secret hideout. Her footsteps were rushed, as though something terrifying was chasing them. Only after the two of them slipped inside did Luo Yao finally let out a relieved sigh. No one knows about this place, she said, her eyes glimmering with a trace of relief. This was her last sanctuary, the only safe place she and Lin Ran had left. Luo Yao, I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye last time. Lin Ran said guiltily, knowing how much his sudden departure had hurt her. Little Luo Yao looked up at him. You promised you'd marry me when we grew up? They say only husband and wife can stay together forever. Her eyes sparkled with hope, bright as the most radiant star in the night sky. Lin Ran nodded, his gaze steady as he met her eyes. I didn't just say it. I'll make it happen. Little Black, oh, shut up. But do you have a wife now? I heard that marrying someone means taking a wife, Luo Yao asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Lin Ran was taken aback, not expecting such a question from her. He smiled softly. If you nod, then I do. His eyes brimmed with affection, looking at Luo Yao as though she were the most precious treasure in the world. Luo Yao didn't quite understand at first, but after a moment realization dawned, and she nodded emphatically. The two stayed in the hideout for a while longer, before Lin Ran checked the timer in his hand. This time I can stay with you for 6 more hours, and I brought you some things. He thought it was only fair to tell her exactly how long they had, but he never imagined he'd break that promise so soon. Luo Yao's face fell instantly. The hopeful light in her eyes dimmed, like a brilliant star plummeting into an abyss of endless darkness. Her head drooped slightly, her lips trembling, her shoulders slumping as if all the life had drained out of her. The joy of their reunion, so vibrant just moments ago, shattered like fragile bubbles against the harsh reality. Luo Yao, the reason I came to see you this time is to tell you, you have to be brave in the days ahead. I'll be waiting for you someday in the future. Lin Ran's voice was gentle yet firm, like a faint light kindled in the dark. His eyes were filled with reluctance and heartache, every word wrenched from the depths of his soul, carrying his deep longing and hope for her. He knew they might not meet again for a long time, but these were the only words he could give her for strength. If he could, Lin Ran would have taken Luo Yao away right then, far from this cruel, merciless world, away from this place steeped in bloodshed and slaughter. Every breath of air here reeked of death. Every shadow concealed unseen dangers. But he only had a few hours. In such a short time, escaping with her was impossible. Time hung over him like a merciless blade, a constant reminder of his powerlessness. Besides, Little Black had warned him from the start, no one else could cross time with him. It was an uncrossable chasm, a cruel shackle fate had clamped around him. Lin Ran's heart ached with helplessness and pain. He despised his own weakness, yet there was nothing he could do to change it. This time, Luo Yao didn't have an episode. Instead, she seemed to be struggling to suppress the storm of emotions raging inside her. I call this place the Stargazing Cave. You're like the stars in the sky, appearing and disappearing without warning. Stars are beautiful, but they're also despair. Night had fully fallen. Lin Ran looked up and saw the starry sky through the opening above them. Stargazing from a well, one day you'll stand under the open sky and see the most beautiful stars. Luo Yao glanced at the stars, then at Lin Ran, and for a moment, happiness felt simple. Lin Ran, do you have a wish? At his words, Luo Yao seemed to remember something. I do. What is it? Tell me. Maybe I can help make it come true. Little Luo Yao reached behind her neck and untied a cord. This wish only you can fulfill. The cord looked worn but well preserved, as though it carried something priceless. Last time you vanished without leaving me anything, she murmured. Her voice tinged with sorrow, the kind born from endless nights of painful memories. This time you have to leave me something. Hanging from the cord was a small vial, glimmering faintly in the dim light. Lin Ran recognized it instantly. The familiar sight made his heart skip a beat. So it was written at this time. But inside the bottle, there seemed to already be a note. Luo Yao carefully opened the small bottle, her movements as gentle as if she were handling the most fragile treasure in the world. She softly pulled out the note inside. It was slightly crumpled, clearly having been unfolded and read many times before. She lifted her head, her gaze firm as she looked at Lin Ran, her eyes shimmering with longing and anticipation. Lin Ran froze for a moment, staring blankly at the note in Luo Yao's hand, a surge of complex emotions rising in his chest. So this was the context in which the note had been written. Every crease seemed like a mark of Luo Yao's lonely waiting, every word brimming with her yearning for him. Slowly, he raised his head and looked up. Sure enough, the night sky was filled with stars, dazzling and magnificent like an enormous painting. Yet to Lin Ran, there was an indescribable eeriness to it. So this was the well from his dreams. Everything around him felt surreal yet undeniably real, making him question whether he was still dreaming. "Big brother, will you do it yourself?" Luo Yao's voice pulled Lin Ran back from his thoughts. Lin Ran saw the words Luo Yao had written on the note long ago, though he didn't know when. "When I grow up, I'll marry." The rest was left blank. The handwriting was crooked but brimming with childlike innocence and hope, every stroke looking as though Luo Yao had poured her heart into it. "Don't call me Big Brother. Call me Aran." Lin Ran forced a faint smile, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. "Aran." Luo Yao murmured the name softly, and the way it rolled off her tongue carried an unusual tenderness. "Yao Yao." Lin Ran responded, his voice warm and affectionate. Luo Yao felt enveloped by something called happiness when Lin Ran called her Yao Yao. She handed him the note in her hand, her fingers trembling slightly, her eyes burning with a desire so intense it seemed ready to consume Lin Ran whole. "Then write Aran on the back," Luo Yao said, her voice tinged with pleading. Her gaze locked onto him as if nothing else in the world mattered. Lin Ran's right hand was injured, and his left hand couldn't write. Only now did he realize what true awkwardness felt like. But for Luo Yao, he'd do it even if it killed him. The blood had dried, yet every movement sent sharp, needle-like pain shooting through him. Seeing Lin Ran hesitate, Luo Yao's temper flared again. "You don't want to write it? I don't care. You have to. If you dare leave me, I'll kill you, turn you into a specimen, and make sure you stay with me forever." "Damn. Were you always this intense since childhood?" Luo Yao's eyes suddenly turned fierce, a crazed glint flashing in them, sending a chill down Lin Ran's spine. Though he couldn't clearly see her expression, his instincts screamed that refusing would mean death. He could feel Luo Yao's grip tightening around the dagger, its cold gleam in the darkness like a scythe ready to claim his life. Her eyes turned blood red, terrifying beyond reason. There was no trace of sanity left, only endless madness and fury. "You promised you'd stay with me forever." "Ah." Luo Yao's scream was horrifying, sharp enough to pierce the sky, no longer human but a hellish roar echoing through the silent night, making one's hair stand on end. Lin Ran's eyes widened, his heart sinking. He hadn't expected Luo Yao to snap so suddenly, without hesitation. He quickly grabbed her arm, staring at her intently. "Who said I wouldn't write it?" His voice carried urgency, afraid that a second's delay would leave him in pieces. Lin Ran took the note and pen. Just as he was about to write his name, he paused, then simply wrote the character for me. Given his injury and Luo Yao's impatience, fewer strokes were better. "Marry me when we grow up, no substitutions allowed." Lin Ran's handwriting was usually elegant, but the pain forced him to press harder, each stroke demanding his full strength. Yet somehow, it reached new heights. The character me retained its usual grace, but also carried an unshakable resolve, as if bearing the weight of all his emotions and promises. "Luo Yao, there's so much I wanted to tell you last time, but seeing you, I didn't know where to start. All I can say is you really did marry me when we grew up, and we loved each other deeply." Lin Ran's voice was soft, warm like a spring breeze, trying to dispel the shadows in Luo Yao's heart. Luo Yao blinked, the madness in her eyes fading, replaced by confusion and surprise. "So, you came back from the future." Lin Ran hadn't expected her to be so sharp, hitting the mark instantly. Wait, did that mean the older Luo Yao always knew he'd time-traveled? Then, his head spun as he fell deeper into the puzzle. Turns out, Luo Yao never cared about what he truly was, only that he stayed by her side. This pure, profound emotion left Lin Ran both moved and guilty. If this wasn't true love, what was? "Here, take it. This is my promise to you." Lin Ran handed her the note, then prepared to give her the gifts he'd brought. "Who?" Just as Luo Yao reached out, an odd snoring sound shattered the silence. After their long emotional exchange, Little Black, bored out of its mind, had fallen asleep in the backpack. its tiny body curled up, emitting soft snores. The sound was jarring in the stillness. Little Luo Yao startled, her instincts kicking in. In this dangerous world, even the slightest noise could mean death. Her dagger shot toward Lin Ran's backpack in a flash. Meow! Little Black let out a shrill cry, leaping 3 feet in the air from the sudden stab. Then, a strange light flashed, and Little Black vanished with Lin Ran in tow. Luo Yao lunged, her fingers clawing at empty air, her eyes wide with terror and despair. Watching Lin Ran disappear before her eyes felt like having her heart ripped out. I will find you. Her roar was filled with fury and refusal to accept this. Lin Ran realized coming back had been a mistake. He'd only wanted to satisfy his curiosity, never imagining he'd cause Luo Yao such pain. Guilt gnawed at him. He felt like an executioner, cruelly hurting the girl who loved him so deeply. Luo Yao, I'll wait for you in the future. Stay strong. His voice faded into the air, leaving only Luo Yao's solitary figure behind. She stood there like an abandoned island, the darkness threatening to swallow her whole. This loneliness was Lin Ran's parting gift, a wound that would never heal, piercing her heart. This time, Lin Ran didn't return to reality, but entered a strange space, like a fleeting time tunnel. Hazy light shimmered around him, whispering of time's mysteries. Little Black? Only then did Lin Ran remember. Little Black was hurt. Worry surged in his chest. If anything happened to it, little Luo Yao would grow up in utter solitude. So, losing her companions and teammates before hadn't been her loneliest or most desperate moments. Staring at the note in his hand, Lin Ran fell deep into thought. Had he created Luo Yao's truest despair? Little Black. Meow. What did I do to deserve this? Meow, meow, meow. Luo Yao's too ruthless. Meow, meow, meow. Little Black's voice echoed in Lin Ran's mind, brimming with grievance, complaint, and a hint of pain. How are you doing? Lin Ran asked anxiously, trying to spot Little Black's figure in the hazy glow. Little Black, lucky we got in early or I'd be dead. But here, I can heal quickly. I'm almost fully recovered now. Little Black replied, its voice gradually regaining some strength. Lin Ran suddenly frowned, a flicker of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Then why did you go off to recover last time? He recalled how Little Black had left to heal after being injured before. Something about it felt off. Little Black, last time it was mental damage. Couldn't heal fast. This time it's physical. Different story. Little Black explained, a hint of resignation in its tone. Where is this place? Lin Ran gazed at the strange surroundings, curiosity and confusion swirling in his mind. Little Black, think of it as a 4-dimensional space within a time tunnel. Seriously, Luo Yao is ruthless. Meow, meow, meow. Little Black answered, its voice still tinged with fear of Luo Yao. Lin Ran, how long until you're better? His thoughts were with Luo Yao. He wanted to return quickly and give her the note. Little Black, soon, just a few more minutes. Lin Ran, since we're here, take a look around. It's all fragments of time. Luo Yao is ruthless. Meow, meow, meow. Little Black said, seemingly recovered from its pain. Lin Ran's interest in the space grew. Can we go back later? He asked, eyes filled with anticipation. Little Black, you can't revisit the same moment twice in one time reversal. Meow, meow, meow. But I can buy you a minute or two. Meow, meow, meow. Luo Yao is ruthless. Meow, meow, meow. Little Black replied, hesitance lacing its words. Then once you're healed, we have to go back, at least to give her the note. That's right. Amid the sudden chaos, Lin Ran still clutched the note with his promise written on it. He couldn't let Luo Yao down again. That note was their only connection, his vow to her. Even if they could only return for a minute, he had to hand it to her. Little Black, huh? Meow, meow, me, woo, woo, woo. Little Black whined reluctantly, clearly still wary of Luo Yao. In this space, Lin Ran felt as though the entire world had frozen. The surrounding glow seemed solidified, unchanging, Then, something astonishing caught his eye. He stood in a vast white void. Below, above, and all around him, twisted shapes swirled like liquid or ethereal smoke, constantly shifting. Looking closer, he realized they were scenes, his past and his future. The images flashed before him like a film, each one strikingly real. He saw his childhood laughter, moments shared with Luo Yao, and unfamiliar glimpses. Was that the future? Lin Ran was stunned, his eyes widened, heart pounding with awe. Little Black, seen enough? Ready to go? Little Black's voice echoed in his mind, now impatient, as if fully recovered. Lin Ran's tone was calm. You've done this before, haven't you? He fixed his gaze on Little Black, eyes sharp with suspicion. Little Black's blue eyes widened. What? Its mental voice held surprise, as if caught off guard by the question. You've reversed time before, right? Have you revived me multiple times? Only this time, you let me keep my memories? What's your real goal? Lin Ran pressed forward, each step intensifying the interrogation. He felt on the verge of uncovering a massive secret, one that could unravel everything. Little Black retreated, trembling slightly, its expression uneasy. Lin Ran, don't push me. Its voice carried a plea, dodging the questions. Suddenly Lin Ran smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Just messing with you. Anyway, what's that over there? Under the bridge, is that someone? His attention snapped back to the surreal visions, curiosity reignited. In one scene, beneath a bridge, a pair of eyes gleamed, familiar yet venomous, like a hidden serpent poised to strike. On the bridge, his past self drove a car, speeding forward like an arrow. Lin Ran squinted and recognized the owner of those eyes, Luo Wuyo. The malice in that gaze sent a chill down his spine, as if it concealed countless schemes. Little Black, there's a woman there. What are you planning? Little Black's voice was wary, laced with suspicion. Lin Ran, I suddenly wonder, can I influence my past self from here? Excitement lit up his eyes, the idea taking root like a sprouting seed. This time tunnel fascinated him, and he burned to test its limits. Little Black fell silent for a moment, its small form quivering in the glow. It didn't answer, as if weighing the risks or hesitating to enable such a dangerous experiment. But Lin Ran, driven by curiosity like a child, ignored the hesitation. He pulled out his phone, switched on the flashlight, and aimed its blinding beam at the vision of his past self. The action was swift, as if afraid the opportunity would slip away. Sure enough, the Lin Ran on the bridge flinched, startled by an unseen force, and slammed the brakes. The car screeched to a halt, tires leaving black streaks on the pavement. Lin Ran froze, staring at the scene. A strange realization hit him. This had actually happened to him. He racked his brain, recalling that inexplicable moment when something had interfered, and now he knew it was himself. His mind reeled, tangled in a web of questions. Little Black, Lin Ran, time paradoxes are incredibly difficult to explain. Honestly, even I don't fully understand them. Let's just hurry to where you want to go. Little Black's voice carried a hint of urgency as it tried to pull Lin Ran out of his chaotic thoughts. It knew that in this time tunnel, meddling with the past could trigger a chain of unpredictable consequences. Lin Ran had to admit, this was beyond his imagination. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. All right, wait, what's that? Is that the future? His gaze was drawn to another scene, one that left him stunned all over again. Little Black, yes, but this future no longer exists. Just treat it as a timeline that never happened. Little Black's voice echoed mysteriously in the vast space. Lin Ran saw something he never wanted to witness. Himself desperately trying to stop Luo Yao from leaving the basement in a distorted timeline. His face was etched with panic. In his haste, he stood up too quickly and slammed his head straight into a hanging lantern above. The lantern swayed violently from the impact, creaking ominously. Little Black, if you don't stop her this time, Luo Yao will be in danger. She'll get hurt and then hide it from you. Before Little Black could finish, Lin Ran already knew the outcome. He'd just seen it. The moment Luo Yao was involved, Lin Ran lost all rationality. His eyes burned with desperation as he shouted, "Damn it, you have to help me." His voice reverberated through the space, filled with unshakable resolve. "Little Black, how am I supposed to help? I'm just a cat Luo Yao stabbed Meow. She's ruthless. Meow meow. And this isn't even real. It's just a projection, like a movie. It won't actually happen. You already changed the outcome. This is just a possible scenario based on time predictions." But before Little Black could react, Lin Ran suddenly grabbed it with lightning speed. Like a crazed pitcher, he hurled Little Black straight at the lantern, yelling, "Go, Pikachu." Little Black, holy Lin Ran, you absolute monster. Little Black let out a horrified shriek as its tiny body flew through the air in a perfect arc. Its eyes widened in terror and fury. It never expected Lin Ran to do something like this. Mid-air, Little Black twisted its body and landed a solid kick on the lantern. The lantern swayed even more violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. With feline agility, Little Black leaped back into the time channel, quick as a startled rabbit. In the time projection, the lantern wobbled wildly before finally crashing down with a loud smash. Lin Ran's eyes widened. "Look out." He shoved Luo Yao out of the way just in time. She narrowly avoided the falling debris, but he wasn't so lucky. Blood seeped from the wound, staining his clothes crimson. "Ah, Ran." Luo Yao noticed immediately. Panic flashed in her eyes as she rushed to his side, her voice trembling with worry. Her hands steadied him, her gaze filled with heartache. "Little Black, what the hell was that for? Meow, meow, meow." Little Black yowled in outrage, its fur bristling with anger. It glared daggers at Lin Ran, looking ready to spit fire. Lin Ran scratched his head awkwardly, offering a sheepish smile. "Sorry, got a little carried away. Won't happen again." He tried to placate the furious cat, but his mind was racing. Why did this happen? And why is Little Black keeping secrets from me? Can you think about anything other than Luo Yao for once? I can't help it. Even if I know it's just a projection, I still want to stop it. You'll forgive me, right? You're the cutest cat in the world, after all. Little Black's eyes gleamed. It seemed to have an idea. "We can go back now." Its voice was suddenly cheerful, as if it had already forgotten its earlier rage. Lin Ran nodded, clutching a note in his hand, a promise to Luo Yao, something he could never forget. Little Black sidled up to him with an eerily human-like grin, leaving Lin Ran baffled. "What's with that look? Why are you smiling like that?" Lin Ran eyed the cat warily, a sense of unease creeping in. Little Black didn't answer. Instead, it kicked him hard and shouted, "Go, dumbass." Lin ran. Before he could process what was happening, an overwhelming force surged like a tidal wave, hurling him out of the time-space. His vision blurred with light, and when it cleared, he was back in the cave. "Little Black, you've got 1 minute, Max." Its voice echoed in Lin Ran's mind, firm and unyielding. The cave was just as damp as he remembered. Luo Yao sat motionless, her hollow gaze fixed on empty air. Her lonely figure looked especially fragile in the dim light. Luo Yao. Just 2 words, but her eyes instantly lit up. "I only have a minute here. I made these snacks for you. You have to remember to eat, or you'll get stomach problems." Lin Ran hurriedly pulled out an ornate box from his pocket, filled with homemade pastries, though they'd gotten squished from his backflip through time. Still, Luo Yao cradled it like a treasure. "And this, it's a doll of me. If you miss me, take it out on this thing. When we meet again, you can take it out on me instead. Remember, I'll be waiting for you in the future." He handed her a plush doll resembling himself, his eyes brimming with reluctance. "Oh, and here's that rope you like using to tie me up. Keep it. You can use it on me any time in the future." Hope flickered in Luo Yao's eyes, replacing the emptiness. "If I tie Ah Ran up with this, I'd be so happy." She threw herself into his arms. Luo Yao was like a child lost in darkness for too long, finally finding someone to lean on. Lin Ran looked at the young Luo Yao with aching heart, holding her tightly in his arms, feeling her tremble as guilt flooded his chest. Remember your words. If you dare lie to me in the future, I'll burn you to ashes. Luo Yao whispered against Lin Ran's chest, her voice carrying a faint threat but laced far more heavily with dependence on him. As her words faded, Lin Ran slowly began to vanish again. His hand clasped Luo Yao's, and a slip of paper materialized in her palm. On it was his promise to her, a testament transcending time, an invisible thread binding their hearts together. This is my vow to you. Keep it safe. Just as Lin Ran was about to disappear completely, Luo Yao suddenly asked in a rush, "Do you love me?" Lin Ran, I do remember one day. I will love you. With all my life. When Lin Ran opened his eyes again, he was back at the manor. The estate was serene, sunlight streaming through the windows and painting patches of gold across the floor. At least Luo Yao didn't grow up carrying this loneliness and despair. Lin Ran was grateful for the extra minute Little Black had granted him. It had been crucial. Speaking of which, where was Little Black? Just as Lin Ran was about to look for him, urgent knocking rattled the door. "Young Master Lin, are you there?" Uncle Fu's voice came through, tinged with anxiety. "Come in," Lin Ran called, his voice still weak. Fresh from the time tunnel, his body and mind hadn't fully recovered. Still, it was a far better state than the last time he'd returned. Uncle Fu hurried into the bedroom, and the moment he saw Lin Ran, he exhaled sharply in relief, the tension visibly draining from his face. Luo Yao had called earlier, saying Lin Ran's signal had vanished, and Uncle Fu had nearly panicked. He knew how vital Lin Ran was to Luo Yao, and that if anything happened to him, the entire manor would descend into chaos. The thought of Lin Ran suddenly disappearing terrified him. His very purpose was to protect Lin Ran and Luo Yao. Meanwhile, Luo Yao, who was rushing back to the manor, noticed the signal on her phone flicker back to life. Her heart wound tight as a drawn bowstring, eased slightly, and she immediately dialed Lin Ran's number. "Yao Yao," Lin Ran answered. "Ah, Ran, where are you?" Luo Yao's voice trembled with the aftershocks of fear. "I'm home." A pause, then. Her voice returned firm yet urgent. "Wait for me there. Don't leave the manor. No, don't even step outside the villa." Her tone brooked no argument. All she wanted was Lin Ran's safety. "All right," Lin Ran agreed, knowing her worry. He had no intention of causing her more distress. Hanging up, he stayed put, sitting on the edge of the bed as a storm of emotions churned inside him. Useless. That's what he was, always making Luo Yao worry. The least he could do was avoid being a burden. Ugh, can't this worthless guy at least rage for once? Silently, he vowed to grow stronger, to protect Luo Yao properly. Outside the manor, a dozen figures lurked in the shadows near the flower beds. Clad in gray, they blended into the surroundings like specters haunting the night. "Boss, this place isn't easy to breach. What's the plan?" One whispered, unease flickering in his eyes. "The guards at the gate are pros, and they're armed," another added, well aware of the mission's risks. The leader, cold and composed, spoke softly. "Wait. Once we get word from Master, we move." His gaze was icy, brimming with confidence. "But what if Master fails? Do we really obey that man?" "Impossible. Master isn't just our teacher. He's that traitor's teacher too. How could a disciple defeat his master?" Just then, something round rolled toward them with a faint, ominous clatter. The group tensed, muscles coiling like startled predators. Their eyes locked onto the object, and their breath hitched. "Your master is no longer a factor." Luo Yao's voice cut through the night as she stepped from the darkness, flanked by a squad wielding physical enlightenment tools. Her frosty glare radiated a terrifying authority. The men gaped at her and her entourage, shock and dread twisting their faces. "Luo Yao, you heartless witch, you'd even kill your own mentor?" One spat, trying to rattle her. "Spare me the theatrics." Her reply was glacial, utterly unmoved. "Remember, take them alive." Her command sliced through the air, absolute. As Luo Yao strode into the manor, her team swiftly subdued the intruders. Under the persuasive threat of BBQ diplomacy, resistance was futile. In a straight fight, they might have stood a chance, but against 7.62 millimeters persuasion, no carbon-based life form stood a prayer. Like lambs to slaughter, they were disarmed and restrained. Wang Bao and Little Tong exchanged glances before barking orders. Search them for poison. Confiscate their weapons. In moments, the men were stripped of their gear, reduced to helpless captives awaiting judgment. Back in the villa, Luo Yao finally relaxed upon seeing Lin Ran. But the moment her nerves unwound, a wave of dizziness crashed over her. Ah, Ran, I. Before she could finish, her legs gave way, and she collapsed. Lin Ran lunged forward, catching her. His pulse spiked as panic seized him. Then he saw it. Blood seeping through her clothes, staining the fabric crimson. Who could have possibly hurt Luo Yao? To think that even Luo Wuyo, at the cost of her life, had never managed to reach this point before. Lin Ran's heart was filled with rage and worry as he carefully carried Luo Yao to the bed and began tending to her with meticulous care. Watching Luo Yao in deep slumber, Lin Ran couldn't help but compare her now to the little girl she once was. Guilt gnawed at him. Would she have been better off if he had never returned? But what he didn't know was that without him, Luo Yao might have lost all motivation and given up entirely. Throughout her growth, Lin Ran had been her most steadfast driving force. Overcome with self-reproach, Lin Ran gazed at Luo Yao's pale face and silently vowed to protect her at all costs. When the private doctor received the news, he was startled. Having worked at the estate for so long, he had seen servants fall ill, the butler poisoned, and even Lin Ran injured. He'd witnessed all kinds of situations. But Luo Yao getting hurt? This was a first. He knew just how special Luo Yao was, and how grave this situation could be. Soon, Yi Siyin arrived at the main villa. Standing at the door, he hesitated before stepping inside. "Young Master Lin, I wouldn't dare treat Miss Luo myself. I've already called for my sister. She'll be here shortly. Please wait just a little longer." Yi Siyin was worried for his own life. After all, Luo Yao had androphobia, an aversion to men. Aside from Lin Ran, the only other man allowed near her was the butler. The entire estate staff, apart from the bodyguards, was female, including the assistant team at Luo Corporation. Not a single other man was permitted. He had no intention of provoking Luo Yao's wrath and risking his life by barging in recklessly. Lin Ran understood Yi Xiyin's fear. The hesitation and dread in the doctor's eyes made it clear. Everyone in this unique environment tread carefully around Luo Yao's condition. A life is at stake. Are you really going to stand by and do nothing? Yi Siyin shook his head frantically. No. I can see Miss Luo's condition isn't life-threatening for now. But if I were to examine her wounds, then it might become life-threatening for me. Hearing that Luo Yao wasn't in immediate danger eased Lin Ran's tension slightly. Then leave us for now. His voice was soft, almost a whisper, resonating heavily in the silent room. Yi Siyin exhaled in relief and quickly ushered the others out, leaving only Lin Ran and the unconscious Luo Yao behind. Once they were alone, Lin Ran took a deep breath. His hands trembled slightly as he gently loosened Luo Yao's clothing. Every movement was deliberate, as though handling the most precious treasure in the world. One wrong touch, and she might shatter. When the gruesome wounds came into view, Lin Ran's breath hitched. His eyes reddened instantly. The lacerations crisscrossed her fair skin, some deep enough to expose bone, others still oozing blood. They looked like savage trenches carved into her flesh. It was hard to imagine how Luo Yao had endured such injuries long enough to return to him. Though the wounds had been rinsed, the journey had reopened them. Dried blood clung to the edges, only to be washed away by fresh rivulets. The sight of crimson stung Lin Ran's eyes. "Luo Yao, do you know? I've seen you again, just as adorable as you were in childhood. If I could, I'd bear this pain for you. Maybe in this journey of life, we're each other's salvation." His fingers traced her wounds with a feather-light touch as he whispered his thoughts aloud. His voice cracked with emotion, every word laden with love and anguish. His gaze softened, pouring every ounce of his feelings into that silent exchange, as if willing her to feel them too. He stayed by her side, murmuring to her until Yi Bu-huo finally arrived at the villa. Snapping back to reality, Lin Ran hastily covered Luo Yao and called them in. Yi Si-yin made the introductions. "Young Master Lin, this is my sister, Yi Bu-huo. Her medical skills are on par with mine. Let her examine Miss Luo." There was pride in his voice. He had full confidence in his sister's abilities. Lin Ran nodded at Yi Bu-huo, his eyes brimming with hope and trust. To him, doctors were sacred, guardian angels who mended lives and eased suffering. Yi Bu-huo, well aware of the woman's identity before her, didn't dare slack. Approaching the bed, she first studied Luo Yao's complexion and expression before conducting a thorough examination. A master of traditional medicine, her skills were near perfect. Her slender fingers rested on Luo Yao's wrist, sensing the pulse. Her brows furrowed slightly, her eyes darkening with concern. The wounds were superficial, by all logic. They shouldn't have caused such a severe state. She checked the pulse again, more intently this time. After a long pause, her frown deepened. "Miss Luo's injuries are from what appear to be animal claws. They aren't fatal, so she shouldn't be unconscious like this." Her quiet words hung in the air, laced with puzzlement. Lin Ran pressed urgently. "Animal claws? How could there be wild beasts in the city? Then, what's wrong with Yao Yao now?" His anxious stare bore into Yi Bu-huo, desperate for answers. After another careful pulse reading, Yi Bu-huo explained. "From what I can tell, she was already weakened by her injuries when emotional distress caused a blockage in her heart meridian. That's why she remains unconscious. With proper care, she'll recover, but only she knows what's troubling her." "You're the doctor, can't you tell?" Lin Ran's voice was edged with desperation, his worry palpable. Yi Bu-huo sighed. "I'm a physician, not a fortune teller. I can't divine what upset her so deeply." Her skills were formidable, but even she had limits. She applied the Yi family's unique golden wound ointment to Luo Yao's injuries and prescribed a formula to disperse stagnation. Since the herbs were traditional, the estate already had them, and Uncle Fu personally prepared the concoction. His standards for medicinal quality were exacting. Every ingredient was hand-picked for perfection. Yet even after hours of brewing, Luo Yao still hadn't stirred. Lin Ran stayed by the bedside, his eyes never leaving Luo Yao for even a moment. He carefully lifted Luo Yao, scooped a spoonful of herbal medicine, and gently brought it to her lips, trying to get her to drink. But Luo Yao showed no sign of swallowing, and the medicine trickled down the corner of her mouth. Frowning, Lin Ran grew increasingly anxious until an idea suddenly struck him. He took a sip of the medicine himself, and then passed it to Luo Yao. The gesture was filled with tenderness, his only wish being for her to recover quickly. As if responding to his care, Luo Yao slowly opened her eyes, just as her lips brushed against Lin Ran's, delivering a face-to-face critical hit. Lin Ran's face flushed instantly. Though embarrassed, his heart swelled with joy. "Ran." Luo Yao's voice, weak yet melodious, reached his ears. Overjoyed, Lin Ran stammered, "Yao Yao, how are you feeling?" I was just giving you medicine. You're injured." His words tumbled out in a rush, his eyes brimming with concern. Luo Yao murmured, "Ran, I didn't mean to get hurt. I'm sorry." A hint of guilt flickered in her gaze. She never wanted him to worry. Lin Ran had once told her she wasn't allowed to get hurt. His heart clenched as a surge of emotions flooded the softest part of him. Seeing the apology in her eyes, he was both moved and heartbroken. Luo Yao had changed so much from the fearless girl she once was to someone softer, gentler. The transformation made him wonder if it was all an act. "Yao Yao, never apologize. Remember what you once told me, if you die, I'll follow you." Lin Ran gripped her hand tightly, his gaze unwavering, as if pledging that no matter what, He'd never leave her side. Touched, Luo Yao studied the man before her. It all felt surreal, like a dream. To test reality, she pinched him hard. Lin Ran hissed in pain. It's real, all of it. Yao Yao, is something bothering you? He bore the sting, eager to share her burdens. Luo Yao hesitated, her eyes darting away as if debating whether to speak. After a long pause, she finally whispered, "Your tracker, it went offline for a while." Unease laced her voice. Lin Ran froze. Had she fallen ill from worry over this? Guilt gnawed at him. He hadn't realized such a small thing would distress her so deeply. Was that why you? Maybe there was no signal where I was. Impossible. The estate's network is top tier globally. Even if you hid in a well, the signal wouldn't drop. And those satellites tracking you? I launched them myself. Her tone was firm, brimming with confidence in the estate's security. Lin Ran's eyes widened in shock. Holy, you launched satellites just for me? Damn, who am I to deserve this? My wife's incredible. But I really don't know what happened. Maybe the tracker malfunctioned? Want to check it? He sounded helpless, equally puzzled. Luo Yao stayed silent, searching his eyes for any trace of deception. After a long moment, she concluded he was telling the truth, which only deepened her confusion. The tracker couldn't fail. It was cutting edge, with multiple safeguards. Even if it did, the microphone and phone wouldn't lose signal simultaneously. The issue had to lie with Lin Ran. Could he have a signal jammer? No, that would have triggered an alert to her. Baffled, she settled on blaming a signal fluctuation, though the explanation felt flimsy. Yao Yao, remember your promise, that we'd face everything together. You broke it. Lin Ran's voice carried a hint of hurt. He didn't know how she'd gotten injured, but it stung that she'd shut him out. She always bore burdens alone, but he longed to stand by her, not as someone shielded, but as her support. Ran, I'm sore. Luo Yao lowered her head, guilt weighing on her. Don't. I'm not blaming you. I just want you to know if there's danger. I want to face it with you. Even if I can't help, I'll stand behind you, watching you move forward or back. His gaze was earnest, his voice tender. Don't forget the vow we made. Luo Yao felt her heart pulse erratically. Each beat synced to Lin Ran's presence. His words were kindling, igniting a warmth in her chest, wrapping her in security. I remember. But Ran, I didn't like your tone earlier. That commanding attitude? Unacceptable. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes as she feigned anger. Lin Ran's spine tingled with dread. He knew what was coming. So, he ventured cautiously. Luo Yao smirked. So, I'll teach you a lesson like this. Without warning, she sank her teeth into his shoulder. The metallic tang of blood filled her mouth, but she didn't mind. It was his. There'd been times she'd ached to claim him, to ensure he'd never vanish again. Now, she reveled in biting him, burying her face in his chest, breathing him in. It anchored her, made his presence undeniable. Her greatest fear, Lin Ran fleeing, disappearing without a trace. But now, he clung to her, loved her, and she adored it. Yao Yao, who hurt you? After a pause, she replied, technically, it was an eagle. An eagle strong enough to injure you. Luo Yao nodded. A lethal one. Lin Ran frowned. Had he encountered such a creature before? Ran, I want food. The kind you make. Huh? Oh, right. I'll cook. Stay in bed and rest, okay? A smile curled Luo Yao's lips, pure contentment. Okay, I'll listen to you. The next day, at Lin Ran's insistent request, Luo Yao stayed at the manor to recuperate. The manor was bathed in bright sunlight, adding a touch of spring to the cold season, as if everything was celebrating Luo Yao's recovery. Today was also the release day of the short drama. Lin Ran and Luo Yao lay on the villa's couch, ready to watch it together. Lin Ran was full of anticipation, confident in the short drama he had helped produce. Luo Yao, on the other hand, looked indifferent. She had no interest in Lin Ran's project, thinking to herself, what could these people possibly come up with? To her, this was just another way for her man to pass the time. But since accompanying Lin Ran was something she loved doing, she went along with it. At first, Luo Yao watched half-heartedly, but as the drama progressed, she realized something was off. This is so cheesy, but I can't stop watching. The plot was somewhat cliched, yet it had a unique charm. The actors' performances weren't outstanding, but they were strangely addictive, pulling her in with every scene. The more she watched, the more hooked she became. Even someone as aloof as Luo Yao was drawn into Lin Ran's creation. If even Luo Yao was captivated, one could only imagine how the rest of the internet would react. In fact, from the moment it premiered, viewers had flooded in. But not everyone was watching. Many had initially reserved spots simply because of the hype, without high expectations for the content. After all, Lin Ran was wealthy, and in the public's eyes, projects backed by the ultra-rich often fell short. Nuanyao Group had no prior experience in film production. The short drama's only selling points were A-list actress Chen Qingtian and the buzz around Nuanyao's CEO. Those drawn by the hype naturally didn't expect much from the actual content. Dreaming of Lin Ran as my simp? Just watch casually, folks. I bet the content is trash. Whose bull is brave enough? Here to check out Lin Ran's luxurious manor. Handsome novelist? Same. Here for the manor and a glimpse of Queen Qingtian's divine beauty. Soccer son making progress. Why does the male lead feel so unworthy of Qingtian? Rebirth of the runaway fourth son. I hate nothing more than garbage churned out by capitalists. But as time passed, the comments took a dramatic turn. People realized that this short drama, featuring no big names besides Chen Qingtian, exploded like an atomic bomb, leaving everyone who had underestimated it stunned. The view count for the first 3 episodes skyrocketed from tens of thousands to millions within hours. By noon, it had surpassed 10 million. Online reactions poured in like a tidal wave. Tiger slams the door. Holy crap, update faster. What's Nuanyao Media doing? This is way too addictive. Howling neighbor. I admit I was too harsh earlier. Now all I can say is, I'm a trash panda, and I love it, update now. Failed again this life. Wait, this is a short drama. The production's rough, but the content's insane. I'm obsessed. Mad Dog Bites Your JJ. Only 3 episodes a day? Even dogs can't tolerate this. Mr. Cao's red chamber lit. I have a suggestion. Tie the producer to a chainsaw table. For every episode released, move them 1 meter away. If updates slow down, well, let's just say things get messy. Stick pokes the sun. If you're not dropping 100 episodes a day, are you even a producer? Trash. Whether the comments were praise or rage, the hype was unprecedented. Other media companies producing serious short dramas were shocked. They'd never imagined a short drama could be made this way. The unconventional style and bizarrely addictive content left them feeling immense pressure. Just then, Lin Ran's call went straight to Nuanyao Media's office. Hello, this is Lin Ran. What's Wu Zhishang doing? Why isn't he answering his phone? The receptionist quickly whispered an explanation. Chairman Lin, Director Wu's number got leaked. His phone's been blowing up all morning, so he put it on silent. Her voice was weary. She was just as overwhelmed by the sudden chaos. Lin Ran paused, instantly realizing the reason. He knew the short drama was popular, but he hadn't expected this level of frenzy. Fine. Go tell him to send me the full series. My wife wants to watch it. 3 episodes a day? Who's satisfied with that? Lin Ran just wanted to indulge his wife's curiosity. Was that so wrong? The receptionist hesitated, then muttered, Chairman Lin, you're not the one leading the hate mob online, are you? She was suspicious. His demands sounded eerily similar to the rabid fans. Lin Ran's face darkened. I'm not that bored. My wife just wants to watch. Hurry up and arrange it. He was exasperated. The last thing he wanted was to be mistaken for one of those unreasonable viewers. Chairman Lin, that's not really appropriate. Should I fire you to make it appropriate? Understood, Chairman Lin. But Director Wu said even the heavens don't get special treatment. Lin Ran was genuinely annoyed now. Wasn't he the boss, entitled to some privileges? Kid, you are stubborn. Go tell Wu Zhishang I asked. Let's see if he denies me. Right away, Chairman Lin. The receptionist hurried off to relay the message. Meanwhile, in his office, Wu Zhishang wasn't the least bit bothered by his phone's meltdown. On the contrary, he was thrilled. Sitting at his desk, he wore a triumphant grin. With this level of hype, even if 10 of his phones exploded, it'd be worth it. The drama's popularity had surged beyond expectations, and the potential profits were staggering. Though it was free to watch, the indirect revenue was immeasurable. A quick calculation showed they'd already raked in a fortune from ad revenue alone. With this momentum, Nuanyao Group might even break into the second-tier media companies, a monumental achievement for him. That morning, at least 2 major brands had already reached out for endorsement deals, a golden opportunity for the company's growth. As the short drama went viral, Wu Zhishang's fame soared too. He was second only to Chen Qingtian in endorsement requests. There were also offers for Zhang Xiaolong and others, but Wu Zhishang turned them all down. The products were just too bizarre. Chen Qingtian's offers were standard, women's products, but his skincare serums, flavored condoms, hemorrhoid cream, antifungal socks, and even a request to model women's clothing. The worst was a lip-twisting gadget endorsement. These offers left him torn between laughter and frustration. They were downright absurd. President Wu, Chairman Lin just called and asked you to send him all the short dramas, the customer service assistant said as she walked into the office. Tell him to wait for the update like everyone else. Just because he's the boss doesn't mean he gets special treatment. But the assistant hesitated. Her eyes filled with uncertainty. No buts. What is Chairman Lin any different from other viewers? Remember, our company's rule is fairness for all. No exceptions, not even for the heavens above. Wu Zhishang frowned slightly, speaking sternly while his hands remained busy shuffling between documents and his computer, his focused expression making it seem like he was handling the most critical matters in the world. The assistant nodded obediently, like a docile little lamb, and turned to leave. Before stepping out, she muttered under her breath, "All right then, I'll let Chairman Lin know that the boss lady will have to wait for the update." Wait, hold on. On second thought, maybe I should send it to him. After all, he is the boss and we do rely on him for our paychecks, right? His words tumbled out rapidly, laced with a hint of panic. The assistant paused, offering an awkward yet polite smile. To mask his embarrassment, Wu Zhishang cleared his throat and continued explaining. Chairman Lin is the founder of our company. His opinions matter, and we owe our success to him. We can't afford to slight him over something so trivial. The assistant nodded vigorously in agreement, her head bobbing like a pecking chick. President Wu is absolutely right. And let's not forget the chairman's wife is Luo Yao. The heavens might not come for you, but she definitely will. Wu Zhishang chuckled awkwardly at that, his mind conjuring up an image of Luo Yao, sending him straight to meet his ancestors with a single swipe. He knew full well that crossing Luo Yao would mean his days were truly numbered. You've got a point. Fine, I'll handle this myself. Wu Zhishang wasn't entirely confident in his staff's efficiency. This matter couldn't afford even the slightest mistake. Just as he was about to package the remaining content for Lin Ran, someone from HR approached. President Wu, there's an applicant outside for the executive assistant position. The resume looks impressive. Wu Zhishang had been racking his brains over finding the right assistant. The previous hires had all fallen short. Some couldn't grasp his intentions, as if they were speaking entirely different languages, lacking the seamless synergy he shared with Lin Ran. Others had been more interested in preening than working. His ideal assistant was someone like Liu Meng, capable, meticulous, and able to handle every trivial task with precision. All right, send them in. I'll conduct the interview myself. Straightening his collar, Wu Zhishang sat up, ready to meet the new candidate. When a young woman walked in, he froze momentarily, surprise flickering in his eyes. Zhang Xinyan? That's me. Her voice was crisp and resolute. She lifted her chin slightly, her gaze carrying a hint of something unreadable. Wu Zhishang frowned, suspicion and wariness flashing across his face. Staring at the woman who'd once clashed with him at Luo Corporation, He felt a ripple of unease. What's the matter? Couldn't cut it at Luo Corporation, so you're trying your luck here. His tone was dripping with sarcasm, but Zhang Xinyan responded with nothing but a polite smile. She had a peculiar trait. Wherever she fell, she'd rise again, and her method of rising, infiltrating the enemy's ranks. To her, Lin Ran was the enemy. So was Wu Zhishang. If not for them, she might not have been fired from Luo Corporation. Now, she intended to play with fire, to get close enough to steal the tiger's cub. This time, she would reclaim everything she'd lost. That's right. Thanks to you and Chairman Lin, I was let go from Luo Corporation, so here I am, giving this a shot. Her voice carried a trace of grievance, as if she were the wronged party. What kind of nonsense is that? If you can't take a dump, you blame the toilet. He cut himself off, realizing the analogy was a bit crude. He rephrased, if your legs are weak, don't blame the road for being uneven. You got fired because of your own shortcomings, not because of us. Besides, I can't afford to hire someone like you. Try your luck elsewhere. Wu Zhishang refused without hesitation. He wasn't impulsive, nor would he hold a grudge over past friction. He knew Zhang Xinyan was competent. She could easily handle an assistant role at another company. But he dared not hire her. She'd been fired by his sister-in-law. Bringing her on board would be a direct challenge to Luo Yao. By now, Wu Zhishang had a rough grasp of Luo Yao's temperament. What she discarded, others weren't allowed to pick up. Then give me a valid reason. Where do I fall short of your hiring criteria? If you can't, then I can only assume you're abusing your power for personal vendettas. Zhang Xinyan arched a brow, her gaze sharpening as she pressed her case. Wu Zhishang stiffened, irritation flaring. Because I'm the president of this company, I decide who stays and who goes. Do I owe you an explanation? Do you even deserve one? Unfazed, Zhang Xinyan took a step forward. I don't accept that. If you can't provide a valid reason, I'll expose you. I'm not afraid to make a scene. Let's see how you handle the fallout. Oh, you'll expose me? Who the hell do you think you are? Fine, if you're so desperate, I'll give you a chance. To avoid further conflict. And to make her back down, he decided to set an impossible task. You want to stay at Nuanyao? Then here's your test. Complete it, and I'll hire you. Even if Lin Ran beats me to death, I'll keep my word. A sly grin curled his lips. What's the task? Write a short drama script, 50,000 words in 24 hours. Zhang Xinyan's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm applying to be an assistant, not a writer or an editor. This has nothing to do with the job. You're just setting me up to fail. I don't care. My assistant has to be all-round capable. Can't do it? Then get lost. Wu Zhishang crossed his arms, his expression leaving no room for doubt. Zhang Xinyan gritted her teeth and said, no one in this world could pull this off. Even if I wrote without thinking, there's no way to finish a 50,000-word script in 24 hours. It's an impossible task. You're just messing with me. Wu Zhishang replied, that's your problem, not mine. Believe it or not, I can find someone who can do it. Who? Zhang Xinyan asked skeptically. Tom without fur. Tom without fur shot back, screw off, I can't do it. Not even 10,000 words. Wu Zhishang shrugged. Fine. Point is, someone can. If you can't even write one script in 24 hours, why did you apply to be an assistant? Hearing his unwavering insistence on this impossible task, Zhang Xinyan felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. But she clenched her jaw and said, fine, I'll take it. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes. She was resolved to accept the challenge, even if the odds were slim. She wouldn't back down easily. Then get to it. You've got 23 hours and 58 minutes left, Wu Zhishang said, checking his watch dismissively. Zhang Xinyan walked away, her heart heavy with resentment. Her retreating figure looked small and forlorn, like a bird struggling against the wind and rain. Meanwhile, Wu Zhishang leaned back in his executive chair, basking in the intoxicating rush of power. The smug curve of his lips betrayed his self-satisfaction. He was downright pleased with himself for putting Zhang Xinyan in such a tight spot. Piece of cake. I really am a genius, he muttered, grinning ear to ear. Just as he was reveling in his own brilliance, the sharp ring of his phone sliced through the silence, like a blade through still water. Wu Zhishang picked up the call. A cold voice on the other end demanded, Wu Zhishang, do you want to live or die? The words were like an icy dagger, stabbing straight into his chest. Wu Zhishang stammered, Bro Lin, I was just taking a break. Do you have to be so dramatic? Aren't workers human too? A mocking laugh crackled through the receiver. Workers are the elite of society, but if you don't deliver that short drama to me ASAP, you won't be human for much longer. Shit, I forgot. On it now. Wu Zhishang suddenly remembered. Zhang Xinyan had completely derailed his train of thought. Cursing his carelessness, he scrambled to send the file. He tried to transmit it directly to Lin Ran, but the file was too large. Uploading it to a cloud drive risked leaks. He considered sending an assistant to deliver it in person, then remembered Luo Yao hated other women getting close to Lin Ran. Sending a male assistant. No good. Lin Ran had mentioned Luo Yao's aversion to men. For a moment, Wu Zhishang was truly stuck between a rock and a hard place. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. In the end, he had no choice but to deliver it himself. Once Lin Ran had the full short drama, he and Luo Yao settled in bed to watch it. They watched until they were tired, slept, woke up, made love, ate, and then watched some more. It was as if this was their happiest time, no outside disturbances, just the two of them. Just as Lin Ran was losing track of time, Luo Yao received a call from Liu Meng and let out a soft sigh. Ah, Ran, I have to go to the company tomorrow for a meeting. I'll go with you. But you head over first. I'll make lunch and join you at noon. Lin Ran gently stroked Luo Yao's hair, his eyes brimming with affection. He had fully embraced his role as a devoted lover now. His future belonged to Luo Yao. No coercion, just pure willingness. He'd do anything for her. Okay, Luo Yao replied with a smile as radiant as spring blossoms. The next day, Luo Yao arrived at the Luo Corporation. Though she bore injuries, she carried herself like a queen, and everyone in her presence lowered their heads. Lin Ran stayed behind at the estate. He had one last thing to take care of, Little Black. Since returning, he hadn't seen the cat or known how it was doing. Given that it had been injured, and by Luo Yao's hand, no less he owed it some concern. A twinge of guilt nagged at him. He felt responsible for checking on Little Black. Sure enough, he spotted the dark silhouette in the sky garden. Little Black lay there motionless, like a shadow-given form. Meow. The cat's cry carried a hint of reproach when it saw Lin Ran. Little Black, I'm sorry on Luo Yao's behalf. Just remember the promise you made me, okay? Lin Ran spoke earnestly. Little Black, so you're apologizing to me for Luo Yao's sake. The cat's eyes gleamed with dissatisfaction and doubt. Obviously, wasn't that how it should be? Lin Ran's rhetorical question was matter of fact. In his heart, Luo Yao was irreplaceable. You're just a cat. Even if you died, the law wouldn't care. But if my wife died, I couldn't handle that. How the hell can someone with a 37 degrees Celsius body temperature say something so ice cold? Lin Ran burst into laughter. Relax, I'm joking, I'm not that heartless. His tone was light, as if he were sharing an amusing anecdote. Do I look like I'm laughing? Little Black shot him a disdainful glance, tail flicking impatiently, as if Lin Ran were nothing but a childish fool. Lin Ran stifled his laughter and moved closer, sitting beside the cat with an appeasing air. He reached out, running his fingers through Little Black's sleek, ink-dark fur in slow, soothing strokes. Guilt flickered in his eyes. Everything that had happened during their time away had left Little Black wronged, and he knew he owed the cat better. All right, tell me, what'll it take for you to let this go? Little Black gave him a strangely human smirk. First, do a backflip. Lin Ran's face froze in shock. That petty, huh? But offending Little Black wasn't an option. Not when the cat was Luo Yao's safeguard. Gritting his teeth, he agreed. Fine. Done. What followed was a spectacle of flailing limbs and graceless tumbles. Lin Ran's attempts at a backflip were so clumsy, the air itself seemed to cringe. Finally, Little Black had seen enough. Stop, stop. If you can't do it, just say so. If you get hurt, Luo Yao will skin me alive. So we good now? When did I say I was angry? Little Black gave Lin Ran a haughty glance, its tail slightly raised as it continued walking forward with elegant feline grace. Lin Ran let out a long sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his chest. Good, I'm glad you're not angry, he said with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. Little Black shot him another look. Are you trying to ask when I'll take you back again? Lin Ran shook his head, his expression turning serious. I'm just genuinely concerned about you. If you die of anger, my get-out-of-death-free card won't be any use anymore. Besides, I haven't thought of my third wish yet, so I won't be making any requests for now. The memory of his recent encounter with little Luo Yao still sent a chill down his spine. I feel like my sudden appearance might have upset Luo Yao. I can't just barge into her childhood again, so I need to think carefully about my third wish. As he spoke, he fell into deep thought, Luo Yao's face flashing in his mind. The person he cared about most. He didn't want his recklessness to cause her any harm. Hearing this, Little Black leaped off the steps and sauntered away with its usual graceful stride, light as a dancer. Then I'll take my leave. Let me know when you've made up your mind. Lin Ran quickly stood up. Hey, don't go yet. I have a gift for you. But the moment it heard the word gift, Little Black bolted even faster, disappearing like a black lightning bolt, as if fleeing from something terrifying. Lin Ran shook his head helplessly, a wry smile tugging at his lips as he glanced at the tracking device in his hand. He looked up at the sky, where the sun hung high, casting a rare warmth over the cold winter day. Remembering Luo Yao's stomach issues, he decided to head home and prepare some kanji for her. Meanwhile, inside Luo Corporation's headquarters, the atmosphere was buzzing with activity. The preliminary agreement between Luo Corporation and Samsung Group had been reached, filling the conference room with a mix of tension and excitement. Samsung Group, South Korea's top chaebol, had placed immense importance on this collaboration, a crucial opportunity to re-enter the Chinese market and secure their future. They had sent their most capable representative, arriving with full sincerity. But Luo Corporation played even harder, presenting terms so harsh that the Samsung delegation nearly gasped. You want in? Fine. But all profits stay here. Such a demand was practically unheard of in business negotiations, tantamount to treating Samsung as nothing more than a cash cow. Yet, the Samsung representative, with remarkable decisiveness, agreed on the spot. That representative was none other than the second wife of Samsung's current patriarch and a high-ranking executive, Qian Yinshang. Dressed in a tailored designer suit that accentuated her elegant figure, every detail of her appearance exuded luxury and sophistication. Her confident smile never wavered, her sharp eyes radiating shrewdness and resolve. President Luo, I look forward to our partnership. Qian Yinshang said warmly, extending her hand in an attempt to ease the tension. But Luo Yao didn't reciprocate the gesture. She merely cast a frosty glance at Qian Yinshang, her gaze as cold as midwinter ice, before turning away without a word. To Luo Yao, this deal was just another move in a high-stakes game. Whether Samsung cooperated or not was irrelevant. She had far more ruthless strategies waiting in the wings. Did Samsung think it alone could foresee the future and seek survival in China? Did they think she, Luo Yao, was blind to their motives? Samsung was never her ally. In her eyes, this so-called partnership was temporary. Sooner or later, the masks would come off. Superficial pleasantries meant nothing. A handshake? Pointless. Right now, all she cared about was returning to her office and waiting for Lin Ran to bring her food. That was the only thing that truly brought her joy. Qian Yinshang's hand hung awkwardly in the air, her smile stiffening as a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes. But she quickly suppressed it. She knew that compared to this woman, she was out of her league. Luo Yao was the heiress of China's top conglomerate, wielding absolute authority, unlike Samsung's tangled internal politics. A Luo Corporation executive quickly stepped in, politely inviting Qian Yinshang to lunch to smooth over the awkwardness. Regaining her composure, Qian Yinshang nodded and followed the executive out. Just then, her assistant rushed over with urgent news. Madam Qian, the young master has gone missing again. The assistant sounded anxious. Park Gukchang, the second son, was notorious for his reckless antics. But Qian Yinshang waved it off casually. Let him be, now that we're in China, he can enjoy himself. As long as he didn't cause major trouble, she couldn't be bothered. The assistant bowed and retreated. Meanwhile, back in her office, Luo Yao sat on the plush sofa, her eyes brimming with impatience. Even a few hours apart from Lin Ran felt unbearable. Liu Meng, come with me. Let's wait for Iran downstairs, she said, already striding toward the door. Liu Meng blinked in surprise. Huh? But seeing Luo Yao's eager expression, she quickly replied, Yes, ma'am. Not far from Luo Corporation's headquarters, a sleek, ultra-luxury supercar was parked along the main road. Its dazzling metallic finish gleamed under the sun, drawing crowds of onlookers snapping photos. The car exuded raw power, like a beast poised to strike. Inside, two men were chatting and laughing. Boss, look at these Chinese girls. They act like they've never seen anything fancy, but damn, their faces are like works of art. Can't help but stare, said Park Gukchang's sycophantic assistant, leering at the women outside. Park Gukchang, the second son of Samsung's ruling family, had tagged along with his mother on this trip to China. His mother was Qian Yinshang. When she went to negotiate a collaboration at Luo Corporation, she didn't bring him along because the people she was meeting were too important. Her son wasn't yet qualified to participate in such high-level discussions. So, the bored Park Gukchang wandered around the capital with an assistant in tow. He drove his supercar through the city streets, basking in the envious gazes of passers-by, like a butterfly flitting through flowers in search of fresh excitement. As they strolled, they ended up in a bustling area where the lively crowd caught their attention. The assistant said considerately, Don't worry, Chairman. Tonight I'll definitely find you two stunning Chinese girls. It's actually incredibly easy here in China. All you have to do is take this 50 million yuan supercar for a spin, and those girls will practically fall under a spell, completely defenseless. The assistant wore a confident smile, as if he could already see Park Gukchang with an arm around each girl. Park Gukchang listened, a roguish grin slowly spreading across his face, tinged with something darker. I've never been fond of overly materialistic women, but if it's just for fun, why not? His tone dripped with the arrogance of a spoiled rich heir. In his eyes, these Chinese women were nothing more than playthings. Park Gukchang closed his eyes slowly, a smirk playing at his lips as his mind conjured up vivid scenes of wild nights with beautiful women. The images made his heart race. Just then, Chairman, look, there's an absolute stunner up ahead. The assistant suddenly exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement, as if he'd discovered a new continent. Park Gukchang's eyes snapped open like a predator locking onto prey, gleaming with anticipation. His gaze darted forward, and in that single glance, he spotted the so-called beauty. He froze, struck by an overwhelming sense of awe. She was a goddess. He prided himself on having seen plenty of women, socialites from back home, international celebrities. He'd encountered them all. But someone this breathtaking, it left him utterly stunned, as if the entire world had suddenly brightened. She was like a beam of light piercing through his dark existence, robbing him of coherent thought. His eyes could focus on nothing but her. I must spend tonight with her. Park Gukchang's lips curled into a smirk, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. He spoke with absolute confidence. Desire burned in his gaze, as if he'd already claimed her. You get out first. Later, film the whole thing. I'll want to relive it when we're back home. And if possible, I'm taking this one with me. Park Gukchang looked at his assistant eagerly, as if already envisioning the glorious scenes to come. His heart pounded with excitement. Got it, Chairman. The assistant swiftly stepped out of the car and pulled out his phone, ready to document this hunt. Meanwhile, Park Gukchang eagerly revved the supercar's engine, the roar exploding through the streets like thunder. With a sharp press of the accelerator, he executed a flashy drift, bringing the car to a smooth stop right in front of the woman. The tires screeched against the pavement, kicking up a swirl of dust. Luo Yao's brows furrowed involuntarily, a flicker of disgust in her eyes. She hadn't expected to run into such a nuisance right outside her company. Anger simmered inside her. Just then, passers-by were drawn to the sudden spectacle, crowding around in curiosity. The gathering grew larger. Everyone wanted to see what the person in this luxury car was up to. Wow, what kind of car is that? I've never seen one before. Must be worth millions, right? Millions? Don't be naive. Another scoffed, eager to flaunt his knowledge of high-end cars. That's a SSC Tuatara, one of the most expensive supercars out there. Top speed of 443 kilometers per hour. You won't see many of these even in the capital, let alone the rest of China. Price tag? At least 50 million. His voice carried, and the crowd gasped in astonishment, murmuring among themselves. 50 million? My God, I'll never make that much in my lifetime. What kind of rich guy even drives something like this? People pulled out their phones, ready to capture the moment. Meanwhile, Park Gukchang sat smugly in the driver's seat, radiating an air of invincibility. He reveled in the crowd's admiration, feeling like the center of the universe. His eyes locked onto Luo Yao, brimming with confidence. He was certain no woman could resist a high-status, wealthy, handsome man like him. He stepped out and approached her. "Hey there, gorgeous. Care to join me for dinner?" Park Gukchang spoke in heavily accented Mandarin, pouring on the charm with exaggerated sincerity. His gaze was theatrically earnest, his demeanor superficially polite but dripping with arrogance. Combined with his supercar owner status, he believed himself irresistible. No woman could possibly turn him down. He was already picturing Luo Yao nodding eagerly. But this time, he was in for a rude awakening. Liu Meng watched him with a look that could kill, her eyes full of warning. Meanwhile, Luo Yao was on the verge of exploding. Her expression darkened like the calm before a storm, her eyes burning with fury. "Get lost." Park Gukchang stiffened at the word, completely unprepared for such a reaction. His confidence shattered instantly, replaced by stunned disbelief. In his world, he was the golden boy, status, wealth, looks, all weapons that effortlessly broke down any woman's defenses. Yet this woman had rejected him outright. How could anyone refuse him? Even if she didn't know who he was, couldn't she see his car, his clothes? Luo Yao and Lu Meng didn't seem like they were clueless about luxury. "Come on, just dinner. It won't take long. I just want to get to know you,"